Live from the Cape Town City Hall this morning, which will of course serve as the precinct of Parliament today for the joint sitting. Thembinkosi.
Good morning, Sibulelo, and a happy Valentine's Day to you. Good morning, viewers. Last week, President Cyril Ramaphosa delivered the State of the Nation Address 2023, which can be considered as quite significant as 2023 is the final year for the sixth administration to conclude its implementation of key policy priorities as set out in the beginning of the sixth dispensation in 2019.
Absolutely, Thembinkosi. Now, within the broader context of the medium-term strategic framework and its 7 priorities, it therefore sets the year 2023 apart as a critical year for high-intensity implementation for government and its broader state machinery to ensure that it accelerates policy implementation and response to prevailing challenges on South Africa's development landscape. This morning, before the debate commences at 10 a.m., we will, of course, look at some of the key areas where government will be focusing its efforts for the year ahead. But before we get into the merits of the President's address and the subsequent debate that will follow at 10 a.m., viewers will remember that last week the House had to be briefly suspended. Proceedings in the House had to be suspended in order to address issues of disruptions that were ensuing in the House. Let's remind ourselves of the rules and how they applied in that particular situation. Stay tuned.
Building our great South African nation together.
The mace is a symbol of the authority of the National Assembly. It is carried into the chamber by the Sergeant-at-Arms and announces the arrival of the Speaker of the National Assembly. It signifies that the House is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. Standing at 1.196 meters and weighing 9.86 kilograms, the current mace is a representation of South Africa's democracy. The new mace was designed to reflect the history, tradition, diversity, culture, and languages of South Africa. The mace also celebrates the country's natural beauty, its plant and animal life, and its rich mineral resources. Each element was carefully chosen with this in mind. Though it appears to be a single unit, the mace was made and fitted in sections on an aluminium core. At the head of the mace is an 18-karat gold drum covered in springbok skin, which in turn is attached to the drum by 18 buttons made from South African minerals and gemstones. On top of the drum rests a book made from gold on which, in raised text, is an extract from the preamble to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The drum features images of South Africans going about their daily business. Some of the depictions that can be seen on the drum is a miner, saxophonist, machinist, architect, builder, soccer player, forklift driver, scientist, teacher, doctor, domestic worker, a woman with a baby on her back and a hoe in her hand, a woman driving a tractor, and children reading and working. The images are designed to look like African woodcuts and were chiseled by hand to create a three-dimensional look. The drum is fitted on a gold neck illustrated with dancing sand figures. 3 platinum discs in decreasing size connect the head of the mace to the shaft. The shaft is made of aluminium and inlaid with cherry and box wood. The top of the shaft is encircled by an 18-karat gold band with 6 black and 6 white half-carat diamonds set into it. Beneath this is the South African coat of arms in full-color enamel. 2/3 from the top of the mace is a beaded South African flag. The white on the flag is represented by 800 platinum or white gold beads, the yellow by 70 yellow gold beads, and the red, green, blue and black by colored glass beads. Before the mace tapers to the end is another gold band of 6 black and 6 white diamonds, and then another band of platinum. The shape of the mace recalls the Nobgiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The drum, which forms the head of the mace, is an expression of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It's also a reminder that South Africa's transition to democracy was achieved through dialogue, with Parliament serving as a place where many different voices are heard. Gold is one of the core ingredients in the mace. Archaeological finds show that gold has been mined and used in African culture for centuries. Its use in the mace symbolizes the country's natural wealth and also the ancient indigenous gold mining traditions. The open book on top of the drum symbolizes the Constitution of South Africa and the principles around which Parliament functions. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country and plays a central role in the development of a new South Africa. This is echoed in its position at the top of the mace. The writing on the open pages of the book is the first line of the preamble to the Constitution in each of the 11 official languages and one line from an extinct Khoisan language. The platinum rings found at intervals along the shaft of the mace recall the rings worn by Ndebele women. Under the first set of platinum rings, at the base of the drum, is an image of two Khoisan taken from the Linton Stone, a world-famous example of South African rock art dating back at least 20,000 years. The image is a symbol of social interaction, coherence, and interdependence, all elements needed for a country such as South Africa to grow and prosper. The result of all this is a mace that recalls the past, mirrors the present, and looks forward to the future.
You are watching Parliament TV and the build-up to the first day of the Sona debate 2023. Parliament released this statement following the removal of EFF MPs during Sona. I quote, "The presiding officers of Parliament condemn in the strongest terms possible the disruptive and potentially violent actions of members of the economic freedom fighters during the State of the Nation address this evening. The House had to briefly suspend it to remove the disruptive MPs who refused to leave the House after being repeatedly ordered to do so following persistent abuse of the points of orders. The MPs also jumped onto the stage where the President was seated, posing an immediate threat to his safety. In terms of the joint rules of Parliament, the security services may intervene directly anywhere in the precinct in terms of Section 4.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, Act number 4 of 2004, when there is immediate danger to the life or safety of any person or damage during any property. In this regard, the security services do not have to wait the invitation of the presiding officers to enter the chamber when the life or safety of a member is at stake. Order was ultimately restored and the President was able to deliver the State of the Nation address. I close quote. To discuss more about the joint rules and the action taken by the Speaker to suspend the House is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibule Lekaso. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Parliament TV.
Good morning.
Mr. Klaso, firstly, just talk about the joint rules and their importance in maintaining the decorum of the House to ensure that the House proceeds in a dignified manner and that there are no disruptions to its proceedings.
Look, I mean, any meeting, forget about Parliament, any meeting has to be conducted according to some rules and guidelines for there to be order. So the joint rules in this instance, because a joint sitting of the two houses, those are the rules that find expression and application. So they're there to really guide the manner in which business is conducted, how members are supposed to interact with each other, how members are supposed to interact with the chair, and perhaps even how the chair is supposed to interact with the members. So the rules of Parliament are basically there to regulate the conduct of business. Yeah.
So before the President's address, the Speaker outlined some rules addressing the issues where we might have disruptions and all. and any form of disruptions. So what were the main rules that the Speaker focused on when the disruptions ensued?
Well, I think the Speaker was basically highlighting what really should obtain in any sitting, that one, the chair should be respected. In other words, if the chair gives a particular directive to the House must be responsive and abide by that directive. I think something that should always be borne in mind is that there can be instances where a member has difficulties with a ruling that has been made. But during a sitting, the chair's ruling is final. And the member can utilize some other channels that are established by the rules and through parliamentary practices, which include reporting the principle of the ruling to the Rules Committee, if it's a House meeting, or to the Joint Rules Committee, and enabling the Joint Rules Committee to deal with that principle of the ruling and make a determination. So those rules were really meant to remind members, because these rules are agreed to by the House, and they are not Speaker's rules or Chairperson's rules. They are the rules of Parliament, and Parliament is made up of the members. So these are rules that would have been agreed to by the members themselves. So the intention really was to remind members, but also to inform South Africans, to say this is how business in this House is conducted, and these are the rules that find expression and application in a sitting of this nature, which I think it was a good intervention.
Yeah, we often see as the proceedings are ongoing, the handing over of notes from the table staff to the Speaker. What mechanisms or what systems do you have that seeks to ensure that you provide all the necessary assistance to the presiding officers to deal with these sorts of disruptions when they occur?
Look, I mean, I cannot go into details about the internal workings within the office of the Speaker, within the office of the Chair, but obviously we now and again have sessions where we talk about the rules, and because, look, if you have a House of 500 members, NA, NCOP, and representative of SALGA, the Speaker or the Chair is not able to see everything that is happening in the House. So sometimes it would be to say there's a member whose hand is up there, who should be recognized, and so it's really those issues. Otherwise, the Speaker and the Chair are ultimately in charge of the House and in charge even of the rulings that they make. So the notes are really an administrative thing, but the Speaker and the Chair are the ones who really give the rulings on those issues. Yeah.
And from experience, what are some of the common practices from parliaments around the globe in dealing with situations where there are these challenges in terms of enforcing the rules in the House?
Look, I mean, our experience is that there is always an expectation that members will abide by the rules. We have seen extreme cases in some parliaments. I will not say which ones those are, but we have seen extreme cases where there's actual physical fights in parliament. But generally, there are areas of where things are really done in the same way or similar ways in this parliament and parliament elsewhere. So ours is not particularly unique. There would be instances here and there where things are customized to our prevailing circumstances. For instance, the issue of the removal rules. Those had to be done because there were particular court judgments that concerned how our business is conducted, and Parliament then had to formulate rules so that those court orders could be adhered to and have a procedure for dealing with the issue of disorder, issue of disruptions during proceedings. So generally, the rules in parliaments are similar, with, of course, specific issues that deal with unique situations.
So we also saw the nation was watching when the security of the state president was compromised at the time when members were asked to leave the House, but then instead walked on to the stage. So does the joint rules speak specifically into what needs to happen after having dealt with a similar situation?
Yes, look, I mean, and indeed, I'm glad you've raised it, because I will not be able to get into the nitty-gritty of what happened on the day, because the matter has now been referred to the Joint Rules Committee. The rules provide that when something of this kind has happened, whether in the NA specifically, because our rules speak to that, or in the joint rules, the circumstances surrounding the incident must be referred to the joint rules, to a multi-party committee. In this instance, that multi-party committee would be the Joint Rules Committee, and that is where the matter is now. So that is a committee that is going to discuss the detail of what occurred on the day, whether what occurred was in terms of the rules, and what should happen beyond what has happened in terms of what occurred on the day. So the Joint Rules Committee is empowered to do exactly that. We have seen, if I may just draw the parallel with the NA, we have seen in the NA, there is a specific committee, it's called subcommittee on the physical removal of a member. So when something like this has occurred, it was referred to that committee, and the committee would make recommendations. In some instances, the committee would say, okay, we note what has happened, and we believe that the chair applied the rules. In other instances, the committee would say this matter needs to be taken further to another structure and through another process within Parliament. So it's really up to the collective wisdom of the Joint Rules Committee to decide how to proceed with the matter.
Now, how are the powers and privileges of the members involved in that kind of a situation? Because we know that the members have privileges, as well as the presiding officers also have such privileges. So how are these then powers and privileges of members involved in those situations in order to maintain the decorum of the House?
Look, we have the Constitution, which is, of course, the supreme law when it comes to matters of privilege. It also talks about freedom of speech, which is a privilege enjoyed by members, specifically, of Parliament. But it does say that that privilege is subject to the rules and orders of Parliament. You also have the Powers and Privileges Act, which speaks to issues of privilege. And I think it's Section 7 there that lists various matters that could constitute contempt, because a breach of privilege would constitute contempt of Parliament. Now, those include, for instance, if you prevent a member from performing their functions, if you cause, I just forget the specific words, but I think a disturbance. Yeah, I think the Act uses the word disturbance. That prevents the House from conducting, or a committee of Parliament from conducting its business. That's a matter of privilege. I can only list them. The committee that makes the finding whether or not privileges have been breached would be the committees on privilege. But those are the types of actions that could constitute a contempt of Parliament in terms of the spectrum of privileges, parliamentary privileges. So there are privileges that are attached to specific members, but also there are privileges that are attached to a House or a structure like a committee as a whole that must be observed by all concerned.
Namhlanje ngo-10 o'clock kuqala i-debate, first day ye-debate njengoba besesitshilo before sincokole nawe. Abantu emakhaya mhlambi bahleli balindile uba izawuqala njani i-House njengoba bebonile uba iye yaqala njani kule veki pheleyo ngexesha umongameli ezodeliverisha i-Sona yakhe. So have you prepared for today's sitting for uba singathi xa sinodibana nale meko besijongene nayo kule veki pheleyo nikwazi udilishana nayo?
Look, I mean, we are always prepared, and the reason I'm saying that is that we have the rules in place. So there are no special preparations that we make, because the rules are there. They've been there. I mean, for instance, if you talk about the rules, the last time the joint rules were reviewed in an extensive manner was in 2011. But in 2015, you had the rules that deal with disorder. So the rules have been there since 2015. They are not an occurrence of 2023. Are we prepared? From the perspective of the application of the rules, yes, I would say we are prepared. Are the presiding prepared? Yes, I would say they are, because the presiding officers are familiar with the rules, and all they do is just to remind members what the rules say, and then they apply the rules.
Okay. Siyabulela kakhulu mhlekazi wami. We thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV, and we're wishing you all the best in the next 3 days, as we have just informed our viewers that today, the first day of the debate, which will start now at 10 until 5 o'clock this evening, and then it continues again tomorrow, and the President will be replying on Thursday. So we thank you very much for taking this.
No, thank you so much. The time could be until 5, it could be beyond, it could be less. But siyabulela kakhulu nathi, enkosi kakhulu. Kuba bukeli, siyabamema into yoba babukele into ezenzeka eParlamente, nokuba bathabathe inxaxheba xa kukhona isimemo, so bathabathe inxaxheba kwiinkqubo zeParlamente. Enkosi kakhulu, Mhlekazi.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Klaso, and all the best for the joint sitting this afternoon.
Thank you.
Viewers at home, please stay tuned to Parliament TV, as we will be right back.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the Sona debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Our economy needs to grow much faster if we are to meaningfully reduce unemployment. And in terms of unemployment in our country is a structural form of challenge and problem, but we need to address it. In the State of the Nation address last year, we spoke of our intention to forge a comprehensive social compact that would join all social partners in a common program to rebuild our economy and to enable higher growth. But I must say tonight that we have not been able to conclude a comprehensive social compact in the time frame we had envisaged, because a number of new circumstances emerged that made it difficult for social partners to forge a consensus. But the good thing is, the social partners have expressed their intention, and I've been talking to them up till just yesterday. Both labor, business, and community, they have expressed a clear intention to conclude a social compact and have continued to work on a framework to enable joint action in key areas such as energy, transport, logistics, employment creation, and skills development. I have no reason to doubt the commitment that they have expressed to me. They have also identified a number of areas in terms of localization, social protection, crime and corruption. While we remain committed to forging a new consensus amongst all sectors of our society, we have also undertaken practical collaborations in specific areas. Let me say it is not like processes of consensus building have not been going on. They have. A number of other compacts have been concluded amongst our social partners. We see the commitment of all social partners in the compacts that have been forged to fight COVID-19 pandemic, undertake the largest vaccination program where we worked very closely with business and labor. We have seen it in initiatives like the Solidarity Fund that mobilize society, that mobilize citizen activism and funding to achieve common goals, and in partnership to end gender-based violence and femicide, and also to respond to the effects of climate change. We have seen the benefits of this approach to promote investment and to develop master plans in sectors of the economy such as automotives, clothing and textiles. Many of us will remember that clothing and textiles had almost been wiped out in our country. Social partners got together and decided that we've got to save our clothing and textile industry. We've seen them work together in poultry, in sugar, agriculture, and global business services. The master plans that have been concluded are supporting the revival of various sectors of our economy. They're also bringing about investment by the private sector and yielding new jobs and supporting livelihoods.
Good morning and welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. As indicated earlier, we did say that we will be further unpacking the President's State of the Nation address, which he delivered last week, Thursday, to a joint sitting of the National Council of Provinces as well as the National Assembly. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by Mr. Ravi Naidu, who is the chairperson of the Economic Transformation Workstream in the National Planning Commission. He's here to talk to us a little bit more about the commitments, not only the economic transformation commitments that were made in 2023, but of course we can see that running through as a common thread into the 2023 State of the Nation address. Welcome, Mr. Naidu, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us this morning. Good morning, Mr. Naidu. Mr. Naidu, can you hear me? It seems we have a bit of a technical challenge there. Can you unmute your mic, Mr. Naidu? While in the meantime, while our technical team is working on addressing the challenge in the background, of course, as we know that last week on Thursday, the President delivered his 2023 State of the Nation address, where he committed to addressing 4 key issues. At the top of that list, of the priority list, of course, is the issue of load shedding. And we know that load shedding has been a major challenge and how it has impacted not only all aspects of life in South Africa, but it also has affected, for example, the economy. And obviously, if the economy is collapsing, we cannot create jobs. We cannot create, we don't even have additional tax that we can get from the broader society so that we can be able to assist government to be able to pay for all of our social transformation programs. The second aspect that the President has committed to addressing is reducing unemployment. And we know that there is an interlinkage between the economy, the current context of the economy, and job creation, because if the economy is not growing, then jobs obviously cannot be created. Then it means that more people are, of course, dependent on the state for their livelihood. And the third issue that the President committed to addressing in his 2023 State of the Nation address is, of course, the issue of poverty and the rising cost of living. And the last one is crime and corruption. I am now going to quickly allow you to quickly look at this clip on crime, the current impact on crime on the economy, and of course, all aspects of life. Do stay tuned.
Violent crime takes a heavy toll on every South African. Communities across our country live in fear for the safety of their families. This situation cannot continue and must not continue. We are strengthening the South African Police Service to prevent crime and improving the capacity of the National Prosecuting Authority and courts to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. This includes putting more police on the streets and setting up specialized units that will focus on specific types of crime. Last year, we undertook to recruit 12,000 new police personnel. Since then, more than 10,000 new recruits graduated from police academies, and a further 10,000 will be recruited and trained this year. Now, the specialized police teams that are working on tackling crimes like kidnapping, extortion, illegal mining have had several breakthroughs, arresting dozens of suspects and achieving several convictions. Firm action is being taken to tackle economic sabotage and related crimes that are causing great damage to the economy. Multidisciplinary economic infrastructure task teams are now operational in 20 identified hotspots. Last year, I drew attention to the enormous damage caused by the theft of copper cable and metal from our electricity system, from our train lines and other public infrastructure. Since then, the police have been cracking down on cable theft. In December, government introduced a temporary ban on the export of scrap copper cable and certain metals to disrupt criminal syndicates and to enable a new trading system to be put in place. Now, so you know, a number of countries on our continent have done exactly the same, because they have been suffering from exactly the same problem that we are. Just as we have embarked on economic reforms in electricity, water, telecommunications and logistics through Operation Vulindlela, we are embarking on a process of reform to improve the effectiveness of our fight against crime. We will use our competitiveness in call center operations to support the proper functioning of the 10111 helpline, partnering with the private sector. I've heard reports from a number of people, some of them who've even written to me, saying that as they make contact with the 10111 line, it goes unanswered most of the time. Now, we are going to resolve this and address this problem.
Can you hear me now?
This is to ensure that when people call the police, their calls are answered and their emergencies are attended to. We will also use data-driven methods in a more sophisticated way to identify target crime hotspots. Significantly, more funding will be made available in the budget that the minister will announce for the police, the National Prosecuting Agency, and the Special Investigating Unit.
Good morning and welcome back. As indicated earlier, we are now joined by Mr. Ravi Naidu, who is the chairperson of the Economic Transformation Workstream in the National Planning Commission. Mr. Naidu is here to talk to us to just give us his comments about the President's commitments that were made in his 2023 State of the Nation address. Mr. Ravi Naidu, thank you very much for making the time to be with us this morning, and welcome to the platform.
Thanks very much. I'm very glad to be on your platform.
Wonderful. Now, in his 2023 State of the Nation address, the President committed to advancing economic growth and development by prioritizing adequate investment in energy infrastructure, which we of course know is still a challenge today. That is also a common thread, or one of the key pillars of this year's, the 2023 State of the Nation address. Talk to us about the NDP's proposals and approach for accelerating economic growth and job creation, particularly within the current conjuncture of the energy crisis, the energy challenges that we're facing, and high levels of unemployment. Mr. Naidu?
Yeah, thanks very much. So, you know, the President struck a very confident note in his presentation. He, he's always a person who inspires people, just the way in which he talks and he thinks. I think he naturally has a lot of credibility, and he spoke to a number of very important achievements that the government has made in a range of programs, and there were quite a few numbers in his speech which are useful. On paper they're quite strong, and he also highlighted, I think, a number of things that he wants to do, so the programs he wants to roll out. And I think, as you indicated, as the President himself indicated, the challenge is if we don't have economic growth, and we haven't had economic growth in real terms for 10 years now, and if you don't have that economic growth, you don't have the ability to fund the fiscus and generate private sector investment and create jobs. So a lot of things hinge on whether or not you get economic growth. And a core part of economic growth is obviously an agreement with investors and business, because they're the ones bringing in the money and making decisions based on how. And a core issue for them is the issue of load shedding and supply of electricity, because you have to have electricity. Load shedding is costing almost 900 million rand to R1 billion a day. So those are big issues. I think one of the things as the National Planning Commission is the Planning Commission, as you know, from 2012 had a vision for the South Africa till 2030, including unemployment and various aspects of the economy. And the absence of growth, economic growth, has meant we haven't been able to hit that 5.4% of GDP growth that we need. So South Africa should be growing at between 5 to 6%, like countries in a similar status. And we should be bringing down levels of unemployment from growth, and because investment decisions are being made. But because that's not happening, many aspects in the National Development Plan, as originally envisaged, haven't actually occurred. So like the President, we're looking at how do we kickstart that. And sometimes the problems you have are also the basis to grow. So so now South Africa has a problem with electricity. So bringing in the private sector could be a way to encourage investment in fact, that solution. So the President was talking a lot about how to encourage renewables, and in fact get households and small businesses to also put on solar rooftop systems, and that'll be incentivized with the National Treasury. And we think that's, obviously one of the things would be there's huge opportunities for growth to come through that, jobs to be created, new businesses, as we come up with solutions, which in fact many parts of the world are having. So we think it's very important that there is progress on that aspect. And I think a number of other sectors that the President mentioned, there are sector compacts that have been drafted, and it's very important to take those forward. what we found as certainly on the economic team for the Planning Commission is that it's very important that the state brings in other role players. Wherever it has a plan which is heavily predicated on the state doing most of the work, that has struggled. And it's struggled because the capacity issues, as we know, are not there. So a plan that is very heavily dependent on the state doing this or doing that tends to struggle more. So I think, as the president said, during COVID, it's where he managed to get a lot of cooperation from the private sector, things like the Solidarity Fund and a whole range of things, pharmaceutical industry, private health, and so on. It helped. We need the same thing in the economy now.
Indeed. So the president also spoke about not having had sufficient time to finalize the social compact with partners that are relevant for advancing our economic transformation agenda. Now, in terms of what you're outlining in terms of partnership, the partnerships that are necessary to advance economic transformation, talk to us about specifically how government is going about, or the proposals that the NDP is making to ensure that the necessary social compacts are put in place to ensure that specifically issues of economic transformation on which development and transformation in the country hinge are actually prioritized as a matter of urgency.
Yeah. I think that's a very, very important question, because they are partners and then they are partners. So there are different levels of partnership depending on what you're doing. So if, for example, we want to have a partnership on just transition and looking at communities in mining towns, obviously the communities in the mining towns are very important.
Absolutely.
And because people are moving out of coal mines to other things, the unions also become important, the ones organizing coal and so on. That is not the case in every sector. So the most important partnership, if you're talking about for the economy and for investment and for new jobs, is the government has to have an agreement with the investing community, because they are the ones who are going to put the money on the table. So the first partnership the government has to lock in are the people who are going to bring in the money. It's like if you're talking to your funders and the country is talking to the funders who are the different local and international investors, that's the first phase of the partnership. Do they agree with what is going to happen? Then there's other issues as to how you might roll it out. So which communities will be the first in line for particular investments, or the type of jobs that will come in there. Then that involves unions, that involves other social stakeholders. The mistake is if you try to create that partnership without understanding the order in which you must build the partnership.
Absolutely.
The challenge is the government has tried, I think, to bring everyone into the first meeting, but you have to start with the people who are putting the money on the table. And I think that has been probably the one thing that has let the team down, and because they're not all having the same view. So you can have a general discussion, but when it comes to the investment decisions, you have to deal first with the investors. And I think that's probably, if they're going to actually have a social compact that is going to work. You see, it's easy to get one on paper where everyone comes and signs in the room, but they're not all equally going to invest. So you have to make sure that you have that room where the key investors come, they sign off, then you have the next discussion and say, okay, now this level of detail, and then you can bring everyone back together and say, okay, this is what we put together. You can't do it all. You can't run a race with everyone holding hands. You have to work out how you structure that process. So I think that has been the reason why we haven't had this first agreement.
Talking about constraints, can we then look at that as a major constraint to economic transformation? The fact that there are quite a number of challenges still, and also you outlining your perspective in terms of the approach that should be taken by government to ensure that they lock in those partnerships with the various sectors instead of bringing everybody into the same room at the same time. Can that be viewed as a major constraint? And has that been communicated by the NPC in terms of approach? What is the best approach to ensure that the partnerships are actually approached singularly with the various sector leads and then take it from there?
So social dialogue is a very, very important aspect. And South Africa is very good at social dialogue, and we've been very good at it in terms of political negotiations, obviously. I think, so the approach of the National Planning Commission has always been very supportive of social dialogue throughout all its programs. And certainly, I mean, the government has emphasized that as well. I think, one just must, so the Planning Commission also takes a view that one learns from one's experience, right? So you have to understand if something worked, why it worked, if something didn't work, why it didn't work, and then what are you going to do differently so that this time it'll improve.
Indeed.
And I think the important lesson that seems to be coming through is that different stakeholders have different power to bring into a process. So, and sometimes it's not always that obvious, but so let's take trade unions. Trade unions are not only about defending workers' rights. Trade unions are very powerful in terms of investment as well, because trade unions have a lot of influence over pension funds, and pension funds own shares in the stock exchange. In fact, pension funds own a very big chunk of companies, and they're actually mandated by workers and trustees. So they have an important role insofar as what are pension funds doing with their money, and how are pension funds putting pressure on companies to invest, in good governance and social impact and environmental priorities and job. So pension funds, so trade unions have a very important role as well. But then you must look at trade unions in terms of, look, your key power is pension funds. How are you deploying that? So that's a conversation. With those investors who are dealing with certain, who have, are coming in, they have particular requirements. You have to engage with them. With communities, in terms of how communities will support the investment and, let's say just transition things again, becomes very important. But it's very hard to have them all simultaneously from the get-go. So I think it's the structuring of the social dialogue in the economy that is not the same as the structuring of social dialogue in a normal political negotiation. And I think that is becoming quite important to bear in mind. And the president obviously has a very experienced negotiations team, but I think as we're finding now, if we want to close the deal for economic negotiations, they have to structure it a bit differently. So from a planning commission, we are obviously an advisory body, and then we have been having these engagements with business and with government. And I think part of, on the economic side, that has really been one of the observations that has come through, and it's something which we are engaging with, the key stakeholders in terms of how to take some of those lessons forward.
Now, as we remain on the issue of constraints, and we know that the issue of high levels of concentration still remains as a major impediment, which really still impedes previously disadvantaged communities from entering into the mainstream economy. Talk to us about what are the NDP's, and obviously through the NPC's, proposals regarding issues of concentration and monopolies, and just addressing that, because as we know, a lot of, a huge chunk of the economy is still really in the hands of a few. So how do we address that effectively? Because that's a major constraint while we are still dealing with the constraint of the energy crisis. But this one, the issue of concentration, is a major one. What are the practical steps that are being put forward to government to put in place to ensure that, that there's that unblocking is taking place to ensure that we bring more into the mainstream economy?
I think that's another very important issue because, firstly, South Africa is a small open economy, so we tend, and our history has meant we've got 4 or 5 companies dominating every sector. Years ago, in about 1998, 1999, the government put in place a competition law with a competition commission, which looks at both dominant companies and then abusive behavior. So you can be big, but that doesn't mean you necessarily will behave badly. But there would be instances where it's abusive behavior, the dominance is not good. It's not about a company being a national champion. Like, let's say Sasol would be, considered in the past a national champion. It's a global company, or Amplats for platinum or something. But it's like, how are they behaving in the country, and are they blocking out new companies from forming and actually being bad for us. So they have specific bodies whose job it is to focus and look at that. And I think generally they have done a reasonable job. The problem has been, as you say, we have concentration. And what is also contributing to that continuing is you need more small and medium companies to be formed and for them to have a chance to grow and become the new big companies. And we do have a challenge in how South Africa has been treating small and medium-sized companies. So I think that is a problem. We have fairly restrictive rules and regulations on small and medium companies. So we end up having a very, by international comparison, a small number of entrepreneurs. Only about 6% of the population is engaged in their own business, setting up their own business. Entrepreneurial activity, this is quite low. And we have only about 16% of all the businesses in the country are, for example, micro and small businesses. A country our size, our middle income, it's normally 35%. So we are more or less half in terms of the proportion of small businesses. So we are very underdeveloped in small businesses. So one of the things that becomes very important, the President did sort of mention it, is we really have to look at our regulations to unlock the potential of small businesses and support them. So one is the regulations. Two, there's not a lot of financing for small businesses. So even in Germany, they give 3 times as much money per capita for small businesses. And it's easier money, it's softer money, so they can experiment and grow and so on. Here it's very hard. Banks also don't give you loans because you're new, you don't have a track record, etc. So both from a regulatory and a financing side, it's a problem. Also, we obviously have to have more business development programs right from school going up, so people can be comfortable and more socialized in terms of how to set up businesses. And so there is progress being made, but very little progress. So I think that's part of the supply side solution to the competition issue. At the issue of, for example, let's take new industries. We have to now say, let's take solar rooftop and green jobs. We really want new companies to be coming in and taking that space. So it becomes very important as new industries come in, how do we support new players to come in? Not the old names, old wine in new bottles, but so new people, new companies coming in. I think technology coming in as well now, artificial intelligence and biotechnology, there's a whole lot of new things coming through. And just like the cell phone, it's going to cause a revolution. So how does that revolution help new companies and new names in South Africa? I think that becomes a very important opportunity for us to look to exploit as a nation.
You talk about the regulatory framework as one of the major impediments that also enforces, old barriers, and of course the issue of financing. Talk to us about what opportunities are available to assist to transform the finance sector in a manner that makes it mandatory, or at least put systems in place where people are just denied.
Lost you a bit there.
My question was, Mr. Naidu, that you talk about the regulatory framework and you talk about financing as some of the key challenges that still enforce barriers to entry. So talk to us about what are the opportunities that are available to transform the finance sector when it comes to specifically issues of giving loans. And what kind of proposals? Yes, giving loans to emerging enterprises and ensuring that banks don't just say, well, you don't have experience, we actually don't trust that your project is going to work. So what kind of proposals are you putting in place? Is there a conversation taking place around transforming through proper, an effective regulatory framework that also addresses issues in the finance sector?
Okay. So sorry, you did become quite faint at certain points of the question, but I understood it to be in terms of financing SMEs and the issues of how do they access loans. Absolutely. And the sort of requirements on SMEs that make it very difficult for them to get the the financial firepower they need to grow. I think that is a very important question, because clearly there's many things that make a small business successful, but you do need access to finance. So if you have a great idea, you have some growth, it becomes very dangerous for a small business, because that's the point you have to now, put more fuel into the engine if you're going to go further. And that's where the person is now looking around for money. Do they have money? If they come from a family or background that is not well to do, it's going to be very hard for them. And that's where people from a privileged background will just be able to do much better with a good idea, and someone who doesn't come from that background is really going to struggle, because where's their money? And most people running a small business get friends or families or other supporters to help them to start before you go to the formal institutions. Banks are not allowed to lend you money if they don't know enough about you, or if you are bad risk, right? Banks normally have rules that stop them from giving businesses in trouble, or businesses that look unstable money, right? It's one of those international bank rules don't really allow banks to go around giving dodgy loans. And South African banks are very tightly regulated in that regard. So banks tend not to lend money to businesses with revenue below 10 million rand. So if you want to borrow money and you're a new business and you're generating less than 10 million rand in sales, you're probably going to find it very hard to get money from a bank. And that was one of the lessons from the COVID bank guarantee or loan guarantee scheme for small businesses. Most businesses were not bankable because they couldn't meet the threshold. Now, that's where technology is quite interesting, because you're looking at, is there something the banks could do? And I think that's a debate itself. There may be banks, like some other jurisdictions, they could find a way to loosen up their rules and have special programs. I think that's one area, although unlikely. I think you're finding that, you now can get loans from non-banking institutions that are still regulated with the credit regulators and all of that. But they work on the basis that, let's say, an informal trader, you are using your cell phone and a special bank, a special finance app that is a credible one, that they can see what you are selling, so they know, they can understand what your revenue is, and they can offer certain types of loans to you. Of course, there's a lot of crooks out there with those products, but there's also a lot of very credible companies. So we might want to look at how to have non-banking finance companies come in and really provide financing to smaller businesses. And there's a lot of, so we need, possibly hundreds of billions of rands to be available. Government has institutions, public finance institutions like CIFA, and I know the IDC has one, and there's a number of private things which are R1 billion, R2 billion. And so those are also useful, and obviously they're for very select businesses, and not many businesses can get those, but it's good to do more of that. But I think we will probably find that the solution to get money from lenders to small businesses is not going to be through the normal banking system. It's going to be through other financial routes, and using a lot of new technology that can match credible small businesses with funders. And I think one of the things implied in the transformation angle of your comments is we have to also look at how to privilege not just the good ideas, but people who have good ideas, but they're coming from more disadvantaged backgrounds, because they're going to struggle more to access the financing. Then the linked part on the demand side is, a business that has contracts becomes more financeable. So if there is a way that we can improve the link between the supply contracts of big companies or government and smaller businesses, that makes the smaller businesses more bankable, because you can see, I can see you are selling goods to, Coca-Cola or someone known, something big. It's easy for me to finance that contract. Or yes, with government, you're working with government. The problem with government as a buyer from small businesses, government tends to be a very bad payer for small businesses, and often doesn't honor their contracts on time. So it becomes very risky for small businesses to be dependent on government as their client only, because often that can cause cash flow problems or insolvency.
Now, in a country such as South Africa, which with the current state of our economy, as you've indicated earlier, hasn't really grown as was expected in the last 10 years, isn't there then a need to at least have a component? We're not saying that the banking system must be obligated to just give loans out, unsecured loans and loans out to ideas that probably don't have the potential to grow, but shouldn't there at least be a percentage of SMMEs that should actually enjoy the privilege or be given an opportunity by the mainstream banking system? Because we are not a first world country. We are still in the trenches when it comes to the state of our economy. So to say that we are only focused on the CFAs and the IDCs, and we know that there's a lot of challenges there as well. There's also a lot of requirements within that space. Well, you know, you talk about the other options that are available for emerging SMMEs. That's still a challenge, and I know that the president is addressing issues of access of doing business through the red tape project that he started, which he announced a year ago. But talk to us about, you know, transforming the finance sector, and specifically the banking sector, and also not just saying that, okay, well, as if we the first world, we are functioning on the basis of first world standard when it comes to lending. Shouldn't we then have a relook at that to make sure that, you know, that people have got access, entrepreneurs have got access to, you know, to finances so that they can start their businesses and grow the economy and create jobs in that process?
Yeah. Yes, so the question, as I understand it, is we have a very developed banking sector, and they really need to be doing more given our where we are as a country and our transformation objectives, and,
yes.
And essentially how can that be made a more meaningful player in developing
Absolutely.
new businesses and, you know, financing and banking new businesses.
Yes.
And that's really been the role of all, you know, in history all around the world, that banks must provide credit to people who can use it
Yes.
to grow the country, grow the economy. That's the core thing. That's how economies are built all around the world. So that's a very important question.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely. So from a Reserve Bank banking, a prudential authority regulation of banks, so they regulate the banks, that is a very important question as to how do we push the sort of boundary, you know, within reason, to get the banks to do as much as is possible. Because it's one thing for banks to be tightly regulated and conservative, but they still have to meet the national requirements, which is we need credit to be given to good ideas and good entrepreneurs, and we need them to be able to grow. So the one challenge is, as I say, there are international rules in which put limits on what banks can do in terms of money they can put at risk. So basically, in short, for a certain percentage of money is put at risk, you must have money in reserve for that, and that's an international rule for banks. And there's a formula, and the more sort of cash you put out at certain levels of risk, the more the bank has to hold money behind. So there are obviously there's a, you know, I think that becomes a very technical thing in terms of can the bank, what is a maximum they can put out, and are they doing as much as possible with that? So I think that's the first thing. The second thing, of course, banks. Let's also broaden it from banks, because when you say, what we really mean is a financial sector.
Yes.
And so Africa's financial sector is much more than banks. In fact, we have a very developed financial sector. Financial sector is one of the strongest sectors we have in the economy. And the financial sector includes not just banks, but asset managers and a whole range of institutions that are sitting, you know, the insurance sector and everywhere where people put their money, you know, whether they're buying insurance or they're endowments, or they're just putting their pension fund money, and all of those are not banks. And then you put money into banks. So even stockpiles, there's a whole range of things that will fit under the financial sector. And we have many trillions of rands in the financial sector. So if I take asset managers, which are not banks, I would say that's another 6 trillion rand.
Wow.
So 6,000 billion rand.
Wow.
In that. And that's a lot of money.
That is
right?
a
And
lot
that's
of
not
money.
banking, and that's South African money.
Yeah.
So where is that money going? How does that money because that's your money. You have money there, and I have. Everyone has. Anyone who's had a job, any savings has some money in that thing. And officially, we've given our permission to what they do with the money. I don't know how many of your viewers know what mandate has gone to those investors, right? So those people, those institutions can also work with the banks and say, look, bank, can we together with you do something jointly? You can't do this part, but we can. So we can take this part of risk, you take that part of risk, and we create a massive South Africa program to support the best entrepreneurs we have. And it's, I don't know, not 1 billion, it's 100 billion rand. It's 100 billion rand best entrepreneurs in South Africa development program.
Indeed. Just in conclusion, because we've run out of time.
Just from banks.
Yes, we've run out of time, Mr. Naidu, but just in conclusion, the last question, and it still relates to transforming the finance sector, and you've broadened it up a little bit more, indicating what other options are available, or all of the players within the broader finance sector. Will the NPC consider putting some thought or an analysis into this whole finance sector and putting together options that government, obviously through its various social compacts, you spoke about social compacts, to address the issue of access, to finances involving the broader finance sector. Talk to us about that in going forward, and I think that will be really encouraging for emerging entrepreneurs.
Yes. So in terms of the NPC, I can just speak for the work that has been done which is sort of emergent work in the NPC. Number one, as you say, the issue of small and so micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs, SMEs, is of pivotal importance. So that has been recognized as a key thing. And right from the beginning of the National Planning Commission 10 years ago, that was considered to be where most of our jobs are going to come from as a country. Absolutely. So that sector is absolutely critical, number one. Number two, the financing for that sector and more broadly for growth in the country is also of critical importance, because we have to provide credit and financing to grow those. I think what we are looking at is there are certain areas where South Africa can be a leader. So we are a leader in terms of a number of green programs and what they call environmental social governance programs, where the world is moving to. Yes. And I think we are also a country that can adopt a lot of the new technologies and make it work for us for transformation, for youth jobs, and really, as I mentioned, with the informal economy, it can even help us bank that and create a whole new sort of banking group in the country that can provide capital to those groups. So I think in our challenges, there are also huge opportunities that we need to identify if we're in the right frame of mind, and then we have the right partnerships from the public sector and the private sector, and also with the transformation bent as well, to really make the most of it. So I think people can be quite despondent with the level of economic growth and problems, but I think there are also huge opportunities there if we are prepared to take them.
Absolutely. Mr. Naidu, that's where we have to leave it for now, unfortunately, and we do look forward to having more interesting conversations with you going forward. But thank you very much for sharing those insights on behalf of the National Planning Commission. Viewers at home, that was Mr. Ravi Naidu. He is the chairperson of the Economic Transformation Workstream for the National Planning Commission, sharing, of course, his perspectives on the President's commitments around economic transformation and how entrepreneurs perhaps can begin to think and approach issues that relate to access to finances, so that they can start their businesses and, of course, create jobs. That's where we have to leave it for now. But for now, do stay tuned. Have a look at this VT on energy crisis. Do stay tuned.
Our most immediate priority is to restore energy security. We are in the grip of a profound energy crisis, the seeds of which were planted many years ago. We cannot undo the mistakes that were made in the past, the capacity that was not built, the damage that was done to our power plants due to a lack of maintenance, and the effects of state capture on our institutions. What we can do is to fix the problem today, to keep the lights on tomorrow and for generations to come. In July last year, I announced a clear action plan to address the energy crisis. This was to address the electricity shortfall of 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts. The plan outlined 5 key interventions. First, to fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve the availability of existing supply. Second, to enable and also to accelerate investment in generation capacity. Thirdly, to accelerate procurement of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. And fourth, to unleash businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. The fifth one, fundamentally, to transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. Now, many experts agree that this plan is the most realistic route to end load shedding. Now, during the last 6 months, we have made important progress in the implementation of this plan. We have taken steps to improve the performance of Eskom's existing power stations so that the coal-fired power stations that provide 80% of our electricity produce the amount of electricity for which they were designed. Under its new board, Eskom is deploying people and resources to improve the reliability of the 6 power stations that have contributed most to load shedding. Eskom is urgently fast-tracking the construction of a temporary solution to bring back 3 units at Kusile Power Station following the collapse of the chimney or the flue last year, while simultaneously repairing the permanent structure. We are rebuilding the skills that have been lost over time. And we have already recruited a number of skilled personnel to senior levels to be deployed at underperforming power stations. And this is where South Africans have come to the fore, voluntarily and offering their services. And it has just been amazing the way South Africans have rallied together to say this is our common problem and we must work together to resolve it, and not stand on rooftops and just criticize, but find ways of resolving these problems. The Engineering Council of South Africa has offered to give as much assistance as required by deploying engineers to work with the management teams at power stations. We have deep skills and expertise right here in South Africa. We just need to use them. National Treasury is finalizing a solution to address Eskom's 400 billion rand debt burden. And they are doing so in a manner that is equitable and fair to all stakeholders, which will enable the utility to make the necessary investments in maintenance as well as transmission. Government will support Eskom to secure additional funding to continue purchasing diesel for the rest of the financial year. This should reduce the severity of load shedding, as Eskom will be able to use its diesel run plants when the system is under strain. ESCOM has launched a program to buy excess power from private generators and has already secured some 300 megawatts, also from neighboring countries around us. The South African Police Service has established a dedicated team with senior leadership to deal with the pervasive corruption and theft at several power stations that has contributed to the poor performance of a number of these stations. An intelligence-driven operation at ESCOM-related sites has also so far resulted in the arrest of a number of people, and we are counting 43 and going upwards. As part of the broader reform process, the restructuring of ESCOM that we previously announced and spoke about here in this parliament is proceeding, and the National Transmission Company will soon be operational with an independent board.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the Sona debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Welcome back. You are still watching the live broadcast of the debate on the State of the Nation address. It's currently taking place at the Cape Town City Hall. And at 10 a.m., the debate on the State of the Nation address will commence. But now I'm joined by the House Chairperson in the NCOP, Mr. Jomo Nyambi. Good morning and welcome back to Parliament TV, Mr. Nyambi.
Good morning to you, my brother, and good morning to the viewers at home.
Thank you, sir. And you know that the NCOP normally convenes a strategic plan for its committees in order to plan for the year ahead. So how has this planning mechanism assisted or enabled the NCOP select committees to put in place targeted oversight plans in response to the President's State of the Nation address?
Thanks for the question. As you'll know that once we have had the Sona, we'll always go to our strategic planning session as NCOP, where we'll convene all the different clustered select committees. And that has assisted a lot in making sure that whatever is done by committees, it's responding to what has been presented by a President. You'll remember that this year there are some serious challenges facing the country, and what will be done by all the committees, they will definitely respond to the issues as raised by President and making sure that we have all the relevant committees ready in terms of doing oversight. And it's not only the National Council of Provinces that will be doing that. We're extending the invitation to our special delegates from all the provinces that we represent in South Africa to be part of that session. And also the important stakeholder, the people that are the core face of service delivery, SALGA, will be part of that planning session.
All right, you've mentioned SALGA, but I thought you'd expand more on who are some of the stakeholders. You've mentioned SALGA, you've mentioned obviously the committees, which are normally the hosts for this strategic plan, but who are the other stakeholders that ordinarily form part of these engagements?
We decide every time to make sure that once we do that, the people that are running committees in Parliament from the administration side will be part of it. All the speakers and different chief whips in different provinces, in 9 of them in South Africa, will be part of it, so that whatever that will be coming out of that will be cascaded to all the provinces that will represent in the NCOP. And SALGA is an important body that represents local government in South Africa, will always be part of it, because you'll remember that even now and last year, part of the critical challenges facing the country is what is happening at local government level. And you don't have any other, whether it's president or minister or member of parliament, or including yourself, that is not coming from the municipality. So all of us are coming from different municipalities. So that is why even when we are raising it, we are raising a very important stakeholder, and it could be nothing about them without them.
So, and then how will then the NCOP use this current financial year to ensure that issues at sub-national level are effectively responded to?
This time around, we are more focused. We are very clear that we understand that we don't have much time in terms of the 6 administration. You will remember that towards the end of the year, we'll be left with less than a year. Actually, we'll be having elections next year. It's not a secret. So whatever that we're doing, we want to address critical challenges, not only addressing them, but making sure that what we're leaving, it's a lasting legacy for people that will come for the 7th administration, will take over what has been done by the 6th administration, and make sure that the foundation is being laid, and outstanding issues of bills, issues of report, issues of critical challenges will be the order of the day when we are having the strategic plan of the National Council of Provinces.
Now, talking about those issues, I know that committees meet, they consider reports of the department, Section 32 reports of the department, and many other reports that would be coming from various departments. They then write reports, table them to the NCOP, making recommendation, of course. Are there issues that have arose from those recommendations that you think might not be addressed in this current financial year and might have to go over, to be carried over to the 7th Parliament?
There, even though we've done fairly well, but I think there are issues that will be carried over. You'll remember that President wrote to the Speaker and the Chairperson about the disaster that happened early last year in KZN, part of Eastern Cape and part of Northwest. And there was an ad hoc committee that was established that looked at those issues. To date, everything has not yet been concluded. And to make matters worse, before we can even conclude this month, 7 provinces are affected by the very same disaster in terms of floods, which means whatever that can be done, it's a reality that there is no way, because you still have those outstanding issues in terms of what happened in part of Northwest and Eastern Cape. And of course, the magnitude was even worse in KZN. And now some of those very same provinces, they're experiencing another disaster. So it's clear that whatever that will be doing, hopefully what will be coming from even the Minister of Finance in some few weeks' time, will try to give a lot of attention and a lot of money that will assist those provinces so that they can be able to address those issues. And even national departments being given a lot of money, and the local government, of course, getting a bigger cake so that they can be able to address those issues. So that is why, in short, I'm trying to say whatever that we have done. But in terms of bill, we have done fairly well. The electoral bill, it was referred to us, we concluded it, but we didn't agree entirely with what was coming from the National Assembly. That is why we have to refer it back, and they had to go to the Constitutional Court for an extension. And before the end of this month, they are going to be able to conclude that process. But probably in terms of bill, we'll have 1 or 2 that will be carried over to the next administration. But as the National Council of Provinces working with the National Assembly, anything that has been referred by the National Assembly to us in time, we're able to conclude it. And even now, we're very optimistic that as long as the synergy is properly done, anything that is referred when there's ample time, we're not going just to tick the box, short-circuit the process. We'll make sure that we do justice in terms of public participation, because we don't want to create problems, so that whosoever might challenge and take this thing to court and then I will be found wanting. We're going to do due diligence in everything that we're doing as NCOP.
And I'm glad that you touched briefly on the issue of provinces, which then leads to my next question on how will then the NCOP develop oversight plans that respond to the development landscape of provinces, taking into account the commitments that were raised by the President during his Sona.
It's part of what we're doing that we decided to extend the invitation to chief whips, to speakers, to SALGA representatives, and the letter that we're writing to SALGA is to indicate to them that we'll appreciate a delegation that will have a reflection of all these different provinces, because part of what we have to do, we don't want any other province that will be left behind. There's now the issue of the DDM that has been sharply raised by the President, and there's the critical role that is played by provinces. And as the House that is representing the interest of provinces, I'm happy in the debate of today and tomorrow, probably not, it's for the first time that in a debate you'll have all many premiers coming from different provinces participating to the debate. You'll have the Premier of Northwest, you have the Premier of KZN, you'll have the Premier of Mpumalanga, and that is assisting to lift those issues, and it's assisting the process so that we have a better appreciation of the challenges and better understanding of the situation, so that when we coordinate our meeting, we do it in a way that won't discuss the provinces outside their practical experience. And once we invite the chief whips and the speakers, they are going to raise their issues. And as as permanent delegates, all of us, we have made it a point that when it's a SOPA of my province, in my case it's going to be Mpumalanga, I have to be in Mpumalanga so that I can link what has been raised by President with what will be raised by the Premier of Mpumalanga. If it's KwaZulu-Natal, it's the same arrangement. If it's Eastern Cape, the same arrangement, all the provinces. And that is assisting us in the proper planning so that we avoid some of the challenges that we see creeping in different provinces, and of course, ultimately, in our local municipalities.
Mr. Nyabi, it's always a pleasure having you at our studios, and we'd like to take that opportunity to thank you very much for always availing yourself.
The pleasure is mine. It's thanks, my brother.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Nyambi. That was the House Chairperson in the NCOP, Mr. Jomo Nyambi. During his address last week, the President declared a national state of disaster in response to the electricity crisis and its effects. Here's what the President had to say about load shedding and government's plan to turn the lights back on and keep them on for generations to come.
Now, in considering all these matters and the crisis that we are in, the National Disaster Management Center has consequently classified the energy crisis and its impact as a disaster. We are therefore declaring a national state of disaster to respond to the electricity crisis and its effect. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has just gazetted the declaration of the state of disaster, which will begin with immediate effect. Now, what will the state of disaster enable us to do? It will enable us to provide practical measures that we need to take to support businesses, a number of businesses, for instance, in food production, storage, retail supply chains, including for the rollout of generators and solar panels, and uninterrupted power supply. Where technically possible, it will also enable us to exempt critical infrastructure such as hospitals and water treatment plants from load shedding. And it will enable us to accelerate energy projects and limit regulatory requirements while maintaining rigorous environmental protection as well as procurement principles and technical standards. Now, the Auditor General will be brought in to ensure continuous monitoring of expenditure in order to guard against any abuses of funds needed to attend to this disaster. Now, to deal more effectively and urgently with the challenges that confront us, I will appoint a Minister of Electricity in the Presidency to assume full responsibility for overseeing all aspects of the electricity crisis response. You better listen, including the work of the National Energy Crisis Committee. Now, the Minister will focus full-time on the work with the ESCOM board and the management on ending load shedding and ensuring that the Energy Action Plan is implemented without delay. Now, so as to remove any confusion, the Minister of Public Enterprises will remain the shareholder representative of ESCOM and steer the restructuring of ESCOM and ensure the establishment of the transmission company, oversee the implementation of the Just Energy program, and oversee the establishment of the SOE holding company. Now, the process of restructuring government will give us an opportunity to determine the positioning of various areas of responsibility and how best the various ministries and departments can best serve our national objectives. Now, we are focusing our attention on the energy crisis right now, and we will address the restructuring of government in due course. This is necessary because an effective response to this crisis involves several different departments as well as entities that require coordination from the center of government. We will be including other social partners in an effective structure similar to the one that we set up to drive the vaccine rollout. Extraordinary circumstances do call for extraordinary measures. Now, we have cooperated extremely well with a number of role players. The energy crisis is an existential threat to our economy and to the social fabric of our country. We must therefore spare no effort, and we must allow no delay in implementing the measures that are going to enable us to address the crisis.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. Now, the Sona debate takes place at a joint sitting of Parliament, and it gives all political parties that are represented in Parliament an opportunity to debate, to comment, and to raise questions on critical matters in the President's speech. That debate commences at 10 a.m. this morning, and we're literally just a few minutes away from that. I am now joined in studio by Mr. Cedric Frolick, who is the House Chairperson for Committees in the National Assembly, rather. Mr. Frolick, thank you so much for making the time to be with us, and welcome to our platform.
Good morning, and for those who celebrate Valentine's Day, happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
Likewise to you, sir. Now, just by way of starting our conversation, Talk to us about how the NA committees will use the President's State of the Nation address as a platform to consolidate all of the work that has been done since 2019 to where we are right now. And we know, of course, the President announced the 7 key priorities of the MTSF in 2019, and all of those key priorities he has been dealing with since 2019 to where we are right now. But talk to us from a consolidation perspective. What will the NA committees do differently in 2023 to ensure that all of the key deliverables that are actually critical for advancing transformation are actually prioritized for oversight?
Though the importance of the President's speech on Thursday evening cannot be underestimated, we must forget about all the other things that happened on the evening. But
Absolutely.
key is the message of the President and the priorities, as you have indicated, that has been identified. But also, these priorities are not new.
True.
It's not in isolation. It has a history, as you have said, during this 6th term of this administration, headed by His Excellency the President, and then the oversight work that Parliament is to do. So what committees will do is, supported by the research capacity that is there, is now to find those linkages with the other pronouncements that was made previously, but more importantly, also to assess the progress that has been made in key areas. We tend to lose focus by just looking at one specific aspect that we deem to be the issue of national importance, and that is the challenges that we face with the supply of electricity. But there's numerous other measures that the President has mentioned and announced before where work has been done on. So committees will now have to go and assess, right? How far are we from achieving those objectives in this MTSF? If that is done according to the methods and the tools that has been made available to committees, then we will get a clear indication of the progress or not that has been made by the different government departments, because locked into the speech of the President, it was very broad, but locked in there is the challenges that each of the departments face, yes, but also the tremendous progress that has been made. Committees then will move towards the end of this financial year to start preparing their assessment reports on this term, the 6th term of Parliament, and also to prepare for the handover to the 7th Parliament that will be coming in. All political parties, of course, are part of this process, and we expect in committees that very vibrant discussions will take place. And I'm quite sure, even in the debate today, some of the matters will be highlighted by the speakers.
Indeed. So when we're talking about zoning in or zeroing in on some of those key issues that are quite critical for advancing development and transformation in the country, talk to us about what are the practical steps that will be taken. And of course, the Secretary to Parliament has spoken about some of the changes that he's going to make in terms of ensuring that committees have got access to, data that is relevant for deeper insights as well, so that as they actually engage, they can actually engage on the relevant information, based on the relevant information. But talk to us about your planning mechanisms. Obviously, as the House Chairperson for committees, what planning mechanisms are you putting in place to make sure that there is a coherent way of approaching or receiving the data that will be made available through the administrative interface, and ensuring that that information is quite relevant within the context of the NPSF, and ensuring that we've got key deliverables that Parliament can also communicate back to communities in terms of the work that it has done to advance transformation.
Together with the House Chairperson in the National Council of Provinces responsible for committees, the Honourable Nyambi, we have put in place a procedure to take the chairpersons of all committees through a workshop on the critical issues that must be focused on, the tools that are available, both the analytical tools as well as other supportive tools that they were required to do their work. And that will happen, it's imminent. It was supposed to take place at towards the beginning of last week, but unfortunately, due to the joint sitting in commemoration of the late speaker, Jinwala, that passed away, it was not possible to do. So we will take the different chairpersons through the requirements of what needs to be done, what must be focused on, so that the reporting mechanism is more or less homogeneous across both the committees in the National Assembly and the committees in the Council of Provinces. Now, key to that, of course, is financial accounting, where the Office of the Auditor General will be an integral part of this process that we are talking about. Because the Auditor General's reports is not only focusing on the immediate past, but it also gives you a synopsis of the state of health or otherwise of the different government departments and key areas that has either been not attended to or that is not being reported on. We are unfortunately sitting in a situation where key parastatals as well as key government departments, their audited statements have not been approved by the Auditor General yet. So there is a contestation as far as content is concerned. And from our point of view, we will give all the necessary support to the Office of the Auditor General. It is an institution that plays a critical role to ensure that funds of the taxpayers are used correctly by the different entities, parastatals, and government departments. And we will support that office so that the work of committees can also be specific, clear, and when it comes up with recommendations, it's based on empirical evidence that is there. And that evidence is locked up in what the different departments and entities are doing on a daily basis. We can no longer afford, during this time where we have scarce resources, where you have fiscal challenges that are there, fiscal shrinkage, that funds go unaccounted for. So committees will have to pay specific attention to that, and they will have to move with speed, because this is a year that will quickly develop into an election year, where members will want to be out with their political parties to go and sell their messages of their parties. So we will have to move with speed to ensure that the committees do everything possible, not only to finalize their work, but to make key recommendations to the National Assembly and to the Council of Provinces to deal with remedial action.
Wonderful. Mr. Frolick, thank you very much for this insight shared. That's unfortunately where we have to leave it for now. Obviously, we know that you have to go and take your seat in the House as the proceedings are about to begin, but thank you very much for the insight shared. That was, of course, Mr. Cedric Frolick. He is the House Chairperson for Committees in the National Assembly, just talking to us about what to expect from the NA and, of course, the NCOP committees working together to ensure that they consolidate the work of the sixth dispensation. Do stay tuned. Let's take a look at this VT, which talks about unemployment, the current state of unemployment in the country. Stay tuned.
Our economy needs to grow much faster if we are to meaningfully reduce unemployment. And in terms of unemployment in our country is a structural form of challenge and problem, but we need to address it. In the State of the Nation address last year, we spoke of our intention to forge a comprehensive social compact that would join all social partners in a common program to rebuild our economy and to enable higher growth. But I must say tonight that we have not been able to conclude a comprehensive social compact in the time frame we had envisaged, because a number of new circumstances emerged that made it difficult for social partners to forge a consensus. But the good thing is, the social partners have expressed their intention. And I've been talking to them up till just yesterday. Both labor, business, and community, they have expressed a clear intention to conclude a social compact and have continued to work on a framework to enable joint action in key areas such as energy, transport, logistics, employment creation, and skills development. I have no reason to doubt the commitment that they have expressed to me. They have also identified a number of areas in terms of localization, social protection, crime and corruption. While we remain committed to forging a new consensus amongst all sectors of our society, we have also undertaken practical collaborations in specific areas. Let me say it is not like processes of consensus building have not been going on. They have. A number of other compacts have been concluded amongst our social partners. We see the commitment of all social partners in the compacts that have been forged to fight COVID-19 pandemic, undertake the largest vaccination program where we worked very closely with business and labor. We have seen it in initiatives like the Solidarity Fund that mobilize society, that mobilize citizen activism and funding to achieve common goals, and in partnership to end gender-based violence and femicide, and also to respond to the effects of climate change. We have seen the benefits of this approach to promote investment and to develop master plans in sectors of the economy such as automotives, clothing and textiles. Many of us will remember that clothing and textiles had almost been wiped out in our country. Social partners got together and decided that we've got to save our clothing and textile industry. We've seen them work together in poultry, in sugar, agriculture, and global business services. The master plans that have been concluded are supporting the revival of various sectors of our economy. They're also bringing about investment by the private sector and yielding new jobs and supporting livelihoods.
Welcome back, viewers. If you're just joining us, you are still watching Parliament TV on channel 408. We are literally minutes away from the State of the Nation Address debate, which is about to take place at the Cape Town City Hall, which is serving as the precinct, the parliamentary precinct for today's debate. Tembinkosi.
Sibo, yes, we are just under a minute away from the debate, but we've had quite interesting interviews this morning, having spoken to the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso,
yes,
who briefly spoke on the joint rules, as you'll be aware of what happened last week when during the president's delivery of when the president was disrupted in any way before he delivered the State of the Nation address. So he said the rules have been put in place. The rules have been put in place. They are there. It is the rules that guide these kinds of sitting, and the rules will be applied when the needs arises.
And absolutely. And of course, if we're just thinking about the role of the presiding officers have got a very important role to play to ensure that they enforce the rules and that they ensure that there is decorum in the House, to ensure that the President, of course, in this case, that the President is able to deliver his State of the Nation address. We know that at the moment that members are literally walking into the chamber, the bells are ringing as members are actually getting ready to take their seats, and those who are supposed to be debating are lining up to go and deliver their speeches in relation to the comments, the questions, and the feedback in relation to the President's speech as delivered, the State of the Nation address, which was delivered on Thursday last week.
And I'm sure it's going to be quite an interesting debate, having listened to members' reactions after the delivery of
Absolutely.
the State of the Nation address last week. But we know that it's those key priorities, which is the load shedding,
Yes.
unemployment, and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. But I think for now we're probably almost ready to go into the House. As you can see on the screen, some of the members of the African National Congress there. You can see Minerals Minister, Mr. Gweremantashe, chatting there with Mr. Frolic, as you had just spoken to him. I'm sure that you had also quite a few interesting issues to raise.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Frolic was actually just talking to us about how the approach that will be undertaken by both the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly in ensuring that they not only take into account the commitments that were made by the President in his 2023 State of the Nation address. They are also obviously going to be focusing on the 7 priorities. Within the ambit of the 7 priorities, all of the key announcements that were made by the President since 2019 to where we are right now. So critical year to consolidate for committees, and also he speaks about the data, the importance of using, data that is reliable and ensuring that they use information that speaks to the current development landscape in the country, and using that information in relation to commitments made to ensure that committees are able to do targeted and outcome-based oversight. As we can see that the members are still in the process of walking into the chamber, not quite having taken their seats yet. We can see there, Minister in the Presidency, a number of members who are obviously just moving in into the seating area to go and take their seats to get ready for this first day of the 2-day debate.
And Sibo, I had an opportunity to also speak to the House Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Joe Nyambi, who also just outlined the plans that the NCOP will embark on, having taken the cue from the President's State of the Nation address. We expect to see them in the next week or so, sitting for their strategic plans and then strategizing and planning for the year ahead. It's indicated that there might be 1 or 2 of their projects that they might need to carry into the 7th Parliament. But as you can see on your screen, members are getting seated, are getting ready for this debate that is scheduled to start any moment from now on. Absolutely. And we expect to hear quite a lot from, in particular, the position on the role of the Minister of Electricity, because that's one thing that they
really was very
last
topical.
week.
That was such a topical issue, with a lot of political parties indicating that they don't think it is a good decision to make. But of course, the President is coming with innovative ideas and is trying his best to ensure that he puts solutions on the table. So for those who are saying that, okay, well, maybe it is not the appropriate decision to take, we will probably hear from the political parties what their counter proposals are with regards to addressing the energy crisis in the country.
And as the President outlined clearly, outlined that, look, there is an action plan to deal with energy crisis. So. Yes. This announcement on the appointment of the Minister of Electricity is part of that action plan. You know, as you'd remember, he did provide a progress. A lot has been done, although a lot still needs to be done. But we hope to hear what will come out of today's debates.
And obviously we are poised to see to witness a very interesting first day of debates, especially with what happened last week. Those few disruptions before the President could actually deliver his address. So we can actually expect that there's going to be robust engagement from all 14 political parties that are represented in Parliament, as well as the special delegates that are coming through the NCOP list from the provincial legislatures as well, who will be participating in today's joint debate. There is, we can see the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Ms. Sylvia Lucas, who is also walking towards the seat.
I think now we can just go to the House and follow the proceedings there.
Please be seated.
Honorable members, all the honorable members, before we proceed with the debate of the State of the Nation address, I wish to remind all of us of Chapter 2A of the Joint Rules of Parliament, especially Part 1, which deals with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following. Rules 14B states that no member shall converse aloud. Rule 14C states that no member shall interrupt another member while speaking except to call attention to a point of order or a question of privilege. Rule 14E states that whenever the presiding officer addresses members during a debate, any member then speaking or seeking to speak shall resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer shall be heard without interruption. Rule 14G states that, quote, if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is in contempt of or is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber for the remainder of the sitting, close quote. The Secretary will now read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
No, thank you very much. Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address that was delivered at the joint sitting on the 9th of February 2023. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I will now proceed, honorable members, to call on the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to take the podium.
Thank you very much, House Chair of the NCOP, the Speaker, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, honorable members, distinguished guests from the gallery, Manene na Manene Kazi, fellow South Africans, we are our Secretary for Parliament, Utati Kava, Kanza fellow South Africans, Ngalentlazana ndiyabulisa. Good morning, Khuye More. Abusheni ngiyalotsha dumelang sanibonani molweni egameni lombutho wesizwe the African National Congress.
Yes, I'm sure we'll ask the table to look at the problem, but please proceed, Chief Whip. Yeah, the problem is being attended to.
Castellina ligama lami. lasecaweni.
Please proceed, Chief Whip.
Can I proceed? I've already greeted this August House. Egameni lombutho olilifa lesizwe. The ANC ndinqwenela uqala ngokwamkela nokuxhasa intetha ethe cha ebetyebileyo ebekwe ngumongameli wesizwe ngomhla wethoba kule ndlu. Abantu boMzantsi Afrika babeke kwintende yabo ubomi babo kumbutho wesizwe. Uxanduva lokukhokhela isizwe sonke nelizwe liphela okukona kungundoqo ukuthi njengombutho wesizwe phansi kwesikhokelo esiphume izandla sikamongameli into yokuba senze inguqu ezikhawulezileyo kwimiba yenhlalo noqoqosho kwimpilo zabantu bakowethu baphile ubomi obungcono kunobu ababuphilayo ngalomzuzu. The president also outlined commitments to taking decisive action, address challenges affecting the nation through placing the people's interest in the center of the process of change. I am moved by the memory of the towering icon of our struggle, Udalibunga Utata Umandela, Holshasha, who stood a few meters from here 33 years ago as a free citizen after spending 27 years in the Ekubanjweni kwakhe Upper Epauls Mona, Robben Island. It was a historic event that marked the turning point in the liberation struggle and South Africa's march to freedom and democracy. Sentenced to life imprisonment, his release breathed new life and hope into the nation that for decades echoed the struggle song, "We Shall Overcome." Today, it is that same spirit of hope and resilience that we are drawing upon the face of a myriad of challenges that confront us. We must remain true to that spirit of resilience, and each of us must do all in our power to work together to fight poverty and reduce inequality and corruption and address the energy crisis. We don't speak about poverty as it is in fashion, but we speak about poverty because it is politically correct to do so. We have lived that life and we are and it is us who have been motivated to persevere to greatness through poverty. Thina siyazana ke nendlala nenhlupheko yilonto ke isithundezayo into basisebenzele abantu bakowethu. The ANC has a mandate not to use this podium for cheap politicking, but to communicate the achievements of this government, working together with social partners to implement the commitments made in the previous State of the Nation address. The ANC speakers will address the nation and debunk the falsehood that some opposition parties and some media houses have been repeating, that this president and the government has not done anything for the past 4 years. They've been making empty promises. We acknowledge that the president or the national government alone cannot solve the myriad of challenges and problems that are affecting our country. The grandstanding and pontification we are about to witness here in the next 2 days by some parties, it will be a clear display of abuse and of serious debate for political campaigning. Asikhanyeli ukuba imicelimngeni ikhona. I-ANC ngalo lonke ixesha ihlala iba yeyokuqala ukuvuma ukuba zikhona iziwo ubuthathaka neziphene ezikwezinye zamaziko orhulumente. Kunjalo nje iyinhlaninge imizekelo yokufunquka kwezinga lokuphuncuka komqela owenziweyo ngurhulumente. Umzekelo obonakalayo ngulobo kuthethwa ngawo indlela abafundi abasebenze ngayo bekhokhelwa ngootitshala abazinikeleyo abafundisi ntsapho esibabulelayo. The ANC is not in denial about the state of the provision of basic services and infrastructure such as water, human settlement, transport, electricity, bridges, and bad road infrastructure. We need investment in new infrastructure projects and funding in maintenance. The national interest is our utmost priority, and the rule of law as a cornerstone of our constitutional democratic state must be maintained at all times. What is a people's parliament? It is important that we remind one another that in deepening accountability, Parliament provides oversight as the tribune of the people and is expected to promote the rule of law. Since seen here last Thursday by some parliamentarians heading to confront the President of the Republic of South Africa must be condemned, and the joint rules must take its course. These few parliamentarians are an embarrassment to the country and to the nation, because we are not a violent nation as South Africans. We know how to process our issues. Kwintetho yesizwe kwiveki ephelileyo umongameli usikhumbuzile sisonke apha okokuba abantu boMzantsi Afrika abanawo amandla nomonde womdudo wamasele, umbhodamu, umchocho nombhayizelo wamakhwenkwe esubone ugquba kule ndlu. Bafuna ukuba izenzo nezisombululo kuzo zonke izinto zorhulumente. A lot of hot air is going to be blown about the government declaration of a national state of disaster to respond to the electricity crisis and its effects. The critics of this approach miss the most important element of the intervention, namely the strong central coordination and decisive action needed to deal with the national crisis of energy. President and government is heeding to a call made by the citizens of South Africa that this government must add load shedding. This government must stabilize energy throughout by intervening. The comprehensive plan to attend to electricity challenges must be implemented, Honorable President, with immediate effect, with speed. We are awaiting for the Minister of Electricity to gallop on this matter. Dabayena ya electricity ki khomu ya mushade. Waihama umulatu, wailisha umulatu, kanti nifuna ndoni. Government has responsibility to cushion all citizens with incentivizing and subsidization of solar roof panels. Vandalism of infrastructure and stealing of cables is tantamount to sabotage and counter-revolution. These criminal acts must be dealt with ruthlessly. Injongo zokuba makuze nesisicwangciso into yoba abantu mabaphume kulo cimicimi nobumnyama ngoba busibuyisela emva kwezoqoqosho. There's an urgent need that faces the challenges of local government, which must be attended to by the national government through the review of the municipal fiscal model, including the division of revenue, in order to avail resources to meet the needs of the people in the sphere, prioritizing basic and fundamental needs of our people. Provincial and local governments, traditional leaders, religious fraternity, youth movement, the workers, the business sector, also must come on board as they did in the NETLAC framework when the nation responded to COVID-19. When we adopted the style of working, we were able to build new capabilities such as Fusion Center, whereby different law enforcement agencies work together to tackle crime and corruption. The Auditor General worked with government departments and entities to introduce real-time audits, and we want to really appreciate that. The Department of Employment and Labor created TERS to benefit scheme whereby the UIF paid benefits to workers through the bargaining council and employees. The Department of Social Development also able within weeks to roll out a new social grant to help the unemployed and cushion the indigent, thus laying foundation for the basic income grant that we had debated for decades. Our track record speaks for itself, but challenges, we do accept that they grow daily. These capabilities were built within a relative short time. They stand as a proof that South Africans have the capacity to unleash solutions for all our problems. What we need is leadership that is capable to inspire us and mobilize our energies towards same goals. Robust oversight by the parliamentary committees must be intensified to prevent the mismanagement of public funds. As the ANC, we have a rich history of struggle of mobilizing our people to move mountains. We did it in various moments to overcome oppressive system. There is nothing that can not be done now, as we have done with the past laws in 1952. We mobilized volunteers to collect aspirations of our people through the Freedom Charter of 1955. The Congress movement of our National Women's March in 1956, and we launched the UDF in 1983. Given all these, we are going to draw our experience to mobilize all South Africans to partner with government to solve the problems, not to leave anyone behind. We feel the pain of our people who are experiencing the skyrocketing cost of living, and we call on our own government to expand the safety net for poor and working class. We also call on the business sector to not to raise prices of basic foodstuff, keep prices as low as possible. We feel the pain of the women and girl children, in particular, who are daily victims of gender-based violence and femicide. We congratulate the police, the prosecutors, who make sure that violent crimes are put behind, violent criminals are put behind the bars. Our task as the citizens of South Africa is to heal the horrific condition of society by working together. We pay special tribute and condolences to the artists who died in the line of entertainment. DJ somebody, Mpinsha, aka the member of the South African National Defence Force, who was part of the keeping force in DRC, Sergeant Mabena, and all other heroes and heroines. To government of the people of Turkey and Syria, after a terrible earthquake, we took off more than 37,000 to date. To our 4 provinces that are experiencing floods at the moment, we're happy that a declaration has been done. We know the prevalence of young people in our population on ongoing challenges of youth unemployment in our country. We call on government to play an active leading role by revival of the presidential working group. Allow me to invoke the profound words of our iconic writer, the late Professor Eskael Mphahlele, whose centenary we celebrate this year. I quote, "Everybody who is willing to work and has a nation-building vision, rather than aspirations for a sectoral power base, should be allowed to come forward and contribute ideas, and hence," I close quote. Let us take the heed of the President Ramaphosa's wise words in Sona 2023 address that, I quote, "To build such a society, to overcome the great difficulties of the moment, we need to work together, we need to stay the course and intensify our collective efforts to grow South Africa. No one must be left behind." Thank you very much. Danko.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Pema Chodina. Honorable members, just for you to know that the matter of the ECON is being attended to, so please be patient. The issue is being addressed. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Honourable Speaker, Mr. President and fellow South Africans. In January 2019, a select group of business executives were invited to a dinner on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. At that dinner, the host stood up and described the term in office of South Africa's former President Jacob Zuma as 9 wasted years. And influential people who attended that dinner said that they were impressed with the forthrightness of the comment. According to one attendee, and I quote, "It made me think about how the country had been run in the last years. We lost some of the gains that we had," end quote. And who was the speaker at that dinner? It was none other than President Cyril Ramaphosa talking about the administration of his ANC predecessor. As we look back now on that early period of the Ramaphosa presidency, through the lens of this year's State of the Nation address, we arrive at one inescapable conclusion: that you, Mr. President, are somehow guilty of something even worse than the thing that you once accused Zuma of. For if President Zuma presided over 9 wasted years, you, sir, have presided over 5 disastrous years. If you thought that we lost some gains under Zuma, then under this administration, we have gained only losses. To quote one of the ANC's favorite thinkers, Karl Marx, history repeats itself, first as tragedy and then as farce. And that is exactly what you have wrought on South Africa, Mr. President. What happened under Zuma was a tragedy, but what has happened under your watch is a farce. The new dawn was a false dawn. Ramaphosa was a delusion. Your supposed commitment to sweeping economic reform was hollow. Unemployment has skyrocketed from 36% to 43% since Mr. Ramaphosa became president. Murder has increased by 20% over the same period, with 70 people killed in our country every single day. And as we all know, the rolling blackouts have now become a daily feature of permanent life under the Ramaphosa era. In fact, when he became president in 2018, South Africa spent a total of 6 days under load shedding. We thought back then that we had hit rock bottom. Since then, it has gone up every single year. First to 22 days, then to 35 days, then to 48 days, and last year it grew to 157 days. Sadly, it looks like 2023 is going to smash all these despicable records. Already this year, we've had over 1,000 hours of consecutive load shedding and counting. Mr. President, you may not have realized it, but this year's Sona was actually your last chance to lead the country onto a fundamentally different and better path. Last Thursday, you spoke to a nation that had arrived on the banks of a great river. On this side of the river, behind us, lay the treacherous road we have walked for the past 3 decades under the ANC. This is the socialist approach that the party embarked upon in 1997, when they formally adopted the policy of cadre deployment in order to, and I quote, control every lever of the state, unquote. His party believes that if the state controls the economy, it will be better than the people controlling the economy through open markets. They believe that the best way to deliver affordable, reliable energy supply for the nation is for the ANC to keep full control of South Africa's energy production. They believe that the best way to provide affordable rail transport for the nation is to keep full control of the railways with the ANC. They believe that the best way to manage a pandemic is to centralize all control in a national command center for them to decide who must be locked down and who mustn't, who can work and who cannot. And that is why this road is marked by stage 6 load shedding that reaches into the homes of every single South African every single day. It's marked by failing public services, by hospitals that cannot treat the sick, by trains that cannot run, and by a police service that can no longer keep us safe. These are no longer warnings about what will happen under the ANC's failed approach of centralized state control. This is now the daily reality of life in South Africa. Yet, as we stood on that riverbank last Thursday, we could look across to the other side. We saw a road extending to a fundamentally different and better future. But to get there, to turn our backs on decades of failed ANC policies, we first had to cross that great river, knowing that if we ever did get to the other side, the rushing torrent would ensure that we never, ever went backwards. On Thursday, a courageous leader who really cared about this nation would have had the head and the heart to admit that his party is wrong, that it is time to cross the Rubicon and embrace the opposite of socialism, which is power to the people. Now, make no mistake about it, South Africa was ready to cross that river. The men and women of this country are tired to their very core of the abuse that this ANC government has put them through. On last Thursday, we looked to you, sir, our president. We asked you to show us the way across the river, to unleash the power of the market to solve our electricity crisis, to get the incapable state out of the way of the incredible resourcefulness and creativity of the South African people, to put us on the road to socio-economic freedom that all of the world's prosperous nations have traveled. Because we don't want to rely on being resilient, we want to rely on being resourceful. We don't want to rely on meager social grants, we want to rely on our own jobs and businesses. We don't want to rely on your cadres, we want to rely on ourselves. And what did our leader do on that riverbank with the fate of our nation at stake? President Cyril Ramaphosa could not cross the Rubicon. Even as our nation pleaded for him to do the right thing and to take us onto this hopeful new path on the other side of the great Rubicon River, he couldn't take his eyes off the rapids. Even as the people of South Africa raised their voice in unison and frustration, all he could do was stare, terrified at the challenge. Instead of leading us across the Rubicon at the Sona of this year, Mr. Ramaphosa told us to turn around, to stay on this side of the riverbank, to double down on the same failed policies and the ANC approach of state control that has landed us in this terrible mess. Too weak, too indecisive, and too cowardly to take on the cadres, the compromised, and the vested interests in the political party that he leads. He turned his back on the Rubicon, he turned his back on us, and he turned his back on the only pathway that can save this country. Instead of getting the state out of the way of private electricity generation, he gave sweeping powers to the very same minister who abused those powers during the COVID crisis last year. Instead of deregulating and unleashing private sector electricity generation, he has centralized even more power in his super presidency. Instead of privatizing failed state-owned enterprises, he's created a massive new state-owned enterprise to provide fresh looting opportunities for the cadres. Instead of removing incompetent ministers of energy and public enterprises who block reform, he added yet another ministry to his already bloated cabinet. Mark this, by once again expanding and rather than shrinking the role of the state, the president has all but guaranteed that load shedding and all the other terrible crises visited on the people of South Africa by his government will only get worse. But a curious thing also happened last Thursday after the Sona. Mr. Ramaphosa clearly believed that the people would simply follow him as he told us to turn back away from the Rubicon. He took for granted that people would just oblige and follow him back down the road to decay and decline. He has gravely miscalculated. Instead of following him, the people have stayed put, their eyes firmly transfixed on the promise of prosperity and hope on the opposite shore. The response to President Ramaphosa's Sona makes it clear that he has placed the party political interests of his own dying party ahead of the interests of the people of South Africa one too many times. By cowering from the Rubicon, he has lost the support of the country. And last Thursday will forever be remembered as the day that history overtook President Ramaphosa. By failing to listen to the cries of the people and doubling down on the failed ideologies that caused the suffering, the government has deserted us. But that does not mean that we can't still cross this great river. Yes, Tumamina was an empty slogan. Yes, the New Dawn was a cruel mirage. And yes, Palapala showed us who he really is. And yes, we too wonder, as he said, why he is still doing the job. Gave us the real impression that this job is nothing but a side hustle for him. Because it is now quite clear that President Ramaphosa has failed. But you know what? Thanks to our democracy, we are never wholly dependent on one person. Our democracy offers us the way across the Rubicon. But there is a catch. Because now that the president has failed to lead us, we have to build a bridge across those raging waters ourselves at the next national elections. During his speech, the president claimed that we are defined by platitudes like hope and resilience. Wrong, Mr. President. We are a nation that should be defined by our commitment to a constitutional democracy, because it is democracy that offers us a way out when all leaders have to offer is empty and hollow platitudes. And it's precisely for moments like this, when the leader fails his nation, that we have a democracy. We want to get this country onto a better path before load shedding and the terrible policies in decline make it impossible to recover. It's time to use our democracy. And let there be no doubt, there is only one party that offers our country a realistic way across the Rubicon and onto a better path. While ANC-run municipalities collapse, there's only one party that is systematically fixing municipalities like Midvaal in Gauteng, Umgeni in KwaZulu-Natal, and Koga in the Eastern Cape. As cadre deployment and corruption rips apart the very fabric of the state, there's only one party that runs a clean and competent government in the Western Cape. And as power cuts get worse by the day, there is only one party working day and night in the province and the city to shield people from load shedding. That is why Cape Town became the first government in the country to start buying electricity directly from the open market, and with hundreds of megawatts of power still to come. That party, and the only party to save South Africa, is the Democratic Alliance. And so today, I stand before the people of our country not to offer you more idealistic dreams, bullet trains, smart cities, and empty talk of hope. We tried the idealism of the New Dawn. It was a false dawn. So now we must try pragmatism. For that is what the DA offers our country. A credible, pragmatic, realistic set of solutions that will get our country working again and get us across that Rubicon once and for all. Where the ANC offers more of the same by assigning more power over our lives to the incapable state, the DA offers to give power back to the people where it belongs. Rather than seeking to control all the levers of power, the DA stands for something different, for liberal democracy, where power and economic decisions are decentralized into the hands of the people where it belongs. Accountability, non-racialism, commitment to the rule of law, and an inclusive social market economy that embraces the private and public sectors as partners, with zero tolerance for corruption. It is these timeless principles that have helped us turn around those municipalities and get this government in the Western Cape onto the path where it is now the best-run provincial administration in the country. And by voting DA in 2024, we can bring this to bear at a national level. And let's be clear, the DA is the only game in town, because anybody who seriously wants to cross that Rubicon must understand the binary. The latest polling shows that we are just 10 percentage points behind the ANC. They've dropped to 37%, we're on 27%, and we are closing that gap. Support for them has crashed. And no matter how anyone spins it, our country faces a binary. Next year, a national government will either be an ANC-led coalition or it'll be a DA-led coalition. We will either have a yellow coalition trapped on the wrong side of that riverbank, suffering misery and poverty, or we will have a blue coalition led by the DA that leads us across the Rubicon towards a better and brighter future. Honourable Speaker, the people of South Africa know what needs to be done to fix the country. They are ready to embrace private electricity generation, to privatise failed state-owned enterprises, to replace the terrible race-based policies that only empower the connected elite with non-racial policies that are targeted towards lifting poor people out of poverty and into opportunity. The people of our country are ready to cross the Rubicon. And the good news is we can still do it. We're just going to have to do it without President Ramaphosa. By uniting behind the DA next year, we can cross that Rubicon. We can leave behind the corrupt state-led paradigm for good. And South Africa, on the other side of the Rubicon, awaits a new country, where load shedding and corruption are a thing of the past, where quality education and healthcare are available to all, where millions of people can move out of poverty and into opportunity, and where all of us feel safe. And the truth is, the ANC is not going to lead us to that future. They are the past. The challenges we face are large, and yes, tough battles lie ahead of us. But outside this city hall and across the length and breadth of South Africa, there are millions of ordinary, hard-working citizens who are desperate for change. In the face of growing hardship inflicted by the government, these are the people who still get up every day to try and build a better life for them and their families. These are the people that we have alongside us. Together we can build a land of prosperity and opportunity, but we're going to need a government that's working for us, not against us. And the only way we can get there is by using our democracy next year to elect a DA government. A government with the courage to do what President Ramaphosa couldn't, and cross that Rubicon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed. To the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, President of the Republic, His Excellency Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Mabuza, colleagues in the executive and members of parliament, members of our provinces, members of the media, the people of South Africa. I guess the biggest challenge we are going to be confronted with, like one would have tried to say it last year, the difference again between facts and ideas. Where we are sitting, DA believes that ANC is obsessed with government control, where everything is done by government. It's only when you ignore facts to be able to think along that path. Already as we work now, for the first time, ESCOM, electricity supply in South Africa, the intervention program diversifies the various sources of energy. the fact that we have lifted the ceiling for private sector to generate capacity, that cannot be an obsession with the control of government. As we speak now, we are ensuring that there is a move to secure energy on emergency basis. Where we are sitting, as we speak now, there is, under the leadership of this president, acceleration of procurement of energy from renewables, from battery storage, using the battery storage, at the same time accessing gas. This is a diversified access to energy. Now, two, again to deal with facts. For anyone to believe what DA says, you must have not been able to see the intervention of the Vulindlela program that deals with economic reforms. And the intention of that program, already on the move, is to ensure that there's water availability. And also the president said here, we have reduced number of years for water license from multiple years to 90 days, so that private sector that applies for water license is able to access that license. Again, for you to say this government is obsessed with control of government, you must actually ignore those facts. Our program is clear with regard to interventions to unlock and deal with regulatory cost in as far as SMMEs are concerned. SMMEs, in the manner they are not ANC. It's a small, medium enterprise. These are small, medium enterprise. This is private sector. Those structures, Honorable Stacey, are not ANC. So that intervention, led by Sipho Nkosi, working together with the Department of Small Business, is unlocking the path for small business to participate. That cannot be viewed as ANC unless you are obsessed with the denial of facts. Again, an ANC government is a transformative government. If you want to say where DA leads, you've consciously said nothing about the state of Tshwane. You've consciously said nothing about the state of Johannesburg. You've consciously said nothing about the fact that one of your mayors have dropped the ball in the street because of no less than 100 billion unauthorized expenditure. That is a DA mayor. Again, when you say DA does well, it's because you're obsessed in a very blindfolded way with this metro, which has passed the test of racial exclusion. All black townships here in this metro, services are in a dire state. You go to Khayelitsha, you go to Philippi, you go to Guguletu. I have been in those townships, Honorable Stacey. The police stations are in a dire state. Everything, right? The point that I'm making to you is that Western Cape is a test of resilience of racial exclusion. You have not run, when you go to Joburg and you do juxtaposition, you do a contrast. When Joburg was run by the African National Congress, look at the financial ratios. You will never pass the test of financial management as the time Pakstow was running Joburg. You can go to Tshwane when Tshwane was run by Sputa Ramkhupa. You look at the financial ratios, you look at the focus, you look at the transformative program. There can be no comparison. You know what? It's because you deny facts, right? Fortunately, in 2024, our people are very clear about facts. They know that DA's future is based on a racially exclusive South Africa. However, having said that, now they know that in dealing with Eskom, as we sit here, there's a focus on six power stations, power stations. Resources and people are being deployed to make sure that those power stations, which have been found to be the main contributors to the load shedding, are attended to. As we speak now, there's a clear plan to reduce the debt burden on Eskom, to make sure that Eskom is able to release resources to improve on maintenance and ensure that transmission lines, those are facts. So, I think your fear, Mr. Honorable Stazen, if you look at the facts previously, look at the facts, where there's a survey about respect and trust of leaders, you don't feature in the same space with our president. Those are facts. They are not done by me. It's not my research. It's not my research. And this year's State of the Nation address by the president is historic in many ways. It signals many rays of possibilities and an imminent end to a rather devastating period, which was ushered in by COVID-19 catastrophic floods, serious case of corruption and maladministration that were laid bare at the State Capture Commission and an energy crisis. Indeed, as the president indicated, we have seen the resilience of South Africans and are constantly inspired by our belief that tomorrow will be better. As a result, we are witnessing the resurgence of the economy with our growth figures of third quarter 2022. Economy grew 2 quarters last year. Economy grew no less than 2 times from the labor survey. Net jobs, no less than 648,000. First labor survey, no less than 200,000. Those are facts. The declaration of the national state of disaster will assist in speedy resolution of energy supply, whilst minimizing its impact and contributing immensely in the rebuilding process. What are we doing here? As we deal with the causes of shortage of power and load shedding, at the same time, disaster seeks to intervene to make sure that we are at a pace and actually are able to prevail over the damage that load shedding is causing, at the same time deal with the impact. That's what the state of disaster is about. The sixth administration is in its penultimate year. In 2024, we'll go back to South Africans to seek a renewed mandate based on facts, and we are confident we will receive it because we are a government that is committed to improving the lives of each and every South African. That is based on facts, because we are a government that leaves no one behind. No one behind. We leave no Philippi behind. We leave no Guguletu behind. We leave no Black Township behind. We have placed public accountability at the center of building an ethical and a capable developmental state as set out in the NCOP Vision 2030. To advance accountability, the president has appointed various commissions to deal with corruption. That is the river you cannot cross with us. The river that this president is leading us to cross is the river where fraudsters will not be allowed on the other side of the river. To restore public trust and to restore the credibility of the key institutions. Arrests have been demonstrated. Kingpins have appeared before court. As we speak now, multi-party discipline in Eskom has arrested no less than 43 people. The Commission of Inquiry into Tax Administration and Governance at South African Revenue Service resulted in an overhaul of SARS and it being turned into one of the most efficient and well-performing public entities in this country. I know, Honorable Stazen, you cannot speak about the state of SARS because to speak about the state of SARS, you must commend this government. The only way you can live, you can make sense, you must ignore those facts. Last year, SARS broke revenue collection records, collecting over 1.2 trillion in revenues after rescue under the leadership of this president. The Commission of Inquiry into Public Investment Corporation highlighted widespread abuses and governance failures at the PIC, and ongoing reforms are rebuilding in the institution. The National Prosecution Authority's investigating directorate has already begun preparing for trial cases emanating from the Commission of Inquiry into state capture, and last year several arrests were made. The IT has enrolled 32 matters involving 187 accused persons. 6 new matters involving 22 accused have been enrolled since the President tabled his response to the State Capture Commission in October. The Presidency continues to work closely with the Special Investigation Unit to improve the monitoring and coordination of referrals arising from the SIU investigation. These SIU interventions are bearing fruit, with some of the looted money being returned by multinationals and others. SIU investigations to COVID-19 procurement proclamation R2012-2020 has to date resulted in 456 referrals to accounting officers for disciplinary actions. 63 officials have been found guilty. 476 referrals have been made to appear before the NPA for possible criminal investigation. Indeed, we will cross the river based on facts under the leadership of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Malema. But honorable members, please note the following. Please note the following, that when Honorable Malema exceeds his 20 minutes, he will take from Honorable Mente's time, which is 12 minutes, and the table will keep us informed as it proceeds.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of the EFF and present here the officials.
Yes, honorable member, just a minute, Honorable Malema. Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Speaker, on a point of order, I'm rising to find out what is Honorable Malema going to debate. He was not part of the Sona. There's nothing for him to debate. He must sit down.
No, unfortunately, Honorable member, that's not the point of order. Please proceed, Honorable Malema.
I have no time for boys. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of the EFF present here, the officials, commissars from the CCT, PCT, RCT, and BCT members, the ground forces of the uncompromising movement watching from all over the country and the continent, including the African diaspora, importantly, the people of South Africa. We also acknowledge the leadership of the opposition parties present here in Parliament. Under normal circumstances, we're supposed to acknowledge a president and a speaker of parliament. But for a very long time now, and particularly after the revelations of crimes in Palapala, we can boldly state that the South Africa does not have head of state and president. The one who was here, there before, has renounced his constitutional privilege to continue as President of the Republic of South Africa. South Africa's constitution obliges anyone who is elected as a president to uphold, respect, and defend the constitution, and we can say boldly here that Mr. Ramaphosa has failed to uphold, respect, and defend the constitution. The misconduct of the Speaker on the 9th of February 2023 has also disqualified her as a legitimate Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker referred to members of this House as animals and violated the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly when she allowed the police to invade Parliament and made it worse by calling on the security forces of South Africa to enter the chambers to intimidate peaceful members of Parliament who had their hands up, holding placards to protest against the sole director of Ntaba Nyoni Estate Pty Ltd, the company that owns Palapala Farm in Limpopo and unlawfully engaged in trade through currencies that cannot be used in South Africa. As a result, we have already submitted a motion of no confidence against Mrs. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, and we officially withdraw our honor we previously showed her. We also apologize for having showed her the honor when she evidently does not respect Parliament, does not respect the laws of this country, and can do everything to stay in office. Under no circumstances should a democratic Parliament be harassed and intimidated by the state security forces. The Constitutional Court has ruled that the police must stay away from lawmakers. It is the responsibility of the Speaker of Parliament to make sure that members of Parliament execute their responsibility without any fear or intimidation. But once you usher in police inside the chambers, you are effectively saying and allowing the tyrant to intimidate and even possibly prosecute those who disagree with the tyrant. The police must never be allowed inside the chamber because that is where the executive is held accountable. And those who are in power, if they do not have answers, may be tempted to use the security forces to intimidate those who are holding them accountable. I've known the president of the ANC longer than many of you, and he has known me when I was very young. Under no circumstances will he ever be threatened by me, or can he feel that his life is under threat because Julius is next to him. I've been next to him before. Many of you joined the ANC, including the second Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. So there is no need for you to behave like you can protect him against the people who sit with him in the chamber, and he does so without even having bodyguards, without being intimidated. The president himself said when he was playing golf the following day that he never felt intimidated, neither was he scared when he was in this parliament. So who are you saying? What are you saying? The people who use your own stomachs to think. The president has put you under the bus, those who said the president was under threat. He said himself was never under threat, neither was he intimidated. So what were the police doing here? They were here because the speaker has lost total control of this parliament, and that's why she must step down. We take this opportunity to pay tribute to fearless ground forces and volunteers who gathered 10 years ago in Uncle Tom's Hall and said economic freedom in our lifetime. The organization that you started 10 years ago is a force to be reckoned with and a fighting instrument in the hands of the people. Despite the fact that you, as ground forces of the EFF, defined the EFF to be, amongst other things, a protest movement, you also said we are a government in waiting. As we are talking here today, we are a government in the city of Johannesburg, where the EFF was founded. And the EFF is responsible for public safety and healthcare and social development. We can assure the people of Johannesburg that the crime in the economic capital of South Africa will go down, and our communities will receive better primary health care, which will be premised on massive public education on health care and health matters. Public safety is what we are going to ensure. We will demonstrate to the people of Johannesburg that we will reduce the levels of contact crime, murder, robberies, car hijackings, assault with intention to do grievous bodily harm in all crime spots of Johannesburg, particularly Hillbrow, GP, Central Johannesburg, Orange Farm, Alexander, Ivory Park, Honeydew, and Midrand. We will not tolerate criminals anywhere in the city of Johannesburg. Our energy services must
a minute,
understand
Honorable
what
Malema,
emergency...
just a minute. I see your hand is up, Honorable Member. Can I find out on what point are you rising?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm rising on 14P. The honorable member on the podium have taken this very same house, have litigated the very same house, who have been schooled by him that the president have taken... No, you can howl. We have been schooled by that one. Listen, we have been schooled by that one. He told us that the president have taken parliament to court. Therefore, president cannot address this house. The very same thing have done it. He does not have any standing to address this house. He is a delinquent. He disrupts the house. Therefore, he must also not be allowed to address the house chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. But that's not a point of order, unfortunately. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
There is a difference between addressing and debating. Very thin line. I'm not addressing, I'm debating. We can assure the people of Johannesburg.
Honorable Malema, I see there's another hand. Please sit for a minute. Honorable Member, please start off by indicating on what point of order are you rising? On what point are you rising? On what point?
Chair, I'm raising on a point of order, quoting Article 14P, on the use of offensive languages by Honorable Mahormeja Malema, who undermined the president and undermined the House by using offensive languages the last time. Now, before Mahormeja continues to address, Mahormeja must first apologize to the parliament, or he must not address, because we can't be addressed by Mahormeja, who undermines this parliament.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, can I really make a plea that when we rise on a point of order, it should really be a point of order. I'm not going to really allow any other person to make a speech in the pretext of raising a point of order. Please desist from doing so. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much. The health and social development, the primary principle and approach of the EFF to healthcare is based on primary healthcare and accessibility of clinics for 24 hours. Each and every ward in the city of Johannesburg must have a healthcare facility, whether it is a hospital, clinic, poly or mobile clinic. What primary healthcare means is that our nurses and departments of health as a whole must not wait for patients to come to them only when they are terminally ill and require expensive and sophisticated healthcare operations. Primary healthcare means that the Department of Health must perpetually and permanently raise awareness and conduct massive public education of essential preventative health issues confronting our communities. Our health department will work with schools, community forums, and community-based organizations to publicly educate our people on preventative healthcare measures. We will make sure that all the acting positions, both in public safety and in health and social development in Johannesburg, are filled so that we can give our people a proper service. The EFF remains the only dependable and reliable weapon for the total liberation of the working class and Africans here in South Africa, the African continent, and the African diaspora. Throughout the year, we'll be celebrating the 10 years existence of the EFF and preparing for a journey ahead. We take this opportunity to say to the people of South Africa, what you are listening to is not a real state of the nation, it's a hearsay. Our country is in the middle of several man-made crises. The man who's currently at the center of South Africa's crisis is a full-time businessman animals trader, possibly a puppet of both the domestic and global capitalist interest, who has said that the job of president for him is a part-time job, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Let us start from the bottom. Despite many promises of universal access to early childhood development, millions of particularly black children in villages and townships have no access to early childhood development. What this means is that children of white people are born with strategic advantage and privilege over black children because white people's children start education before even turn 2 years old, while black children are only given access to education at the age of 5 and 6. And even when they go to school, these schools do not have the advanced technologies and teaching support system available for white children. This year will mark exactly 29 years since the first inclusive elections, yet we still have primary and secondary schools that use pit toilets, and we still have schools without electricity, without water, without access to basic necessities. The reality is that public education in South Africa has collapsed and has opened space for extremely expensive private schools which majority of our people cannot afford and cannot reach. In the year 2022, almost 1 million students wrote their senior certificate examination, matric, and yet there are less than 200,000 spaces available in universities of technology and universities because no one amongst those who are in government planned for the future of these students. In actual fact, there's been more than 4 million applications into institutions of higher learning when the spaces available are less than 200,000. Despite the former president of the ANC announcing fee-free higher education in 2019, there's still no free decolonized education in South Africa. Academically deserving yet poor students are being turned away from institutions of higher learning because of lack of money. Those who protest against fees are being shot and killed with no consequences, like Fighter Madonsela was killed at the Durban University of Technology. There is still a shortage of more than 500,000 beds for students at TVET colleges, University of Technology and universities, and without decent and safe accommodations, students are subjected to high levels of crime, abuse, and often taken advantage of by different people. The South African government has neglected its obligation to create a safe and conducive teaching and learning environment for students. Those who sacrifice and go through endurance of finishing their students are often thrown into a very large section of the unemployment in South Africa. More than 12 million capable South Africans who are looking for jobs, including those who are discouraged, cannot find jobs anywhere because there is no meaningful program to create jobs for young people. Unemployment in South Africa is too high, and as if that is not enough, the South African Post Office has announced that it will be worsening the crisis of unemployment through retrenchment of more than 6,000 workers. The fact is that South Africa currently has close to 20 million people who are dependent on social grant, and it's not a cause for celebration, particularly when viewed from the fact that even these social grants do not eliminate poverty. There is absolutely no child and definitely no adult who can survive and thrive with 350 or 450 per month, whereas in a country with rising costs of living. Not even the dogs of the presiding president survives on 450 per month. The form of social assistance provided by government since 1994 has not been impactful in reducing poverty because the current government is incapable of creating jobs and taking our people out of poverty. Landlessness is still the biggest challenge confronting our people, and our attempts as the EFF to resolve the land question was undermined by the puppets of neocolonialism and imperialism. We are here today with still working under a constitution that protects the rights of stolen property because the land in the ownership and control of colonial settlers and their descendants is stolen land, and no amount of lies will hide the fact that settlers are in possession of stolen goods. In the middle of joblessness, and many crises that define South Africa, we have high levels of crime which are perpetuated by the fact that we have an incapable and unwilling police minister who has always shown up after the crimes and only pose for cameras. This leader has demonstrated that he has got nothing to offer except to project himself as a modern-day model. He is indeed a certified fool without any alternative to reducing crime in South Africa. We said before that the current leadership of the police is incapable, and we are firmly called for the removal of some of these imposters, and our cries fell on deaf ears.
Let's see the point of order, listen to the point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The member in the podium has used an offensive language by referring to the minister as an FOON. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malema.
He didn't quote the rule. He didn't quote the rule, Chair.
No, never mind the quoting. The point is that
I can't hear you, Chair. Switch on. They wrote for you. Switch on.
Honorable, please behave.
I can't hear.
Please behave.
But I said I can't hear.
Please behave.
I can't hear.
Now, Honorable Malema, I'm calling upon you to withdraw the use of an offensive word, and that word is fool.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you
We
very
have
much.
on several occasions called on the President to release the clever minister who has always shown up for cameras all the time there is a crime scene with an intention of arresting wrong people and mess up the crime scene and mess up the case. Today we speak, crime has gone very high in South Africa in all respect. We don't even want to talk about GBV. We don't want to talk about cash in transit haste. We don't want to talk about contact crime because the leadership of the police is in cahoots with the criminals. The only way we can be defeated in dealing with crime is only when the leadership of the police is working with criminals. The leadership of the police works with drug lords. The leadership of the police works with Nkabis. The leadership of the police is in the payroll of hitmen and women of this country. The leadership of the police actually planned the assassination of our deputy president, a matter that we brought to the attention of the president, that the minister was involved in the plot of killing the deputy president of the EFF. This is a matter that has been reported and has been confirmed.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Honorable Khatebe, on what point are you rising?
Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The member has cast aspersions on the minister without substantiating the fact.
Yes.
No, Rule 12 is very clear. Rule 12, Chair, is very clear that the rules of the NA applies in the joint sitting when the member of the NA is on the platform. So the member violated Rule 85 of the rules of NA. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malema, I'm sure by now you know that if you are to make an allegation such as the one that we have made now, you need to have a substantive motion put in front of the House so that the matter can be thoroughly debated, considered and debated. So I'm asking you again to withdraw.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you very much.
When the daughter of our former Secretary General was killed, it is the police of South Africa who went to the suspects and said to the suspect, put the name of Floyd Shivambo, that you worked with Floyd Shivambo to assassinate.
Honorable Malema, just a minute. Honorable member, on what point are you rising?
Thank you so much, House Chair. I'm rising on a point of privilege. House Chair, I want to address you and ask you a question on privilege. And the question is that the rule says when a member is kicked out of the House for the duration of the debate, that member may not continue in the same debate. Now the Sona has resuming, has not adjourned. Now the same member was kicked out of the sitting in the same debate. So I want to ask you, you can come back later and make a ruling around it. The question is that, is the member per the rules allowed to continue and participate in the debate when he was moved out of the debate? Thank you.
Unfortunately, Honourable Member, that rule is not applicable. So the member has the right to participate in the proceedings. But issues such as the ones that you are raising can be pursued in the Joint Rules Committee and in other related parliamentary structures. Thank you very much. Please, Honourable Malema, please proceed.
Thank you very much. The Deputy President of the EFF has been targeted by the leadership of the police, which was willing to connive with suspects and persuaded the suspects to put the name of the Deputy President of the EFF in the murder of our former Secretary General's daughter. When they refused after being beaten, money has been offered to them to implicate the Deputy President of the EFF in the murder of our own daughter. Why do they do this? It is only known to them. But I'm using this example to demonstrate to you that the leadership of the police is working with criminals. And for as long as the leadership of the police is working with criminals, we will never defeat crime in this country. It is the responsibility of the so-called president to remove Honorable Bekele with immediate effect, because he has failed the people of South Africa. What happened to our artist, DJ Somebody, AKA, will never get to know, because the police and higher echelons of the police are in cahoots with the criminal syndicate. We cannot fight crime well led by criminals. We must first get rid of criminals in order to defeat crime. May AKA's soul rest in peace and haunt all of these people who have made it so difficult for him to live long.
Honourable Malema, don't you really think that it should be all the members, all the honourable members, all the honourable members. Now, Honourable Members, don't you think it would be advisable that when you have to make such serious allegations, we stick to what the rules of Parliament provide for? In other words, that you come here with a motion and the motion gets debated, so that indeed all the issues that you are related get considered and engaged by members of Parliament.
Chair, I'm debating. When we stand up during the president's speech, we are told you raise that point in debate. When we raise the point in debate, something else is being said. It means we'll never contribute in this house. I'm not saying anything against anyone. I'm just telling you the fact that we ought to fight criminality in the police. And if the shoe fit, wear it, because it's the truth. Now you have established Minister of Electricity. We hope to see Minister of Trains. We hope to see Minister of Flights. We hope to see Minister of Dinan. We hope to see Minister of Potholes. We hope to see Minister of GBV. Because the reality is that, Mr. President, nothing is working under you. You are a man on top and doing nothing. And that is very irresponsible of a man to be on top and do nothing. The reality of the situation is that you went against the advice we gave you when you started as a president, that listen to your own organization. Your own organization has now said, put the ESCOM under energy. What did you do? You went to a separate kitchen cabinet and created a Ministry of Electricity, which doesn't derive from the resolutions of your own organization. A clear confirmation that there is a kitchen cabinet that exists in Stellenbosch and that dictates the direction this country must take. If you agree that ESCOM has failed to discharge its responsibility, ESCOM has always had a minister, and that is a minister of public enterprise. And if we need a separate minister, it means that minister has failed. Why are you so scared to remove an incompetent minister who has failed and collapsed everything in the state-owned, under state-owned enterprise? It can't be, even if you are friends, you ought to have an honest discussion amongst yourself and say, my brother, there is nothing I can do anymore. I need someone capable to come and rescue Dinel, to come and rescue Transnet, to come and rescue SAA, because ESCOM and the rest have collapsed under Honorable Pravin Gordhan. I don't know le Musabani or Honorable Pravin Gordhan. I don't know if he's got a list of impimpis or sellouts of during apartheid, the way you are so scared of him. But he knows and his cohorts that some of us are not scared of him. They've tried it before and we defeated them and will defeat them again. Fellow South Africans, nothing is working in this country. You were promised all manner of things. When President Zuma was removed, things are worse. Things will get worse because the president said that this electricity crisis is not going to be resolved in the nearest future, at least for 2 years. When he says 2 years, he means 5 years, or even more than that. It is up to you, South Africa, if you want to declare that enough is enough. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we remove this puppet government from power. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we demand the resignation of Mr. Ramaphosa. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we demand the stopping of crime. We demand that the money launderer must be removed from office. We demand that crime in South Africa must be something of the past. If you want employment and you are sitting at home in darkness without a hope, your future is in the EFF. Join the shutdown on the 20th of March when we bring South Africa to a standstill. Only cowards who are in the pockets of capital will be scared to come to the streets on the 20th of March. We tried here in Parliament. They used their majority to defend criminality. We tried in the court. They used the judiciary to defend their criminality. We are left with no option. The streets are calling our names. The picket lines are calling our names. And all South Africans, we look forward to seeing you on the 20th of March, 2023. Only the fearless will be on the streets and holding this puppet government accountable. We are not scared. Only Amagwala will go and beg the president that he must not resign. But all those who know that the president did nothing for this country, including himself, will encourage him to resign, because the president had already resigned. And once you have resigned and you are convinced by affection to stay, you must know that it is only the body that remains there. The conscience is gone, because the conscience is the one that wrote a letter. No amount of factionalism can bring back that conscience. I don't know what the deputy president, the former deputy president, is doing here. He allows them to use him against Paul Mashatile, but he knows that these people don't want him. They don't want you. Stop pretending that they want you. And former deputy president Didi Mabuza, please join the streets on the 20th of March in Mpumalanga. All of us, let's go on the streets on the 20th of March. Patria muerte! Patria muerte! Patria muerte! Thank you very much.
Honourable members, maybe we should proceed. We note that when asked to take the seat, Honorable Malima just ignored the presiding officer. We note that. We note it because we may have to follow it up. Thank you very much, Honorable Gwede Mandash. Yeah, on what point I rise in Floyd, Honorable Floyd? On what point are you raising?
I'm also on the point of order. The point of order that I'm raising on is that the tradition and practice of this parliament is that as a presiding officer, when the speaker is on the platform, you only intervene when your attention is brought to violation of the rules. On several occasions, when the commander-in-chief was giving direction there, you intervened there without anyone having brought attention to any violation of the rules. And there was not even violation of any rules. Because there's nothing wrong with speaking about the criminals in the police service. And he never mentioned anyone by name. Those who know, they know who that person is. But he kept on interrupting him when he was giving direction as to what must happen moving forward. That is unacceptable of you as the presiding officer today. And you must consider shifting there if you are incapable of handling this house appropriately, because what they're doing is unacceptable and will never allow that to continue in the manner that we've been doing thus far.
I must say that that is indeed a long speech. And honorable members, I think we should, all of us should ensure that the business of the house is properly run, and that indeed, as presiding officers, we have the overall responsibility of being fair and running the business in such a manner that no view is seen to be suppressed and undermined. But if we are to succeed in ensuring proper decorum of the House and the dignity of the House, all of us must take responsibility. All of us must behave and work in a way that seeks to build and ensure that we do what we are supposed to be doing. So I'll proceed and ask Honorable Mantashe to deliver his address.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Nosvuwe Mapisa Ngakula, Deputy Speaker Lichisa Tsinodi, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP Sylvia Lucas, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President, His Excellency, David Dabede Mabuza, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members present here, invited guests to this gathering today. In the State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa identified load shedding as a crisis facing our country, which is solvable. He declared it as a crisis and he said it is solvable. And he made two commitments to confront this crisis. The first one was to declare a state of disaster so that there should be no obstacles or limitation in addressing it. Secondly, he announced that he will appoint a Minister of Electricity in his office to focus on this crisis. Many people ask what this appointment means, and we characterize it as actually an approach that can be defined as project management approach in dealing with the crisis. Some people in the media say, when we characterize it as a project management approach, we are reducing this ministry and its authority. I think something called school will help them understand project management as not being reductionist. All it is emphasizing urgency of execution and delivery of the project on time. One must understand that when you talk of project management approach, you mean there will be clear time frame, the beginning and the end of the project, and there will be clear milestones, and there will be a clear critical path that you should not deviate from. Now, therefore, this is not reductionist. It is communicating sense of agency and the desire to resolve this, because we don't have time to wait for 24 months to resolve load shedding. That is how serious the president takes this crisis. And unfortunately, we have political parties that never want to be involved in finding solutions of any crisis. They believe that opposition means just opposing anything that is tabled by the ANC and its government. That is a mistake. Parties in parliament should contribute to finding solutions to problems and crises. Now, in January 2023, the leader of the Democratic Alliance made a bold statement that will support declaration of the state of disaster on the emergency and the energy crisis. That was the 31st of January. Then when the state of disaster was declared on the 9th of February, the same leader of the Democratic Alliance came back and said, we'll take the government to court for declaring a state of disaster. Now, when you have the main opposition party talking from both sides of the mouth, we have a bigger crisis as a country. Now, this means talking from both sides of the mouth, Honorable Steenhuisen, is not helpful to society. The DA must throw ideas. We use those ideas to get solutions. I don't want to refer to the EFF and ATM, Honorable Malema, because you opted out of the State of the Nation address. Went left and you are not here. You opted out. Now, now, you know, EFF, even that's something very, very unthinkable. In a country where a prime minister was assassinated in the House of Parliament, they stormed the stage. It's unthinkable. No, but I'm leaving this to the president to finalize. I'm leaving the criminal aspect to the Minister of Police to connect. I refer to a crisis that is solvable because there are immediate actions that government can take in addressing the short-term and medium term. This includes improving ESCOM's energy availability factor through maintenance and servicing existing power stations. That means the current coal power station must operate optimally. We procure emergency power, we purchase electricity from neighboring countries, and we improve skills capacity of ESCOM. And those four interventions will help us. They will help us focus.
Honorable Mandash, just a minute. Honorable Ndlozi, on what point are you standing?
A point of order.
Yes, okay, let's hear it.
Honorable Mantashe says his prime minister was assassinated. And I know only of one prime minister, that's Verwoerd. Are you saying Verwoerd was your minister?
No, I didn't say that.
I've been very suspicious that you were part of apartheid. When? Apartheid.
Honorable Ndlozi.
You just confirmed calling Verwoerd your prime minister.
Honorable Ndlozi, that's not a point of order. I'm sure you know that. Honorable members, can I make a plea once again? Please do not abuse the point of order and give us speeches and so on. Please don't do that. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. So our main focus on improving electricity availability factor should focus on the following power stations. If you look at a power station like Tutuga, which is having EAF of 33.3%, Kendall 45.5%, Duva 20.7%, Majuba 44.3%, Kusile 24.7%, and Mata 42.8%. Those 6 power stations deprive the country of more than 50% of availability factor, and therefore this focus minister will have to focus on those power stations to give us energy and resolve load shedding. The government continues to develop generation capacity, because generation capacity, as we develop it, we're focusing on the long-term sustainable energy security of supply. And that's why, for example, we must be reminded that 2,200 and 500 megawatts of renewable energy was procured under bid window 4, on which we were 2,120 and 30 megawatts are connected to the grid, providing us with much needed electricity. 2,583 megawatts have been procured under bid window 5, with 1,759 megawatts are under construction. Under bid window 6, we procured 4,200 megawatts. Only 1,000 could be declared because of the grid problem. So as we deal with the problem of the current coal generators, we must equally urgently deal with strengthening of the transmission. So my submission, therefore, is that this minister, who is appointed to focus on electricity, which is not something strange, by the way. Egypt has a minister of electricity. Bahrain has, Kuwait has, New Zealand had for a long period of time. It has stopped that now. And so it's not something new. Let's focus on providing electricity in the country. Let me explain that as a department, Mineral Resources and Energy, we issue RFPs very soon on 513 megawatts battery storage, 3,000 megawatts on gas, and we're going to issue bid window 7, which is going to go up to 5,000 megawatts. Let me leave energy and use the remaining 5 minutes on mining. South African mining sector contributes 8% to the gross domestic product, and we're aiming it to contribute 12%. This low performance is largely attributed to global increase of energy prices because of the continued geopolitical dynamics, the ongoing power disruptions, which is load shedding, logistic bottlenecks on our rail and ports, and crime. Now, as a result, mineral production contracted by 9% in 2022. And that contraction was actually backed as a trend by one company called Goldfields, because much earlier it applied to establish its own solar plant to substitute Eskom energy in some terms. That's why Goldfields grew by 10%. So that is a pointer to a number of mines that if you take initiative, you take the initiative, you will save the economy. And again, I think it is quite important that NERSA has approved registration of 406 megawatts, and the total of this registered generation is 1,664 megawatts. Among the generators is Siriti, which is a mining company, which will begin the construction of 155 megawatts, with a project in Mpumalanga, and Exaro will construct 70 megawatts, 70, of solar plant. And that is a trend that mining companies are following to mitigate the crisis of load shedding. We welcome the establishment of a joint structure between Transnet and the Mineral Council South Africa to accelerate improvement of our rail and port infrastructure, because those bottlenecks deprive South Africa of taking advantage of good prices of commodities and leave the high demand, which is not permanent. And therefore, it is important for us to attend to these problems. And I must say, there was a lot of interest shown by investors in the exploration in 2023 mining in Daba. And if we pay and invest enough in exploration, mining has a future. That's where it all begins. And we will work in this interest so that these investments are realized. Furthermore, there is an interest in minerals of the future, which will include your lithium, which we've discovered massive deposits in the Free State of rare earth minerals in the Northern Cape, copper, nickel, and many others. And these minerals, which our country is endowed with, are essential for the development of low carbon economy that we're looking forward to. The DMRE is also seized with addressing the backlog of prospecting and mining applications. We've reduced that backlog by 42% over the last 18 months. The procurement of the customer's cadastral system is also quite important. It's underway, and I will hope that by end of February this year, end of this month, it will be out and we'll be having it sooner. Let me conclude by expressing our appreciation following the reduction of mining industry fatalities. I know very few people pay attention to this. Actually, 2022 registered the lowest number of fatalities in the mining industry in history. 49 is the number. Now, in a country that has been full of disasters, you can look into the Coldbrook disaster, 435 workers die in one day. Your Kinross disaster, 177 miners die. Your Vaal Reef disaster, your Sendelina disaster. When you reduce fatality in the mining industry to 49, it's a progress towards zero harm in the sector. I must also put the point that this is an improvement to a record that was set in 2019 of 51 fatalities. Over the last 3 years, we never registered any disaster. Our definition of a disaster is when one accident actually kills 5 or more people. So over the last 4 years, we have not had a disaster in the mining industry. And therefore, the improvement is worth acknowledging, but every life lost is one life more. So we should not kill mine workers. Mine workers must go to work, come back alive, and be themselves. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Members. Let me start off by apologizing on behalf of Prince Mangasudu Buthelezi, Honorable Member, who says while he cannot physically be in Cape Town, he knows that his contribution to this debate, read by the IFP's Chief Whip, will nevertheless express the voice of South Africans from all corners of our country. We may not all be at City Hall, but we are part of this conversation. Honorable Chairperson, he says, when he was a student at the University of Fort Hare, the President of the Student Representative Council, Mr. Robert Mangaliswe Sobukwe, delivered a speech that he has never forgotten, and I quote, Mr. Sobukwe quoted the abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, who declared the urgency of universal emancipation. He said, and I quote, I am aware that many object to the severity of my language, but is there not cause for severity? Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, close quotes. Honorable President, after a man has lost his house, there is no glory in arriving with a bucket of water and saying, better late than never. And there is no kindness in telling a grieving mother or a victim of gender-based violence that, quote, we cannot undo the mistakes of the past, close quote. There is such a thing as too little, too late. Even if this government were to wake up now and do its job, there is no guarantee it will be enough to claw our country back from disaster. Just as the calamity of our past demanded a severe, unequivocal and urgent response, so too does the calamity of the present. Let us not delude ourselves that South Africa can survive a government that has made promises, reneged on promises, made plans, gone back on plans, changed direction, moved backwards, and stood still, all while our country is burning. Honorable Chairperson, in paying tribute to the Honorable Dr. Frini Jinwala last week, we remembered the first years of our democratic parliament and the Constitutional Assembly, in which we hammered out the blueprint for the country we sought. Having led the Constitutional Assembly, you will remember, Honorable President, becoming exasperated with your own party and telling them, and I quote what you said, Honorable President, at least the IFP knows what it wants, close quote. Right at the foundations of our democracy, the IFP produced a detailed analysis of what was needed, evaluating all the alternatives, pointing to the right path, and explaining why it was the best course of action. Had our government been as single-minded, committed and competent as the IFP over the past 29 years, I have no doubt the lights would be on. Your Excellency, you have told us that South Africa is defined by hope and resilience. But if you ask anyone on the street what defines us, they would say load shedding, unemployment and crime, amongst other things. You are right that we are not people easily resigned to our fate. But there is a warning in that. How long will it be before you have a revolution on your hands? And believe me, it will not be a silent revolution. Honorable President, we were all, Honorable Chairperson, we were all disgusted by the disturbances on Thursday night during Sona. And as we walked out and as we met people on the street, they refer to this institution, this parliament, your parliament, Madam Speaker and Honorable Chairperson, as a circus ground. And this doesn't bode well for us as an institution. Just last week, the threats and insults and disruptive behavior evolved into falsely implicating the Minister of Police in a fictional assassination plot. Our people are tired of unfounded allegations, and something must be done about that. Honorable Chairperson, when it comes down to it, what South Africans want is solutions. We want honesty, we want fairness and justice, and to know that our government is capable and willing to do its job. It is thus worrying to hear you say, Honorable President, that you have discovered a lack of technical skills and management skills across government. We have been warning for years that cadre deployment at the cost of skills employment would have its effect. You now talk about rebuilding skills that have been lost over time. This did not happen by chance. Skills were pushed out in favor of giving jobs to pals. Can we really believe, Honorable Chairperson, that that gravy train will stop? Corruption has become so embedded in the culture of the civil service that it will take much more than words to change it. We have had to spend over R1 billion on an inquiry into state capture. We all saw the abuse of public funds that emerged under the last national state of disaster. We are not talking about one or two bad apples. There is a pervasive rot that needs to be dealt with, Honorable President. This is why our citizens no longer hear the echoes of Nelson Mandela when you say, to work together. The appointing of a Minister of Electricity in the presidency is another way of saying that our Minister of Public Enterprises and our Minister of Minerals and Energy have failed. This bloating of bureaucracy is not a solution. As the IFP's president so aptly asked, why not have a Minister of Potholes in the presidency? And a special Minister of Education, and a special Minister of Inequality. Mr. President, what we need is people with the requisite skills, unbeholden to political masters, who reap no side benefits and who genuinely seek what is best for South Africa. In the absence of this, and in the absence of clear-cut strategies, with firm timelines and deliverables for investors, business and consumers, our fragile economy may well break. We do have experts, Honorable President, and brilliant minds in South Africa. Why are we not listening to them? And some of them have left our country. Let's bring them back. I met a young man last week who qualified at UKZN, went abroad to Cambridge, did masters, did a PhD, expert on electricity issues, wants to come back and help the country. Wrote to somebody in the department, no response. Honorable President, we also need to look ahead and train the next generation of skilled experts. You will remember that during our liberation struggle, when all across South African schools were being burned down and classrooms abandoned under the banner, Liberation First, Education Later, Inkatha declared Education for Liberation. In KwaZulu, we invested heavily in quality of education for the oppressed, providing the tools to shape the future and preparing the next generation to competently engage with a changed world. There is something very wrong, Mr. Chairperson, when we talk about an 80% metric pass rate, when at the same time, 80% of grade 4 learners are unable to read for meaning. What happened in between was not a miraculous intervention, but an excessively high rate of dropouts. And what happens for that generation of dropouts? How do they find jobs and survive and make their contribution to our beloved country? Yes, Honorable President, the main issue is electricity. But just because that is the crisis of today does not mean that every other crisis can be placed on hold. There are communities that have not had water for months and even years. There are people losing their homes and businesses to our struggling economy. There are, as you say, people who call 10111 when their lives are in imminent danger and no one answers the phone. Honorable Chairperson, last year I questioned the suspension of the presidential employment stimulus vouchers to subsistence farmers because of poor implementation. In October last year, the presidency announced that 142,000 vouchers had been issued. Some 4 months later, the figure has decreased to 140,000, yet government promises to provide 250,000 more this year. It is very difficult to believe the new promises being made when old promises remain unfulfilled. Honorable President, in his first State of the Nation address to a democratic South Africa, President Nelson Mandela said, "The government I have the honor to lead is inspired by the single vision of creating a people-centered society, to the pursuit of the goals of freedom from want, freedom from hunger, freedom from deprivation, freedom from ignorance, freedom from suppression, and freedom from fear." Close quote. Almost 3 decades later, that vision has disappeared. If the promise of South Africa is truly alive, it is thanks to the resilience of our people. But how far is this government willing to test our resilience? We are playing a dangerous game if we do not address the concerns of South Africans. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable P.J. Groenewald.
Geachte voorzitter, through you to the Honourable President. Honourable President, in your January address, you and the ANC thought it well to play the race card. What you did, you took 2 young men in terms of the Marshallspoort incident, and you said that you condemn racism. I predict that in the coming election, the race card is going to be played a couple of times. And Honourable President, you condemned racism, but the court case hasn't been finalized yet on that matter. Now, I want to put it very clearly. The Freedom Front Plus condemns any form of racism. But there's a difference in the condemnation of racism between the ANC and the Freedom Front Plus. Honourable President, you only see racism as white on black racism. There was a court case about 2 black police men, and the court found that a white woman, a colonel, was the victim of racism of these 2 men. So there is also black on white racism. And you said, Honourable President, that there's no place for racists in South Africa. They must leave the country. Honourable President, I request you, please ask these 2 black men who are racist to leave the country. Ons kan nie 'n nasie bou as ons eensydig net deur 'n eenoogige perspektief te kyk na rasisme. U taak in terme van artikel 83C van die grondwet is om eenheid te bou in Suid-Afrika en die Suid-Afrikaanse nasie. U sal dit net kan doen as u ook swart op wit rasisme kan veroordeel.
Honourable Groenewald, just a minute. I see there's a hand at the back there. On what point are you rising, member?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I was just saying we don't have the headphones for interpretation. Okay. So Honourable Groenewald, when he goes deep, we can hear.
Yeah, no, the table must look at that.
Yes.
Please look at the situation, interpretation. Please proceed, Honourable Groenewald. Honourable Groenewald, please proceed whilst we're sorting out the interpretation. Yeah, please.
The member can come, I'll explain to him afterwards. Achtbare president, wat ons sê is, dat ons kan nie dubbele standaarde handhaaf in Suid-Afrika nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus verwerp enige vorm van rasisme. En daarom moet u as president die voorbeeld stel in terme van artikel 83C van die grondwet om nasie te bou. En ons moenie die rassekaart wil speel nie. Honourable President, as far as Eskom is concerned, I first want to ask you, you're going to appoint a minister for electricity. How many caterers do you need to change the bulb? One to hold the ladder, one to get on the ladder, one to pass on the bulb, and if they put it in, there's no electricity. You own Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources said it's only going to be a project manager. Those words should say something to you, because that minister doesn't see the new minister as an equal, only a project manager. Honourable President, it is common knowledge that black economic empowerment and affirmative action is one of the main reasons for the problems in Eskom. Their own employment equity plan determines that in the next 3 years, Eskom must get rid of 500 white men technicians with technical skills. Honorable President, I've urged you many times from this podium, let us get rid of black economic empowerment and affirmative action because it's nothing else than the smokescreen for corruption. And even the Sona Commission found so. The people of South Africa, and specifically the white people, and I said it many times, wants to build South Africa. Honorable President, are you aware of the fact that Mr. Japie van Zyl, he studied at Stellenbosch. He was a member of the South African Navy. He's an engineer. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020. But Japie van Zyl was the project manager for Perseverance on Mars. Are you aware of the fact that on the planet Mars, there is a mountain range named Japie van Zyl? That's acknowledgement for people from South Africa, irrespective of race. Honorable Chairperson, you said that we must take joint responsibility for Eskom. I want to put it very clearly. The Freedom Front Plus doesn't take responsibility for the crisis of Eskom. Yes, we have solutions. But Honorable President, and I will submit you with a 10-point plan of the Freedom Front Plus to solve the problem and the crisis. But the question is whether you're going to read it. Do you listen what opposition party leaders say to you? I don't experience that, unfortunately. So we do not take responsibility for the crisis. I also want to say, Honorable President, that you were put in charge in 2015 of the war room that was created by your predecessor. And a couple of things had been said, and I want to quote. On the 2nd of September 2015, you yourself said the following: in the next 18 months to 2 years, you will forget that the challenges we had with power, energy, and Eskom ever existed. Close quote. On the 3rd of April 2019, the Honourable Minister Pravin Gordhan said the following: Eskom aims to ensure that there will be no more load shedding from 3 April 2019. The same Honourable Gordhan said the other day, in fact the 25th of January, on an online symposium with the University of Johannesburg, he said, "We are now in the mood to urgently solve the crisis as soon as possible." Close quote. In the mood? Honourable Chairperson, maybe the Honourable Minister must visit the people on the streets and determine their mood when there is load shedding. And I can assure you, he will be surprised because he doesn't know what is load shedding, because no minister gets load shedding. And I think it is arrogant, to say we are now in the mood. So for solving the problem depends on the mood. Honourable President, I want to continue. There are simple steps that can be taken. For instance, Eskom applied for a permit to get fuel much cheaper, but the Minister for Energy rejected it. There is an ongoing case between Eskom and the revenue services in terms of a rebate on fuel. Why don't you solve it? Why go to court? It's simple steps that can be taken. Honourable Chair, I also want to read to you, because we had our own survey amongst people, how they experience load shedding. And in our survey, we found that Mr. Maria Libbe is the owner of a small fuel station in Tromsburg in Kopanong in the Free State. His overheads increased with almost 40,000 rand during January this year. The cost of fuel for a power generator. This threatens the continued existence of that business and the livelihoods of his staff members. Businesses in agriculture value chain in Frankfurt, Mafube, in the Free State, are spending as much as 22,000 rand per day on fuel for generators. Meneer Zerik van der Merwe van Pretoria het ons laat weet dat hy noodgedwonge 4 miljoen rand moes bestee aan alternatiewe energiebronne om sy vervoeronderneming aan die gang te hou. Those are the suffering of the people who have load shedding. Honorable President, with my time, I want to say crime in South Africa is out of control. When you became the president, you wanted to be Madiba too. Let me say this to you, take a leaf from the book of Madiba, because Madiba appointed a person, Andre Pinaar, in terms of a strategy for crime, specifically organized crime. They come up with the idea of the scorpions. It's time we go back to that, to solve specifically transnational crime, and where kidnapping is a lucrative crime of today. Honorable President, the problem, and there are many problems, is the expropriation bill. The expropriation bill is nothing else than expropriation without compensation. I request you, before you sign, please send it to the Constitutional Court. I conclude. Honorable President, the people who created a crisis cannot be the people to solve that crisis. There is only one way to solve all the crises in South Africa, and that is in next year's election, we must get rid of the ANC government. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the Minister of Police.
The Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President, Deputy President, colleagues, the ministers, deputy ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sanbonani Tumelan. Wednesday, before the Sona, I had a long meeting with the Deputy Secretary of the EFF in my house. A very long meeting with him. He was there to urge me and beg me to confirm that I have said IFP will kill him. And when I refused, he promised me that life is going to be difficult for me. Yes, Secretary General, yes. So, President of the EFF, you were lied to. You must be angry, but not with me. It's not me who lied to you, to put you to come on the national TV to tell the world the wrong thing. It wasn't me. You go and correct it with your SG. I spent 47 minutes with him, and then I refused. Mr. President, that's the only reason. Maybe there are 3 more other reasons.
Minister, just a minute. Minister, just a minute. Yes, Moran, on what point are you rising?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me address this coward of the ANC. So, the question that you should be responding to, did he not call me on Saturday? Last week, Saturday, he called me, he's the one who called me, not the other way around. And his call was very clear. SG, I've detected
political intolerance in KZN that is going to lead to killings.
Honorable member.
My question to him was that,
Honorable
Minister, does
member.
it involve me? And his answer was yes. And he proposed that let us meet in Cape Town on Wednesday.
Honorable
so
member.
if he's scared of IFP, he must not use my name. He is a coward. He's scared of IFP.
Honorable member.
Not the other way around.
Honorable member, that's not the point of
It's
order.
a point of order. I'm addressing the coward.
Please, please.
I'm not scared of him or anyone.
Please take your seat.
So if he's scared of IFP, that's his problem.
Please take your seat.
Yeah, if he's scared of IFP, he must not bring the beating down. He's the one who called me this coward.
Please. Minister, please proceed.
Well, I didn't have the drink and juice to give it to you, but the meeting was quite long, 47 minutes. I'm sorry that you didn't give it anything to drink. Having said so, the second point on this one, I will request the President of the EFF to repeat every word outside of this house. Please repeat that. But also, if you want to bring it to the debate here, you can bring it to the debate here. Thirdly, I would want to remind
Minister, just a minute. Again. Just a minute. Yeah. Honorable Malema, on what point I rise?
No, Chair, I was raising issues about the minister and you stopped me. And now you're responding to issues that I was not given an opportunity to speak to because you said I must withdraw. This is an abuse of this house. But unlike him, I've said this in public and I will say it again. I'm not scared of that. I brought it to his attention when the crime intelligence went to implicate Floyd in Hillary's murder. I told him that they said the crime intelligence is saying the suspects must implicate Floyd. And I told even the president about him being involved on the possible assassination of Floyd. He knows that, and I will repeat it in public.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please take your seats.
Thank you very much.
Please. Honorable Minister, just a minute. Honorable Minister, just a second, please. Just a second, please. Just a second. Honorable members, the rules, please sit down, honorable member. Please sit down. Please sit down. No member can take the floor and speak unless a presiding officer says so. So please sit down. Please sit down. Please take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members, can I once again make this plea? Let us please stop from using point of orders to make speeches. Let us please stop using point of orders to make speeches. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much. The third point on this one, I will never allow the South African Police Service to be another Polokwane where we will milk it down and make sure that it dies. I'll never allow that to happen. That will take care of it and will make sure that we stay far. We don't come to run that organization. Third point, there is one thing common about you and me. So Babil Sakulswa Okoko. But my grandma told me one thing, that when a pig takes your banana and runs to the pigsty, don't follow it. Allow the pig to swim alone in that muddy style. Receive my safety and security greeting this morning on behalf of the selfless men and women in blue who are the cold face of responding to gruesome crime scenes on the daily basis. By the way, the president of the FF is the only person that has called the police to be attacked in their houses. May they call that attack their wives, attack their children, maybe that's why police are killed. I've never had that being withdrawn. Maybe that's why today we're in trouble. Dedicated detectives who continue to solve complicated cases and further secure significant life sentences in the violent crime. And in the name of the fallen heroes who are killed in the line of duty while serving and protecting fellow South Africans. Honorable members, I wish to anchor this debate on the wise words of late civil rights activist John Lewis. During trying times and difficult, he reminded Americans and humanity as a whole of their collective responsibility and power when he said, I quote, "When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, we have to speak up. We have to say something, we have to do something," close quotes. Allow me to use these words to emphasize the importance of the community-centered approach in the overall and overriding and overarching fighting against crime. If communities can do justice to what Lewis argues, then police and communities can eventually realize the vision of halving violent crime in our country in the prescribed time. If the community members of KwaZakhele, Kwamash, Khayelitsha, Soweto, Gugulethu, Margate, and the criminal underworld syndicates can speak up and do something, then the results will show. We are also making a clarion call to other sections of society, be the academia, business, the clergy, the media, and the organized groupings. Don't be spectators, join the fight against crime. I will have to remind that today is the 10th year since the murder of young girl that was killed by his boyfriend. She did not die alone. There are others that are still dying today. The name is Rina Steenkamp. That's Rina Steenkamp who was killed. And there are other young ladies that are still killed today. Karabo Mkwena, Jennifer Mhlumbi, Tsagofela Pule, Ntokozo Xaba, and Nostelo Mtembeni Cleotiko. I want to make a call today, a clarion call, especially to women, especially to DA women, that as we see these problems of gender-based violence, they could not have allowed their leader to say the statement that she said about his ex-wife. Yes, he called her a flat chicken. He called her a roadkill. A roadkill is an animal. A roadkill is an animal that you kill and you don't care. For the leader to raise that statement and the women don't say anything is a serious indictment. So I'm making a clarion call to speak to your leader, to say he cannot be ready to lead this country when he still look at women as a roadkill, when he calls women as flat chickens. So I'm making that clear on call. So we have responded. We thank the President very much that he has responded to the crime to strengthen the police by giving us 10,000 members of the South African police that we trained last year, and we are also training 10,000 this year. And that will help to the visibility of police, but also it will help us to give us a pool to train the special units to be able to respond to the crime and different kinds of crime that are happening in South Africa. It doesn't mean that we are not responding at the present time. There are many people that have been arrested, especially in the infrastructure mafia, including those that we have arrested come at the problem of escort. We are continuing to pull those things together. Last year alone, we have arrested 4,909 people that have committed gender-based violence, almost 200 of them in the last 12 months alone. 189 of them have been given life sentence. We agree that we do need to deal with the issue of illegal firearms. It is on that score that at least 65,952 firearms illegal have been destroyed in the previous year. We will continue to hunt these guns. We will continue to strengthen the law that people must be safe when we collect these illegal firearms. But to South Africa, let's come together, let's work together in dealing especially with the gender-based violence. That invitation also goes to the Honorable Mr. Steenhuisen to say, Mr. Steenhuisen, we want to hear you apologizing to abuse a young woman who came to work in your office and was a wife of your colleague, and you took that wife of your colleague, you divorced your own wife, and you took that young girl. She's your wife today, but the women around you are quiet, are not saying anything, and you come in this podium, you talk about gender-based violence. So you better go and fix yourself.
Minister,
if not, we'll help you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Minister, please take your seat. Yeah, Honorable Member, I'm recognizing Honorable Member. I recognize Honorable Mente, but it does seem as if Honorable Malima
Thank you, Chair.
wants to speak. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We really cannot, with you, Chair, sitting there, allow a situation where the minister drags a wife of the leader of the opposition and she's not here. No, you can't do the nonsense you are doing, because when we're starting to respond, we are going to be in the wrong. We shouldn't use the women to fight our own political battles here, to a point where allegations that cannot be confirmed are being said here, and you allow that to happen. That degeneration, Honorable Chair, happened previously, and when we responded, you were the complainants. We cannot sit here and allow the minister to abuse the wife of the leader of the opposition in the name of fighting GBV. That is a woman abuse, what he did here, and cannot be accepted. He must be called to order and to withdraw that unconditionally.
Honorable members, honorable members, I have warned you continuously and have called on you not to raise allegations and matters that will require us to, as members, to come forward with substantive motions. I've asked you over and over again. But more importantly, I've warned you against the use of offensive language. So I'm pleading with you. I'm pleading with you that if we want this House to manage its business in a way that is productive, in a way that ensures dignity of the House, in a way that ensures that the decorum of the House is maintained, all of us must cooperate. The issue that has been raised by the minister will be pursued. For now, we will proceed and have we'll proceed and have the Honorable Western Cape Premier. Please proceed.
Honourable Chairperson of this august House, Mr. President, Leader of the Opposition, honourable members of this National Assembly, it is actually a privilege to be able to be part of this debate, but I must say that this debate on the state of our nation is at a critical time. Our nation is actually in a disaster. Not only a declaration of disaster, but so many components of our society are absolutely in a state of disaster. I'm only going to focus on two things in this debate. I want to focus on the energy crisis. And I'm going to start off by, Honourable Minister and the Presidency, putting some numbers on the table, some facts. You called for the facts. It has been over 5,500 days since South Africa first experienced rolling blackouts in our country. It has been almost 3,000 days since the then Deputy President, the now President Cyril Ramaphosa, was made responsible for the Eskom war room. Nearly 3,000 days. Remember that number. It has been over 200 days since the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed the nation with his crisis interventions after 3 weeks of the worst load shedding and power cuts that we had ever experienced. This was on the 25th of July last year, more than 200 days ago. We have had 167 days of power cuts since September 2022, only 2 days without rolling blackouts across our country. As the Leader of the Opposition says, more than 1,000 hours of load shedding in our country. And our response, we already have 3 ministers who are responsible in one way or another to make sure that we fix this problem. We have now the announcement of a new Minister of Energy. And then we declare a disaster, which brings another minister in play. So now we have 4 ministers responsible for fixing this problem, and we put another minister of disasters on top of those 4 ministers and say, you must now go and fix this problem. I say to this House that this is an imperial presidency. This is political rhetoric. It is about lavish spending, no detail, and contradictory information on sorting out this absolutely disastrous problem that every citizen of our country is facing. Do you know that we cannot get real clarity on real detail of where we are with this disaster? I have attended many meetings, and I will tell you about that clarity, because the same minister says we want the facts. I'll tell you one fact. Since the then president called that disaster committee over 200 days ago, we have not seen one more megawatt come into our energy system. Not one. That's a fact. There have actually been less megawatts in our system since that meeting was called on the 25th of July, 2022. And when I say we need clarity, I've actually written to the president because the clarity is so glaringly missing. If you go to the PCC and you see what is said there, where they say up to 8,822 megawatts will be brought in this year into our energy provision. I'll say that again, 8,822. But when you start interrogating the 2023 8,822 megawatts, the first thing that comes into that mix is 1,621 megawatts from our neighboring countries. Don't we sell power to our neighboring countries? Are we going to send it to them and then get it back? So far, we're hearing that it's not 1,625, but it's maybe 300. Let's talk about the Kusile component of that 8,800 megawatts. That's 2,880 megawatts. The 2,880 megawatts comes from Unit 1, 2, and 3 of Kusile plus Unit 5. Now, if you know anything about Kusile, you'll know Unit 5 is only coming online next year, and when it comes on, it's got to be trialed first. So that's not this year, that's next year. We also know that Unit 1, 2, and 3, and I didn't get this from my letter to the President, I got this from my own meetings, myself going to look for myself, to find out for myself. Those 3 flues, of which the one is totally collapsed, are filled with a build-up inside, one could call it soot, sometimes up to 60 centimeters thick. To solve that problem is at least, from the professionals, 10 months. At least. That takes us to the end of the year. How on earth are we going to get those 3 units back in? So every single detail that's been put on the table is rubbish. How are we supposed to work with that, Mr. President? I also want to say that the urgency that we're hearing now is way too late. Way, way too late. Can I also say to you that now 5 days after the Sona and declaring a disaster to sort out this emergency of power production in our country, we have not seen the regulations yet. And that is actually where the problems lie. If we don't get the regulations right, the whole thing will fail. But I can also say to you that this province will play its part. We've already started putting forward our comments on the regulations. I also want to say one other thing that was said from this podium today about how we're going to solve this problem, and we spoke about the Eskom debt. Here's a fact, Minister. The fact is, we are going to take that debt and remove it from Eskom, so-called write it off. And what will we do? We'll add that debt back on to the debt carried by the citizens and the taxpayers of this country. So those that are paying their electricity are now going to have to pay the debt of everyone else who hasn't paid their electricity. That is totally unacceptable. That's a fact, Minister. Where is the urgency, I ask, to the government of this country? You know that on the 24th of February last year, almost a year ago, there was some colonization taking place in the Northern Hemisphere. The Russian government invaded the Ukraine nearly a year ago. And what was the consequence of that illegal war? The consequence was an energy crisis in another part of the world, in Europe, because Russia provides gas to much of Europe. Europe knew that there was an energy crisis on the way. So 200 days after the president announced this action plan, not 1 megawatt extra. In Germany, when they knew that 17% of their energy production is going to be at risk because they were not going to get Russian gas, they built a brand new gasification system. That took 192 days, done and dusted, ready to operate. 192 days, less time than it took between the announcement by the president and not 1 megawatt. The Dutch went better than that. They also had the same risk in energy, and they took 160 days to create their own gasification import systems so that they could mitigate their energy risks going into their winter. 160 days. And we are sitting at 200 days and not even 1 megawatt.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
I now need to conclude, and I haven't even spoken about safety or murder. Do you know, Chair, that wasn't mentioned by the President? The 18.7% increase in murder in the Eastern Cape of 4,407 people last year, the 5,570 people murdered in Gauteng, the 6,495 people murdered in KZN.
Your time is up.
And the 4,109 people murdered in this province. That minister never said a word about it, and neither did that president, and that minister must go. So must this ANC government.
No, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Honorable Olumisa.
Our chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, and honorable members. Mr. President, the UDM believes that the people you should have relied on to implement your plans and strategies are not only your cabinet members. The technocrats in government, in particular accounting officers, have been sidelined for years, and those responsible for oversight have overstepped their boundaries for far too long. This makes government ineffective. Mr. President, I would like to touch upon 3 issues that South Africans have raised with the UDM. Issue 1 concerns the pensions of those who were employed in the SA TBVC states in 1970 and to 80s. These people made a considerable contribution, totaling billions, to the pensions that were inherited by GEPF, that is now managed by the PIC. Their concerns center around the calculation of their pensions, which had an effective date starting in 1996. They feel that there is a major error in how their pensions are being calculated. They have raised these concerns with the PIC, GEPF, and the Ombuds's Office of the Pensions to no avail, and there is much unhappiness regarding this issue. As a result, they find themselves in court with their limited resources. The UDM would suggest that government must appoint a team of experts to clear out this crisis, and that they work with pensioners' organizations who represented this group. Some people have in the meantime passed away, waiting for a solution
Therefore, please, Mr. President, let this problem be solved once and for all. The other one is the issue of military veterans, Mr. President. The military veterans' pensions, regulations, and benefits, as recently proposed by the Minister of Defense, has also been a bone of contention. Through these regulations, ex-MK and by extension rather, ex-APLA veterans are being elevated above their military pensioners, rather above other military pensioners, and thus violates the Military Veterans Act of 2011. We must remind ourselves that there was no outright winner between black and white, militarily speaking, in the armed struggle. We agreed to all to sit down around the table and broker peace. So no one can claim the right to dictate the rules and regulations against others. We ask the President to ask the Minister of Defense not to go ahead with these regulations, which are contradictory to the Act and the spirit of the integration or integrated armed forces. This behavior will affect the morale of the serving men and women and those who are retired. It is a fact that we must thank the opposition parties in this country for playing a meaningful role in affecting change in South Africa. The ruling party outright rejected former public protector's Thuli Madonsela's state capture findings. The pressure exerted by the opposition benches led to the establishment of the Zondo Commission, which showed in no uncertain terms how state resources have been misused. For example, the country has been delivered into the grips of load shedding, whilst corruption has chewed all the money that was meant to develop the power-generating infrastructure of South Africa. Certainly, Mr. President, the ruling party on this one had benefited through Hitachi and Chancellor House deals. And I wish to remind you, Mr. President, you have considered that where corruption is concerned, the ruling party is accused, number one. Lastly, the Zondo Commission's report has been generating dust here in Parliament. We would prefer that the leader of government business in Parliament must monitor the process and the implementation of the Zondo Commission's findings. He should also advise as to how the other serious evidence slipped through the Commission's processes and how the veracity of that evidence be tested. It would, however, be a mistake to wait for the current speaker to drive the debate as she is conflicted. The Bosasa offshoot company, Jambu Holdings, which she was part of, received millions and millions of rands in tenders from the state. Bosasa, as we all know, was cited in the commission. So, agana wikopela le EYA party ayo uqala kweBosasa azokunika direction ba masiyixoxe kanjani. Asizumvumela.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed, Honorable Brank.
Honourable members, last year the National Assembly had the chance to amend the Disaster Management Act to prevent the further abuse of government power under a national state of disaster. At the time, the government's monumental mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic was still fresh in the minds of ordinary South Africans. The mismanagement, the corruption, the shutdown of entire industries that was in defiance of evidence at the time. Talk about not leaving anybody behind. Millions of South Africans were left behind and are still behind because of the last national state of disaster. The lockdown taught us that the Disaster Management Act, as it stands, has got serious constitutional defects, making it a dangerous weapon in the hands of incompetent ministers who only care about command and control.
Section 27 gives one cabinet minister the power to invoke a national state of disaster, and this gives that minister, presently the Honorable Dlamini Zuma, extraordinary powers to make and break laws. There's no requirement that a declaration of this nature should be tabled or debated in Parliament. Parliament cannot amend regulations issued under a national state of disaster or veto them. And this decree of a national state of disaster can be rolled over again and again and again by the stroke of a ministerial pen, so that in theory, this country can be governed under a perpetual national state of disaster. This is why the DA is challenging Section 27 of the Disaster Management Act. But had the ANC and the majority in Parliament not blocked that amendment to the Disaster Management Act last year, Parliament could have solved the problem by its own initiative. At the time, the DA sounded the following warning, that the government's handling of COVID-19 was worse because it had too much power, and the same was going to be true of the next disaster. And so here we are again. In the ordinary sense of the word, the electricity crisis in South Africa and our reliance on Eskom is a disaster. It is an ANC-sponsored disaster. The cumulative effect of decades of cadre deployment, state capture, race-based recruitment and procurement, and a stubborn ideological refusal to let go of the state's energy monopoly. But let's not be under any illusions. Declaring a national state of disaster will not conjure a solution to the energy crisis. On the contrary, if what the president has in mind is a COVID-19-like response to this, we can only prepare for a worse disaster. We can only prepare for a worse disaster. As for removing the blockages that do exist in the way of cost-effective and quick decisions being made at Eskom, as well as the eventual reform of the electricity sector, the president does not require a national state of disaster. Think of the unbundling of Eskom, or the failure to unbundle Eskom. 4 years ago, the president made this announcement, and there is still no separate entity and board for electricity transmission. No progress made on upgrading the grid, without which we cannot uptake the privately generated wind and solar that we so desperately need. The president's own erstwhile advisor, Anton Eberhard, says that it is Minister Pravin Gordhan, the Minister of Public Enterprises, that is blocking the unbundling of Eskom, actively undermining the unbundling of Eskom. Think of the 3,000 megawatt combined cycle gas plant that had to be built in Richards Bay, which Eskom applied to the Minister of Energy, the Honorable Mantashe. That application was made in January last year. It took the minister 5 months to reply, only to tell them he wants further information. He then forwards the application to NERSA. It takes NERSA another 6 months to inform Eskom that they'd followed the wrong process, start all over again. In this 11 months of bureaucratic, what would you call it? Bureaucratic bungling, ministerial incompetence, the country's energy generating capacity deteriorated to the point of stage 7 and 8 load shedding. Dink aan die 150 miljoen liter diesel wat Eskom elke maand moet brand. En natuurlik verwelkom die DA die president se versekering dat daar genoeg geld sal wees vir diesel. Maar dieselfde minister Mantashe het Eskom se aansoek om diesel teen groot maatpryse aan te koop van die hand gewys. Blykbaar omdat hulle een of ander bergingsregulasie nie aan voldoen nie. As hierdie lisensie toegestaan word, as Eskom diesel teen grootmaatpryse kan aankoop, kan dit R6 per liter spaar, 'n besparing van biljoene vir die Suid-Afrikaanse belastingbetalers. Replacing Minister Gordhan and Mantashe, the Tweedledee and Tweedledum of the electricity crisis, does not require a national state of disaster. And while we're on Minister Mantashe, he should really not attack the EFF from this podium, because he is in coalition with the EFF in Johannesburg. That's how these things work. But even discounting ministerial incompetence, Mr. Chairperson, even discounting that, there are regulations that stand in the way of quick and effective decisions being made to stabilize Eskom. To this list, we can add preferential procurement and BEE. To abridge these rules, regulations, and ministerial determinations does not require a national state of disaster. In terms of Section 44, Sub 2 and 3 of the Constitution, the President can bring a set of measures to Parliament narrowly focused on solving Eskom's problems, including exemptions to preferential procurement, BEE, diesel storage requirements at Eskom, and anything else that hinders an effective disaster response. In fact, if you look at the BEE Act, at the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, current ministers can allow Eskom exemptions from this legislation. This is the kind of ring-fenced disaster response that the DA envisages and which the President can still take up if he really wants to solve this crisis. But in the meantime, Chairperson, we have no other option as the Democratic Alliance but to challenge this latest state of disaster in court, if only to prevent an even bigger disaster. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the Minister of Trade, Competition and Industry.
NCOP Chairperson, Mr. President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. While our debate today rightly focuses on local challenges, the world within which we navigate our economic prosperity is changing rapidly, with more uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. Several megatrends are profoundly reshaping the global economy. They will impact on our lives. The State of the Nation address sets out a number of steps that this government is taking so that South Africa can respond to these. These megatrends include, first, the impact of climate change on societies and economies that limits carbon-intensive growth, but also brings opportunities with green industrialization. Second, the new geopolitics of a sharply polarizing world, which will shape decisions on investment and procurement. And third, technological innovation, particularly in artificial intelligence, that will change the skills we need, the jobs that will decline, and the jobs that will grow. These developments occurred simultaneously with the most severe disruptions in supply chains in decades, impacting on factories in South Africa and elsewhere. They highlight the importance of what President Ramaphosa referred to on Thursday night as resilience. In their eagerness to point score an election year, the opposition speakers this morning missed these major trends taking place in the world. The State of the Nation address, in contrast, sets out key elements to build South Africa's resilience. 6 of these measures are addressing the pressing challenges of energy, building a larger African market for our goods and services, boosting investment in the economy, developing sector compacts around local production, broadening ownership and economic inclusion, and promoting local innovation. While the DA was flip-flopping on its own call for a national state of disaster, and the EFF indulged in disruptive tactics on Thursday night, government was setting out steps to deal with the serious, the pressing, and the urgent challenges of energy supply. Energy shortages are damaging the economy, requiring a focus on fixing coal power stations and expanding renewable energy. In a recent visit to Saudi Arabia, the President addressed companies to invest in our energy sector. One such firm, Aqua Power, is building a large solar plant in Postmasburg in the Northern Cape, a town with evidence of a history of innovation stretching back to the Khoisan people who mined there more than 1,000 years ago. This power plant will generate and also store up to 12 hours of solar energy for release when there's no sunlight. With 100 megawatts of energy, it expects to cover up to 200,000 households from this one plant. Air Liquide will this year start building a 220 megawatt solar plant in Humansdorp, while, as Minister Mantashe says, several other energy plants are currently being built. To speed up energy supply, a number of government departments like the DTIC have lifted red tape and provided more flexibility to the build program. To enable companies and competitors to cooperate on energy matters, we will finalize a set of targeted exemptions from the Competition Act within 4 weeks, and the Competition Tribunal will consider new measures to speed up hearings on competition cases relating to energy. To provide for a just transition, we're mobilizing support for workers to be retrained, for renewable energy components to be made locally, and for a special focus on Mpumalanga. Incidentally, the DA speaks about crossing the Rubicon, Honorable Steenhuisen. History records that when Caesar crossed that river, it marked the start of an era when he broke the law, when he brought his troops into Italy, when he started the civil war, and he became a dictator for life. Be careful what you wish for. And the DA itself crossing the Rubicon, oh boy, given your policies, it's about crossing the river while abandoning the poor, discarding the elderly, and sacrificing the lowest paid in society. The abandoned communities of Iterileng in DA Rantswane, whose mayor has just resigned, and Masipumelele in DA Rand Cape Town, living in misery, will confirm that. Only a small minority will reach the other side of your Rubicon. So while the DA wished that the president metaphorically crossed the Rubicon River in Italy, this government is working with 53 other African countries across the Limpopo to bring into operation a vast new African continental free trade area. Our exports to the rest of the world is growing after the disruptions of COVID. SARS reports that global exports have now surpassed 2 trillion rand and grew by a healthy 11% last year. Already we're trading more with our neighbors, exporting nearly 500 billion rand in goods to other African countries, our highest level ever. What's more, nearly 3/4 of this are exports of manufactured goods, value-added exports which create jobs. We've reached record levels of exports of products to other African countries last year, ranging from cosmetics to trucks. But we can do more. The AFCFTA is an agreement that will reduce import tariffs and restrictions to make it easier to trade goods and services between African countries. On Thursday, the President noted that South Africa and 4 neighbors will shortly be submitting a joint offer on products where import tariffs will be reduced for the AFCFTA. 2 days later, on Saturday, we tabled that offer at a meeting of the AFCFTA trade ministers in Gaborone. These are important steps in driving the development of our continent. A stronger Africa is a stronger South Africa. While the EFF mobilizes on the streets with fake militaristic rhetoric, having lost the debate in this House, and the DA complains of 5 disastrous years, government secured private sector pledges to invest more than 1 trillion rand in the economy. Members of Parliament may wonder, how will that pledges be realized? Let me give a few examples to illustrate the impact on production, on jobs, on opportunities. Example 1, the new Sapi Psycho plant in KZN that opened in September last year produces pulp that goes into the making of viscose fabrics, tablets, and other products. Young fashion designer Tsepo Mohlala uses a rayon from the pulp for his new jeans range. Rural communities benefit. Example 2, Google announced a large investment in October to open an undersea cable between South Africa, West Africa, and Europe, significantly expanding our ability to do business, to run Zoom meetings, and complete cross-border financial transactions. Example 3, the recently opened Hesto harness plant employs 4,000 workers in Kwadukuza. Nokwazi Mbele is an electrical engineer, one of a number of women creating jobs through localizing the electrical distribution systems that connects car batteries, engines, lights, aircons, and more. Jobs for young people, Honorable Malema, unlike what you assert. Had time permitted, I would have provided details of many other projects, like the opening of the new Corrobrick brick factory in Carltonville, or the Polarium plant that's manufacturing lithium battery modules, or food factory Kerry ingredients, or call centers open in Cape Town due to DTIC incentives. All of these, the product of this government, working together with business, brings jobs to communities across the country. While the DA coalition of small parties is unraveling and the EFF tries to divide the nation, this government is building greater cohesion between South Africans in the economy through social compacts or master plans in steel, in car production, in clothing, in furniture, in poultry, in sugar, in agro-processing, and in global business services. These master plans require something from everyone. The sugar master plan is stabilizing a still troubled industry and saving jobs. The clothing master plan is shifting the sourcing decisions of major retailers. The global business services master plan is creating jobs. The auto master plan is re-industrializing the economy. Ask Honorable Steenhuisen. He will know that in Gauteng, 10 newly built factories opened in the Tshwane Auto Special Economic Zone last year, producing parts for the Ford Ranger. A total of 3,200 new jobs were created in the factory and its suppliers. And the new vehicle will be exported to more than 100 countries across the world. In the Eastern Cape, the new Isuzu G-Max began rolling off the production line in Gqeberha in April. We'll build on all of this with a shift to hybrid and electric vehicles, including pursuing our interest in deepening the value chain in electric vehicle components, including battery production. While the DA is engulfed in a kindergarten leadership crisis, unable to hold on to even its black leaders, its own leaders, this government is working to widen the base for economic activity, promoting worker ownership in the economy, promoting black industrialists. Today, the Commission gazetted the new market inquiry on fresh food produce markets. It's about opening that up for new entrants. In the next 3 months, the Commission will conclude its market inquiry into online and digital services such as property, food ordering, accommodation, and general e-commerce service. It's about opening those sectors. The President spoke about the inaugural Black Industrialist Conference held last year. They include black industrialists like Dalisu, who began commercial production in Mkondo of anhydrous sodium sulfate to replace imports, or Brimmer's Engineering that manufactures industrial valves and pumps, or Cape Bio that makes enzymes used in molecular biology research and diagnostics, or Microfinish that manufactures safety components for internal combustion engines and exports 98% of its production to the EU, to the US, and to the UK. These are black-owned firms, black excellence driving industrialization in our economy. The past year saw greater levels of worker ownership in the economy. More than 400,000 workers own shares in firms they work for, including Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, ShopRite, Imperial, Consul Grass, Burger King, many mining companies and elsewhere. Not politically connected people, Honorable Steenhuisen, but workers like Makoma Senosha, Nkobile Yende, and Cornelius Grevaar. They earn dividends from these shares, real benefits to South Africans. In some cases, nominated representatives sit on the boards of those companies, bringing the voice of workers into corporate thinking, and at the same time, giving workers an insight into the strategic thinking and challenges faced by companies. And while the DA and the EFF have shown in the Sona debate an absence of ideas and ability only to puff up, wind is not ideas, heat is not energy. We in turn published a green hydrogen commercialization strategy for public comment. And this is about seeking to use South African sunlight, wind and minerals to position us as a leader in the production of this exciting clean energy. Honorable members, the year ahead is still tough, with strong headwinds and energy shortages that will still limit our growth. We're working on it. And the country faces many challenges. But in these most difficult of times, we need to work together more, implement better, and focus on community needs. Join us, let's roll up our sleeves and be part of the national effort to build the economy and build our nation's hope and resilience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now break for lunch, but please note the following. That lunch will be served at the banqueting hall on the second floor. And for those members who may wish to go back to Parliament, Marx Building restaurant is open. And as is the procedure, members pay for their own lunch, as we all know, and we reconvene at 14:15. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV, and we're coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, which of course is serving as the parliamentary precinct for today's joint debate. Political parties are debating the President's address, which took place last week Thursday, and we've heard from the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Ms. Pemi Majodina. We've also heard from the leader of the opposition party, Mr. Steenhuisen.
Indeed, Sibulelo, there is still more to come when we come back. We are still to hear from other political parties and some of the ministers and deputy ministers after the break. And Sibu, during the debate, we've had, members that have already taken the podium, speaking to in particular to the four main key priorities that the president had outlined, which include load shedding, your unemployment, your poverty, and the rising cost of living, as well as corruption and fighting crime. Talking about crime, one issue that Minister Cele spoke on, which was very close to my heart, the issue of gender-based violence. We had him giving a list of some of the women who've lost their lives through GBV, and mostly who've lost their lives in the most brutal way. I mean, you can talk of Uyinene Mkhwejana. We know what happened to Uyinene at Claremont Police Station, whose body was found in Kailicha. We know what happened to Nosicelo, whose body was found by a passerby stuffed in a suitcase in East London. We know what happened to Tsegofatsho Pule, whose body was found hanging with a child inside, And it was not that she hanged herself, she was killed and then was hanged. I mean, we talk about River Steenkamp. We all know what happened to River Steenkamp on this day that is supposed to be their day of trial. We seem to not getting rid of this GBV. We had a pandemic not so long ago, coronavirus. Countries are recovering. We seem to have overcome it. But there's this pandemic that is seemingly staying with us.
Absolutely, Thembinkosi. I couldn't agree with you more with the sentiments that the minister shared in terms of where we are as a country, and if we have to just assess how women in this country actually are not safe. Women are not safe to walk the streets. Women are not safe to wear whatever they want in the streets. There's always a reason to blame women for why they are being beaten, why women are brutally women are actually not only just killed in normal ways, like you will just see how the most brutal manner in which women are being killed. And the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Lucas, and a number of other women referred to this pandemic that is really ingrained within the fabric of our society as a low-intensity war against women, because it is a war against women, against the autonomy of women over their bodies. It is a war against basically just the rights and the dignity of women to just exist and to live a life just like any other normal citizen in the country. But I also want to say that, having that in mind, we know that there's quite a number of interventions that have been put in place, not only by the president through the GBV summit, from a few years ago, and of course that summit was again then reconvened last year. And out of that process came the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Parliament itself has also, has put in a number of interventions to ensure that it places the issue of gender-based violence and femicide at the center of its oversight agenda. Through the Women's Charter Review process, that was an issue as well. In fact, the 2019 Women's Parliament, this was actually one of the key topics for discussion. And out of that discussion, the women of the country actually took a decision that we need to actually review the entirety of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality, but to look at all of the underlying issues that keep women in abusive relationships and actually make them vulnerable at the end of the day. So when we look at the problem, yes, we have a major problem. It's a huge challenge, but it requires social complex, strengthening the social complex from across all sectors of society to ensure that we create a safe environment for women. And it's not only for women to defend themselves. There's also a program called the He for She program, which has been led by, championed actually by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Ntate Zenodi. There's also the Men's Parliament. That's also another intervention that has been put in place by Parliament to create a space for men to talk about the challenges that men themselves face, but to then begin to address the psychosocial issues that lead men to resolving issues through violence.
And talking about the social compact which the President stressed during his State of the Nation debate last year, he has indeed provided us with an update on how far that process is, even though it has not been finalized yet, but there has been progress that has been made. Agreements have been signed with partners, in business and in society, the key players, but we're still waiting. But just when I was listening to the President delivering the speech last week, and having gone through his speech, I picked up that a number of times he still mentions about that, because he keeps on saying that you cannot do it. This needs all of us. It needs us to be working together. That appears several times on his speech, but also just not moving away from GBV, but still staying on crime. I'm not sure if you have seen what's been happening in the country with the most recent shooting in Port Elizabeth over the weekend, where patrons were just sitting at home and enjoying themselves, and people showed up, killed about 4 of them, left several of them injured. Last week we had AKA being shot outside, in Yokonwaba in Durban, and even before that we had a number of shootings in Port Elizabeth. That's something new for that area. I don't know what really needs to be done there, because it is the second shooting in a row, and apparently it happened on the same street or in the same neighborhood where the previous incident, where about 8 people were killed, took place. So the issue of guns, I didn't hear much about what are we going to do with this high level of crime that is crippling our country, crippling our economy. We know that there are, for instance, in Cape Town, there are projects that are unable to proceed, projects that this government has put in place to assist our people, but because of extortion, there are reported cases of extortion for projects to go ahead, gun shows, people dying, getting shot. Almost every second, third day we hear about mass shootings. I was hoping to hear Minister Cele going deep into that, into what solutions, how are we going to deal with this level of crime.
I hear what you're saying, but if we refer quickly back to what the President, the commitment, some of the undertakings that the President made in relation to addressing the issue not only of gender-based violence and femicide, but the issue of crime in general. There's definitely there's more money that's going to be invested in bringing in recruiting more police. Because a lot of times you find that there are areas that have got mobile units. There's a lot of times you'll find that there are rural areas. In order for them to report any kind of crime, they have to drive a distance. And then of course there's the issue also of the infrastructure that is required. For example, if there's no network in a particular area, it means that it becomes very difficult for people to report crimes. But I think what is encouraging with regards to the President's commitments when it comes to the addressing issues of crime in the country is the fact that there is a recognition that the crime issue seems to be a matter that requires our focus and our attention as a nation for the current financial year. But we know that this issue it has been coming along with us for quite some time, since within the context of gender-based violence and femicide. And we also know that the current state of the economy, not to say that, that one, we condone these things, but in many instances you find that people are unemployed. And they normally, you'll find them, they will find the most destructive ways, to make money, to be able to make ends meet. But also, historically speaking, we have to think about the fact that South Africa used to be we have a very violent past. The apartheid system enforced its power, its authority over the people of this country through the use of violence. So that it's actually ingrained within our social fabric as a country. So over and above bringing in, using the police service to respond to crimes and, through crime prevention strategies and systems, we also need to begin to inculcate a common value system, not only at the schooling system, in my view, but I know that there's a lot of thought leaders and academics who are also saying that there is space for us, within the broader framework of the Bill of Rights, to begin to say that, we need to actually, this is not about deviating from your culture, but of course, in our culture, Ubuntu is important as well. You need to be able to respect other people as well. But broadly within the framework of the Bill of Rights, we need to actually begin to put systems in place to make sure that we inculcate this common value system of respecting one another and not resorting to violence to resolve our challenges as a nation.
Yeah, and for sure, Sibu, unemployment is one of our major problems, because if we can curb that, maybe, just maybe, the rate of crime can drop a bit. But like you said, we're not condoning that people should be committing, but we're not ignoring the fact that we're currently sitting with a high unemployment rate. I think Steenhuisen, when you're addressing, gave us the stats of increase from 33% to about 43% of unemployment, but we still remain hopeful. We've heard the president, when he was addressing the nation, providing the update on what the presidential employment stimulus, the number of over 1.5 million opportunities were opened through that program. So we remain hopeful that we will eventually be dealing with this issue of unemployment.
And also coming back to some of the inputs, key things that came out of the Chief of Mayor Phemi Majudina's speech. She has urged the nation to put their trust in the government and to put their trust in the pronouncements that the President has made and the commitment and the undertakings that the President has made, of course, within the broader context of the 7 priorities of the medium-term strategic framework as they were announced in 2019 by the President. And we know that this platform has been a platform where, it will be a platform where, if obviously political parties must have, they say they will be critical. And she did caution that, of course, within the ambit of freedom of speech, parties will be able to, they will speak, they will criticize, and they will give their alternative ideas as to what should be done, to take the country forward.
And the next one is about the issue of our energy crisis. We had a number of speakers that have taken the podium raising it as a major. We know also that it is a major concern for South Africans. We know that there is an action plan that was presented by the President in July last year. The President has provided an update on how far work has been done in relation to that. However, he's also indicated that more work still needs to be done. And such, we had the pronouncement that there would be a Minister of Electricity that would be appointed in order to deal with this crisis. But there has been conflicting, views from different political parties on this pronouncement, because others say we already have the Minister of Public Enterprises, already have the Minister of Minerals, and you have the Minister of COGTA, who's now following the gazetting of the National State of Disaster. Obviously, would have to provide regulations and oversee the
Indeed, Nkosi, maybe let's pause there for now and quickly look at this VT that talks to issues of relating to the energy crisis. With that said, please do stay tuned. We will shortly have a conversation with the Minister in the Presidency to talk to us about his inputs during the debate and, of course, what to expect from his department. Do stay tuned.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the Sona debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Welcome back. As indicated earlier, we did say that we will be having a conversation with the Minister in the Presidency, Ndate Mondli Gungubele, to talk to us a little bit about the inputs that he made in his speech earlier as he was participating in the debate for both houses. As political parties of both houses, of course, all 14 political parties are reflecting on the commitments that were made and the undertakings that were made by the State President in the State of the Nation address from Thursday last week. Minister, welcome, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Talk to us quickly about the fact that obviously we know that this is a very important year. We literally have 14 months before we get into the national elections. So it's a critical year for consolidating the work as committed by the President, the commitments made within the context of the MTSF, those 7 priorities. Talk to us about how, through your department and through your leadership and the work that you are leading, you will make sure that in this year of consolidating and garnering more deliverables for the people of South Africa, you will ensure that there will be more delivery.
Thank you very much. Your name is?
Sibulelo. Sibulelo.
Sibulelo. Thank you very much, Sibulelo, and your viewership. Indeed, you are correct. This is a testing year, especially before that promised that appointment with South Africans. Yes. We've been going through a very difficult path. Economy not doing well, and having to deal with the structural reforms. At the same time, having to deal with the electricity, the load shedding, which is quite a very critical issue now. But in spite of that, there are positives that we're able to report on. For instance, President came in 2018, significantly intervened on the national prosecution to make sure that he gives capacity there. President made sure that in terms of both finance and warm bodies, leadership and otherwise, he reinforces the police. He has actually reinforced the justice system. He has ensured that he's also tightening the SIU. President received a report of the SIU and a report of the Zondo Commission, and all of them are in an unprecedented way. There are plans to implement them. His response plan has been given to Parliament, but anyway, we are not waiting for that. Because a lot of recommendations are about either the culprits are in the state, the culprits are in other professional bodies, similar thing with SIU. in spite again of all the difficulties, one of the challenges we've had has been unemployment, which has been going down. Last year, 2 labor surveys. The first one gave us 648,000 net jobs, and the other one gave us 250,000 net jobs. And together with the presidential stimulus, we were able to amass no less than 1 million jobs last year.
Yes.
Economy grew twice. First quarter, it was about 1.9. Third quarter, about 1.6. All those, to me, are, in spite of the load shedding, in spite of the energy crisis, it's just demonstrate how resilient our economy is. And in terms of the investment, the president will actually reach about 1.14, and his target is 1.2 trillion. Almost all those things are happening. In other words, the ground is being laid through reforms, through investment drives, through employment program, and infrastructure drive. Now, your question is, now that we've got 14 days, I've already spoken to my team in the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation that one of the days this week or the latest next week, they must table before me all the highlights of the president's speech, and then not only table them before me, give me implications for monitoring and evaluation this financial year, so that immediately once that plan is in place, we move. For instance, if the president has committed so many multi-billion of infrastructure, it's a question of what type of infrastructure, where is it located in the country. One of the things that ISA will be driving this year is a new model of social infrastructure employment. If you remember, one of the things the ISA would have observed and assessed is that the social infrastructure commitment, in particular by schools, if it were to move at the pace at which it is moving now, it would take no more than 60 years to build. And after 60 years, none of us will still be alive, but yet it was being built for the current situation. There's a model that ISA has actually proposed, which has been, in terms of the law, affirmed by Treasury. What is this model? Where ISA is mobilizing funds from financial institutions so that all those schools are built now, and then provinces use their grant and keep it somewhere to pay back those institutions. That model has been agreed. The pilot is Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape. One of the most critical things that has been agreed upon this year between ISA, Infrastructure South Africa and Treasury, is that Treasury is going to put aside 600 million in the oncoming year to protect what we've always undermined, called the project preparation capability. A lot of time we would have made undertaking that we're going to build so many things, 300 billion. You get shocked at the end of the financial year, hardly 100 billion of that has been spent. In analyzing deep, what ISA discovered that a lot of those projects that were being proposed never reached a test, never passed a test of project, what we call feasibility, past feasibility study, authentication, so that there's bankability. And then when they check the underlying reasons, is that mostly the rural provinces do not have project preparation capacity. So now, this is a major intervention, which is unprecedented, that now Treasury is going to put almost annually, no less than 600 million as a project. By convention, Smulen, when you put a project plan, it's depending on the value, on the monetary value of that project. No less than 5% should be the project capability funding for that project. We've not been doing those issues. So again, another critical thing on infrastructure, now ISA is going to be a single entry point in as far as infrastructure is concerned, in as far as even analyzing the feasibility. At the same time, the entire pipeline is going to come through ISA, but the funding authority and discretion will be done by Treasury. Those are major interventions. As a result, this intervention makes us anticipate that a huge infrastructure work is going to be actually at a higher level. For instance, as we speak now, the president was able to say, in construction as we speak, we've got no less than 232 billion, and 4 billion is what has been completed. So again, go back to your question. DPME I said either this week or next week, I said they must present before me all what is extracted and what is highlighted, whether it's in health, whether it's in education, whether it's in public works, whether it's in the police, all those key implementable commitments, and how as DPME are we going to monitor them? Because you are right. I'm a year and some few whatever in this job. What I've just learned is that DPME has got a critical role in ensuring that government does implement. Because DPME has to monitor each project and be able to report on time so that interventions take place on time. We want to, in other words, to up the ante, recast DPME to actually respond to your question.
Absolutely. Minister, talk to me about structural reforms. We know that the President announced Project Vulindlela in his last State of the Nation address, and we know that we cannot create more jobs if we do not address some of the major structural challenges that are still ingrained, that still prevent many South Africans who previously disadvantaged from entering the mainstream economy. Talk to us about progress that has been made in addressing the structural reforms, and key amongst them, if I can mention, is the one on access to finances for SMMEs, if they are supposed to be the bedrock.
Maybe it's important to restate the fact that the President said last year, 80% of our jobs come from private sector. And then for private sector to participate in the economy, it must make business sense. In other words, they should actually break even. And for that to happen, the economic environment, its cost structure must be such that they are able to break even. There are a number of things that undermine that ability. One is the transport network, whether it's aviation, whether it's roads, whether it's rail. It's also communication. That's why you will speak now about SA Connect. That includes even the issuing of spectrum, which has been auctioned now, and that involves moving away from analog to digital, what to call connection. It also means it goes to businesses securing water use licenses, something which has been taking multiple years, now it's taking about 90 days. And then it also comes to the availability of water. South Africa is a water scarcity country, although there's a lot of debate about that, in the sense that in a number of provinces, there are perennial streams. The only thing is that we've never had an infrastructure to divert those streams to where they are supposed to use. Sometimes the issue of South Africa being a water scarcity country, although correct, sometimes is exaggerated, because we have not demonstrated how optimal can we take advantage of the water that is at our disposal. So Vulindlela also has that issue of water. The other issue is the rail. You know that our economy leverage a lot on commodity, revenue. But for that to happen, we must be able to exploit the positive market development with regard to the demand for commodities. And for that to happen, it means those who are in the mining, those who are in the ore, those who are in steel, must be able to transport their goods to the ports so that the ports can ensure that they reach the destinations. One of the biggest challenges we have now is Transnet, state underinvestment in infrastructure and poor maintenance and theft, and the challenge of the locomotives that are almost in a standstill, and a number of issues that have made Transnet to actually under-deliver in terms of the suppliers and those who want to call. One of the critical things the President has been leading is to ensure that there's competitiveness in the rail sector. One of the interventions is we agreed on a policy where a third-party access to participate in the rail freight activity. Already, one company has actually been given, authorized to actually take a slot. We hope a number of those. And what does it do? When those private companies start operating in our rail, they improve the competitiveness and the professionalism. And they also take care maybe of those lines of their slot. It also applies to the President's pronouncing last year the issue of partnership in both the two container terminals, the Ngquga and what we call Durban, where we are inviting private sector to also invest there. Again, you lift competitiveness, you improve efficiencies. Those are what we call structural reforms. It goes a long way, and of course, the president would have committed to spend in the MTF no less than in road upgrades, rural road upgrades, no less than 655-kilometer roads. And as we speak now, ISA has actually is working on, if they have not finished that, standard design for various rural roads. You know why? A number of commitment to build roads, it spent time on a design. And even the designs themselves are not standardized because different land features require particular design. So what they are doing sampling through all over the country to make sure that on this type of land, this is the kind of design, so that immediately there's a commitment to build 20 kilometers. You no longer go to designs, and I can go on and on what work is being done in as far as structural reform is concerned.
Minister, talk to us about how do we then make sure, we spoke about the issue of capacity as well, and with all these massive infrastructure projects, of course there's a lot of companies that actually have been there for a long time, that have the capability, they have the experience, but how do we bring in previously disadvantaged SMMEs to partner up, to be part and parcel, because there's huge amounts of money that is being spent on these infrastructure projects to ensure that as much as there's this capability that is being used to put all of these key infrastructure points in place, that process is also actually being used to capacitate your emerging SMMEs, and so that they can also benefit from the resources that are available.
One of the defining features of our developmental economy is inclusivity.
Absolutely.
And transformation. So integral to our developmental system is transformation and inclusivity. Naturally, there is a catering in the infrastructure for up and coming, for historical disadvantage, but the key thing is that they must be trained so that they are equal to what we call to the task. Because one of the things that can insult affirmative action is when you appoint people because they are black without actually looking at their capacity, because it insults the noble intention of the very what to call exercise. And that is one of the issues that are integral in our system, yes.
Indeed. So if we're talking quickly about the issue of investment, the president has actually raised quite a huge amount of money, and you spoke to that in your input as well in your debate, and of course the president also spoke to it. His target of 1.2 trillion, and we about 95 or 90% reached that target. Talk to us about how this huge amount of money that has been raised, and of course it's commendable that the president has been able to rally, the private sector and bring in this investment. How is this money being dispersed, and what are the key sectors that we can expect to benefit from that?
It's different factors as well. Maybe clothing, it could be infrastructure, it's different sectors, can be trade sector and so on. But what is key, but I don't have those facts with me now, is that all that money is being followed and tracked, what has been translated into a project. There's a significant amount of that money now which has been translated into real project. Because remember, it's investment. A mere pledge of commitment to spend 1 billion, if it does not translate in a project, that actually enhance economic growth and create jobs. So that's the story on those. I'm not sure if I've answered your question.
I think you have answered the question, but I think what would be important to say at this stage, Minister, is clear that there's a lot of work that is being done. That it's also critical to continue communicating this information during this year. With that said, I would like to really, really thank you for the time that you've made. And I do think that you are sitting with a large amount of information in terms of progress made. And our South Africans, they need to hear that. So we will invite you again.
Smulelo, we will have to do that. We acknowledge that we have not been doing well in terms of communication. One of the problems we have now is the vacancy in the DG of GIS. But now the man who is acting there, Mr. Michael Curran, seems to be upping the ante, and we hope to get better. Already there's quite an improvement now that I'm saying, but we need to actually communicate to our people a lot of interventions that are making a difference. I agree with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
That was the Minister in the Presidency, Ndate Mondli Gugubele, just sharing with us some insights and progress that has been made in implementing not only the 7 priorities as announced by the President in 2019, but of course the focus is the 2023 Sona commitments. With that said, do stay tuned with us.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are, of course, dealing with the debate on the State of the Nation address. And right now I'm joined by Mr. Hope Papu, who's a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for talking to us.
Good afternoon, sir, and to the viewers of Parliament TV.
Thanks, Mr. Papu. I've just informed the viewer that you are a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President. Can you please just briefly explain what is the role of a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President?
The role of the parliamentary councillor is to ensure that the relationship between the executive and the legislature, which is in our case, National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, is actually better and improved. The passage of the work of the executive through the function of the Deputy President as a leader of government business, because it's a responsibility. One of the responsibilities of the Deputy President is as a leader of government business, where bills and whatever program the executive has will have to come to the National Assembly and obviously and in the National Council of Provinces, depending on the kind of bill which would be before Parliament. So it's managing that relationship on behalf of the Deputy President between the executive and the legislative arm. For example, the appearances of ministers to answer questions both in the National Assembly and in the National Council of Provinces. It's one of the functions of the leader of government business to ensure that they do take that responsibility. A response to questions for oral written reply. If their questions are not being answered, the presiding officers will communicate with the leader of government business, and we need to ensure that various ministries of government are actually sensitive to the fact that they account to both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on both questions for written reply and questions for oral reply. So that whole gambit of the functions of the leader of government business, I have to ensure that is done.
There has been an outcry on the questions that are not being answered by the members of the executive. What consequences do you have in place for such, when such happens? Because there has been an outcry in the past year that some members of the executive do not respond to parliamentary questions. What action do you take when that doesn't happen?
The rules were amended to ensure that the speaker, there are certain steps the presiding officers can take, working with the leader of government business, including reprimand in the House. But you must also understand, if there are questions for written reply, if 3,000 questions were asked in a year and 100 were not answered, you can't say, but many questions were not answered. So always when the questions which are not answered, but the leader of government business, who's the deputy president of the republic, and always, in every cabinet meeting, there is a report on the number of questions, both written and questions which are going to be answered in a form of oral. Every cabinet meeting, the deputy president raises the issue of questions in the cabinet. And generally, the speaker has said there's been an improvement, but more can be done. But there are measures in the rules of the National Assembly and the NCOP when questions are not answered, what presiding officers can do, as I say, including with public reprimand, because there's nothing so difficult for a public rep that to be reprimanded by the presiding officer in public.
So just coming back now to today's debates and the State of the Nation that was presented by the President last week, how does then Sona relate to the monitoring and the implementation of the legislative program?
It relates to, because in the presidency, there is a monitoring and evaluation department led by Minister Gungubele. Minister Gungubele works with the Office of the Leader of Government Business if there are issues which are on matters of monitoring, because Leader of Government Business has to work with the legislative, with the legislature, being the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So the minister in the office of, in the presidency works with the Leader of Government Business on matters like that to ensure that commitments which are made in Sona are followed up with all the ministries. I say ministries because we relate to ministers. Departments is mainly public servants, but they have to ensure that public servants through ministries implement commitments which should have been made. It has been quite tough in the last 2 years, obviously, with the lockdown and very difficult conditions. But and people were not able to go out there to inspect and check. But obviously, through that ministry, the Leader of Government Business works and has a tap on generally the overall implementation of commitments which would have been made by the President on behalf of the executive.
And now tell me, what measures are in place that you have to monitor and improve the quality of legislation that comes before this parliament?
There's been an improvement. There's a cycle which the cabinet procedures before the bill comes to parliament. The Leader of Government Business working within the presidency, but with the cabinet secretariat, they ensure that bills don't come which are not properly done in line with that procedure. For example, economic impact of bills must be made, so they don't make bills and then discover that there will not be resources for that bill to be implemented, whether financial or human. So the economic impact study is one of the measures put in the lawmaking process. You should have done some basic research, whether it's a qualitative research or quantitative research or combination of the two, to ensure that that bill will close a gap which is there in the legislation. Some of the bills are amendment bills to improve existing acts. Some are new bills based on a policy decision which would have been taken by cabinet. And in fact, the procedure, it's quite rigorous. That is why in the last few years, very few bills were actually put aside. I'm talking about a number of bills in the 5th administration and in the 6th administration were not actually put aside by the Constitutional Court. The President also takes time to ensure that the bill meets the constitutional master. And I guess in that process you can work with the Constitutional Court to ensure that any bill which is before it's passed meets the constitutional master. There are always slip-ups, But those slip-ups are part of a democracy, because in a democracy, the executive, when they make mistakes, the courts will make them to correct those mistakes without interfering with the powers of the executive or of the legislature.
All right, just as a parting shot, you'd remember last week when the president delivered before the president delivered the State of the Nation address, there was some disruptions that occurred in the hall. What is the importance of observing the joint rules that guide the process?
Parliament is a platform for debate and discussion. And for that to happen, all members of the parliament, including the president, must have a right to speak, because when they were sworn in, part of that swearing in is about a right and a privilege to speak. No member has a right to actually stop any member, whether they are members of the executive, from speaking. Only the presiding officers can actually stop a member based on the violation of rules. So it cannot be that a member takes them upon themselves to stop another member. If you remember in 2019, the same thing happened with Minister Gordon in E249. And Privileges and Ethics Committee made an investigation on that behavior of wanting to prevent Minister Gordon from speaking. And the findings of that investigation of the Privileges Committee was that those members who acted in that way violated the National Assembly rules. The joint rules, National Assembly rules, NCOP rules are very, very important to ensure democracy happen. Even if people don't agree with each other, they must debate those issues like it's happening today and ensure that whatever perspectives and views they have are expressed. It cannot be in a parliament, which is supposed to be the champion of debates and discussion, where some member can be stopped by another member who don't like what they are doing or what they are saying. They have no member has authority to stop another member from speaking.
So can we expect to see some action being taken against the members that disrupted these proceedings?
Well, I heard that the presiding officer said they will actually have a look at that and check whether there were any their view that there were violations of the law can be referred to the Rules Committee and any other committee relating. There's a committee which deals with when members are kicked out, are taken out of the chamber. There are mechanisms to actually follow up and investigate. We hope that that will be done, because that's a civilized way of dealing with problems. We cannot deal with problems through disruption, stopping people from speaking, and not allowing members of parliament from speaking. That's not how a democracy functions.
Mr. Papa, must thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV. Also like to wish you all the best for this afternoon and for tomorrow, as the debates will be continuing then.
Absolutely, because parliamentary councillors are appointed by the National Assembly. It's in the rules of the National Assembly that a parliamentary councillor is appointed. And after appointment, you are put on the announcements, tablings, and committee reports, which is popularly known as an ATC in Parliament. So you are not an advisor. You have to be a member of Parliament to be a parliamentary councillor, not a public servant. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Babu. And just to remind our viewers that Mr. Babu is talking to National Assembly Rule 34, which speaks on the appointment of a parliamentary councillor. Thank you very much, sir. And as I've indicated, we wish you well this afternoon and tomorrow as the debate continues. Well, viewers at home, please, that was Mr. Hope Papu, as I've indicated, parliamentary councillor to the deputy president. And please stay tuned as we'll be talking to more of our parliamentary members.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or Sona, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
Sona provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his Sona, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker and or the Chairperson of the Council by arrangement between them. During the week following the Sona, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the Sona. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his Sona before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, Sona is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precinct. The President aligns, is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the president disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor end. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the Sona. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the Sona, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the president. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
The members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the speaker's chair, other overflow areas within Parliament. The presiding officers and the president enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod, and followed by the secretary to Parliament. A new element of the Sona since the birth of democracy is Imbong, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod place the mace and the black rod in place before the speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the sergeant at arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The mace was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The black rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod, into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the Sona and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just the speech, the Sona tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
Good afternoon and welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. Ewe, sisakuphathela debate sebreaking encinci kodwa idebate iyaqhubekeka nge2:15 kuze kuyotshona ilanga. Asazi bizawuphela ngabani ixesha Sibulele. Spoke to Mr. Gungubele. I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Papu. We explained the role of the parliamentary councillor to the deputy president, but we also spoke briefly about the events that transpired last week, wherein he explained that, look, in terms of the constitution and the rules of this parliament, no member can actually stop another member from speaking. There are joint rules that need to be observed for this type of sitting, as much as there are NA rules that needs to be observed when only the National Assembly is meeting, and there are NCOP rules that needs to be observed when the NCOP is sitting. But he has, of course, indicated that the necessary steps will be taken to address what happened from going through the Rules Committee and to other structures available at Parliament.
Absolutely. Indeed, the joint rules have been put in place to ensure that presiding officers are able to maintain decorum in the House, that members are able to respectfully engage. And in this case, of course, during the State of the Nation address, that was an opportunity for the state president to deliver his annual State of the Nation address and to announce his much anticipated, what government's program of action is going to be for the year ahead. And we also did talk about the fact that this is such a critical year, so which makes it all the more important. So when disruptions happen, obviously, presiding officers are going to invoke those rules to ensure that the business of the day is able to proceed. And
you was very clear in explaining that today's events, today and tomorrow's events, are actually the one for members to raise whatever issues that they might have, whether with the president or with the executive, but they have an opportunity today, as we've heard already from those that have taken the podium in the House, that yes, you have your concerns, you raise them. As he had indicated that today would have been best for them to raise those issues, but he did say that action will be taken against those MPs.
And of course, that is also within the context of the powers and privileges and the rules as well. So there are systems in place to address transgressions, rather, when a presiding officer feels that as of the view, and based on the rules, of course, being fair as well to members, because members have the privilege of freedom of speech in the House to engage, to raise their issues where there's an issue that they feel has not been properly addressed. They have the opportunity to raise their issues in a platform that is on their platform, but obviously they must do so in a manner that is respectful, also taking cognizance of the importance of what is the focal, the chief, the overarching agenda of the day was really to receive the President's State of the Nation address for the year ahead.
And the debate continues this afternoon, and we're still expecting to hear from some members of other political parties. We've had the leader of the opposition, yes, Mr. Steenhuisen, raising his issues. We've had Mr. Julius Malema talking on the leader of the EFF. And we've had Ms. Pemi Matrodina as well, the chief whip of the majority party, which is the ANC in the National Assembly. We are yet to hear from the smaller parties as the day progresses, and also on what issues they would be focusing on. But just talking on the reduction of unemployment, Sibu, something that the President provided an update on when he delivered the State of the Nation address, indicating that the Social Employment Fund was in the process of recruiting about 50,000 participants in its next phase of undertaking work for the common good. It also indicated that the National Youth Service is looking at creating about 36,000 opportunities through non-profit and community-based organizations. We've heard that the Department of Home Affairs has recruited over 10,000 young persons to digitize their records. We know that most of the Home Affairs records are still like manual, so President undertook last year that there would be the digitization of Home Affairs information.
Absolutely. And another point, as we know, Tembinkosi, this also came out from the reactions from members and from the various political parties last week after the President delivered his State of the Nation address, and it was the issue around plans to put in place a minister, to appoint a minister of electricity. And a lot of parties felt that it's actually ill-advised, that it's not probably the correct course of action. But of course, as we are as has been clarified as well by the Secretary of the National Assembly earlier, and of course also by Ndate Papo, who was just basically saying that the two-day debate is the platform that members have to raise their counter-proposals. If they disagree with some of the proposals that have been put in place or put forth by the President, then you cannot just disagree. Then you must at least have a counter-proposal as well, so that all of these, obviously it's a platform for a battle of ideas to ensure that we collectively take the country forward.
Yeah, and we're looking to see what proposal are those members going to be coming with in reiteration to the announcement of the appointment of the Minister of Electricity. I mean, my understanding is that when that appointment is made, the presidency will clearly state what is expected from that minister. So I think that perhaps a benefit of the doubt should be given, or the president should be afforded an opportunity to make the appointment and then look at the job description, and then we can then become critical from there.
Absolutely, and as we can see, members are now going into the City Hall, making their way into the City Hall to proceed with the proceedings of the day. And the proceedings of the day, really, at the top of the agenda, obviously, is to create this platform to ensure that members of both houses are able to raise their comments, questions, and counter-proposals with regards to the President's State of the Nation address.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, please sit down. No, they're seated. Please settle down. Honorable Nyambi should get ready to chair as we move on. But before he comes up, there's just one little issue. I think it's a very important issue that I need to raise very, very briefly. There's an allegation that has been raised. This relates to the joint sitting on the 9th of February, where the Speaker is said to have said that members of the EFF are animals. And it was repeated in the House and was made on public broadcasts and circulated even on social media. It is alleged that in the process, the Speaker said, animals out. These were not the words uttered by the Speaker. The unrevised, I want to emphasize, unrevised Hansard correctly reflects the words as Pumani men, translated to get out men. The Hansard has now been shown to have to indicate that no such words were uttered by the Speaker, but because the matter has also been referred to the Joint Rules Committee, both the unrevised Hansard as well as whatever related documents will be made available to the Joint Rules Committee. So those who are alleging that these were said again, these words were said, will be able to contest that when all the information is made available. Yes, Floyd? Honorable Floyd.
No, thank you very much. First, we do not know what item you're speaking on now, in terms of the intervention that we're making now. And what you have just spoken to now is not a reflection of reality. The Speaker said animals out in the process of the EFF members of Parliament going out of its own record. And that is why we have written to the Rules Committee to lodge a complaint against her, and we've already tabled a motion of no confidence, which we are sure is going to be successful against her, because that was the most irresponsible thing to could ever be said by anyone here. So we will be able to illustrate that vividly, and there won't be any way we are going to hide that in terms of these issues. So let's wait for the process of the Rules Committee to deal with that, instead of trying to shortcut us here in this particular. So there can't be record of Parliament that says that there was no such thing said, because it was said here by an extremely irresponsible and reckless Speaker.
Yeah. I'm sure the information is meant for noting, and the issues will be pursued as indicated. Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker is going to be the Premier, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members, we are honored to stand here on this august house on behalf of the African National Congress to join the millions of South Africans in welcoming the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency the President Ramaphosa. Honorable members, we listened to Inganekwane from EDA, the coalition of corruption led by the DA at Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni. Honorable members, this has been exposed, none other than the Auditor General. This corruption was exposed by the Auditor General, and these municipalities have literally collapsed. The municipality and the people are not getting services. The instability and the wholesale failure to deliver quality services to municipal residents is attributed to the DA and its incompetent leaders. Honorable members, there is consensus in society that the State of the Nation address was apt, depiction of the situation of this country as it is. There was no bending of the facts, underestimating the challenges, and cooking of statistics. The Sona was a clear demonstration of the level of respect the ANC-led government has had on the people of South Africa. Honorable members, at times such as this one, where we find ourselves as a nation requiring leadership, and unfortunately, I can't say the same to the honorable members who will squeal and shout as if they are babies and kids. The 2023 State of the Nation address set us apart to our post-COVID-19, post-floods, post-crisis seasons with projects and programs that are necessary to accelerate transformative journey that we've had to undertake to get things done and things back on track. When we were hit by the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal, President Ramaphosa was the first on the ground to rescue KwaZulu-Natal. Never have been the president that we have seen walking the talk. When COVID-19 hit in 2020, President Ramaphosa led from the front. So I stand here, honorable members, on behalf of the people of our province to confirm that KwaZulu-Natal has rebounded and is recovering from the effects of the triple challenges, and almost all the sectors of our economy are showing signs of positive recovery. We can say with certainty that we are now back to full restoration in the areas of water, in concern with the priorities to the vital services that were needed to be provided to our people. We can honestly say that we have recently commissioned Aqueduct 1 and the reservoir, which was extensively damaged by the floods. This is now producing more volumes of potable water to supply many parts of eThekwini Metro than it did before. We have completed Utongati water scheme and currently addressing the reticulation challenges for our areas such as Hambanati. Repairs to damaged pipeline that supplies Umlazi, including Prince Mshiyeni Hospital, are at an advanced stage to full recovery to restore the water supply. Before someone speaks of the death of ignorance, let me mention that there is progress on the issues of the beaches. We are resolving the challenges to the sanitation infrastructure that affected our beaches. Most of our beaches are now open and water quality is being monitored on the weekly basis. I wish to assure the holiday makers that indeed Durban and KwaZulu-Natal is open ukuthi abantu bezojabula. We have also quickly attended to the northern wastewater treatment. I wish I could say the same for the DA Rand municipality in Cape Town because they were not affected by floods. Your Excellency the President, the many flood victims who were left homeless and destitute in April and May 2022 have followed the state of the address in their dignified temporary accommodation. It is thanks to the caring ANC government led by you, Mr. President, and your ministers, Minister of Human Settlement, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Road Transport, and all other ministers that worked with us throughout. Not a single one of the victims of flood spent Christmas in the mass community centers. They all spent Christmas in the flats. We were with our people up until the 25th of December, Mr. President, and we even had Christmas lunches with them on the 25th, 24th, right up to the 31st, because we wanted to make sure that when we talk about the fact that our people are now living in a dignified flats and places, we knew what we were talking about. We have provided privacy to the families and individuals who lost their homes in floods. Progress is also being made in linking all of these temporary flats with the land parcels. We have up to date secured 8 land parcels which will be used for permanent housing solutions in the western, northern, and southern regions, totaling to about 325 million that is needed, and that has been set aside already. I wish to say, honorable members, that our people know better than some of the members who shout out of their voices from a place of ignorance. Honorable Speaker, our province suffered massive road infrastructure damages as a result of the floods. Our estimates are that we needed more than 5.7 billion to be spent in more than 1,372 flood damage projects. We have worked with SANRAL. We have completed the road in no time, the port access roads, the Solomon Mahlangu, a big portion of M4, N2, R102. All these strategic routes were affected by floods, and they are now open. SANRAL has also just appointed a service provider to fix the N2 Umgababa and N2 Umhlali bridge. When we deliver the state of our province, we will be able to say more about the work that we are doing with SANRAL. We will also be creating the work, the support for our SMMEs, because in all the work that we have been doing, SMMEs have been involved, and a lot of young people have also been involved, including those that have been learning on the job in some of these projects. Emerging position is that most of the small businesses have reopened. At the same time, substantial percentage of big businesses have also been back to normal following the unrest that befell our province. The rebuilding work continues. Toyota, one of our biggest car manufacturers, and many businesses in the South Durban Basin are now back to business and are investing even more in our province. Through the efforts that you have put in, Mr. President, we have attracted billions of rands worth of investment from local and international investors. And the Minister Minister Patel already spoke at length about some of these projects, including SAPI Psycho. And SAPI Psycho has even opened opportunities for small businesses, young entrepreneurs who are designing and taking advantage of the value chain at SAPI Psycho, Some of them are in fashion designing. Some of them are doing various things, and they have opened their own businesses, and those are jobs. Wilma Group has also invested. Hester Hannes and Hester Hannes, Mr. President, they are even now looking for more land because they want to extend, and you've heard the minister talking about some of the women that are already supplying the Hester Hannes company. Tetra Pak, Carry Ingredients, and many other projects, Mr. President, that you announced during your investor conference are up and running, and they are creating massive job opportunities. And to date, the province have also attracted greenfield investment that we are very proud of having worked with your office, including the infrastructure office. We also welcome your progress report, Mr. President, on the work that is being done on the National Ports Authority, and we really wish to impress upon our government to ensure that we really get our port back to being competitive as KwaZulu-Natal, as a strategic logistic corridor for Africa. We welcome the President's intervention on pressing matters to secure a reliable supply of energy. We have been warned by the wise that instead of casting darkness, let us light a candle, dance in the storm to innovate and find better ways of illuminating our world. In this regard, as KwaZulu-Natal, we have taken various steps to secure energy supply, with the province being very well positioned for alternative energy generation, green hydrogen, electricity, bioethanol from our sugar, and biomass as well that we already have in many of our houses. Our Executive Council has also approved a team working on alternative energy generation, including work with municipalities to fast-track energy generation. I was very sad to hear my learned friend, the Honorable Premier of Western Cape, saying there is nothing that is being done, because I've attended meetings with my Honorable Premier of Western Cape, and I remember his words after the President has delivered his report, saying he is so excited with hearing the President talking about the progress that is being made. We welcome this intervention, Mr. President. I'm really very sad because he said this on his own. We welcome the battery of intervention announced in the areas of job creation, the wealth creation investment, and many other opportunities that will be open for our people. President, you showed that Amilcar Cabral meant when he said, hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mask no mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories. Honorable members, we are happy to say that in working with our communities, our military veterans had a very successful summit in KwaZulu-Natal, a national summit. And from that national summit that was held by our military veterans, there's a number of initiatives that are being opened and that we are following up, including the digital economy, that we are going to be bringing them into that space. We are also discussing with a number of municipalities with a view of helping them with policy of ensuring that our military veterans do benefit, including the MOU that is being done with the Department of Education of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, also I wish to indicate that it was very disturbing when one of the senior mining executives of Sibanye, the CE, Neil Froman, in the Bloomberg article titled Investors on Strike in South Africa, which appeared both on Business Day and Business Tech editions of the 7th of February, where he argues that because of a general loss of confidence, business is now effectively on strike. The book of Marxism, Poem and Antidote warns us that the types of the friends like Foreman declares that They come to you when the sky is crystal clear, and they disappear when the same sky is overcast and with dark clouds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Zungula.
Molo Manyawuzi. Umhle kakhulu mama kulo white. Parliament belongs to the people of South Africa, and members must not be intimidated from doing what they elected to do. The presence of an elite police unit in the Chamber of Parliament speaks to the dictatorship that has crept in our country. It cannot be that state institutions will be unleashed on MPs in order to silence and intimidate them. No self-respecting member of Parliament can condone what happened last Thursday. The country is in a big crisis, a crisis of leadership. In fact, the people in leadership positions do not have the political will to solve the problems faced by the country. The problems of load shedding, post office retrenching workers, SOEs failing apart are self-created. We have a president that may have seriously violated the Constitution, may have seriously committed acts of misconduct, and life can't go on as usual. As a president who disregards our constitutional duty to hold you accountable, where do you get the moral authority to come and present Sona to the very same institution you do not believe can hold you accountable? We have a crisis of a president that will use every trick in the book to avoid accountability. Millions of citizens are languishing in the dark whilst crime is increasing. Drugs are killing the future of this country. Unemployment and hopelessness continue to be the adjectives most commonly associated with our young people. The real state of the nation tells us South Africa is a lawless country where kidnappings, mass shootings, extortions, construction mafias are on the rise. Traditional leaders are also under siege, and the silence from the government is telling. This lawlessness has even attracted people from far parts of the world to see our country as their destination for criminal activities. The porous borders compound the crime problem in our country. It's amazing that the elite police unit, which was in the chambers, is nowhere to be seen when communities are terrorized by illegal miners, when buildings are hijacked, police stations are robbed. Once again, they are nowhere to be seen to dismantle the forced prosecution rings, curb the ever-growing drug trade, things that are destroying the future of this country. Mr. President, you have failed to lead South Africa to prosperity. Everything has gone from bad to worse under your leadership. In 2018, when you took over, the unemployment rate was 25.6%. Now it is 33.9%. 47 people were killed every day. Now 72 people are killed daily. There was no load shedding in 2018. Now there's permanent load shedding for the next 2 years. The petrol price was 13 rands. Now it is 21 rands. Tata, asikuzondi xa sikuxelela inyani ukuba imbi imeko yeli lizwe. Xa umuntu ungamxeleli inyani uyamosha. And you need to ask yourself a question. What has changed for the better ever since you became president in South Africa? The best thing that can happen to the country right now is a resignation because ohlulakele. Your investment summits, task teams, commissions, creation of many ministries in the presidency, all to appear as if you are doing something, are not working. You took the intelligence to the presidency, yet there's an increase in mass murders, kidnappings and extortions. We have consolidated and created ministries in the presidency without any tangible results, yet you expect us to be happy with the appointment of a minister of electricity, whereas the MRE exists. You need capable engineers to fix ESCOM, not another ministry. When are the factories, eQwaqwa, eHammanskraal, eGcuwa, being revived to create meaningful jobs for our people and turn South Africa into a manufacturing hub. Stop celebrating the growing number of people who are dependent on grants. South Africans are able and they want to work. Give people dignity through jobs and create conditions for their businesses to thrive. The township economy needs to be transformed so that the primary beneficiaries can be people from those townships. You can come here, Mongameli, and posture as much as you want, but the reality and the facts speaks from themselves. The country is worse off under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, before I start, I must say it's impossible to avoid pointing out the absurdity of the DA suggesting that they can lead us across the Rubicon when they are still standing where P.W. Botha left them nearly 40 years ago. Just Nick, they can't even cross a stream when ordered to do so by the High Court. Next week, they will be in the Supreme Court of Appeals challenging a court order that says they have a duty to undo the Group Areas Act. They're going to go to court in the Supreme Court of Appeals and say that that is not their duty. It's absurd. House Chairperson, South Africa requires miracles to eliminate unemployment. If the economy was to achieve steady growth of 3% per annum for the next 14 years, which is nearly double the projections, the unemployment rate would be reduced to about 25%, but 8 million South Africans would still be without a job. No number of well-intended job creation schemes, entrepreneurial training programs, red tape reduction projects will alter these numbers. In the absence of miracles, the President's words, extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures, simply do apply. Mr. President, we cannot maintain such a high number of unemployed people in the absence of decisive mitigation measures to ensure people do not starve. We have no choice but to adopt an expanded cash transfer system as part of a comprehensive social security system overhaul, as a means of supporting and ensuring social and economic justice, constitutional rights, and stability. The announcement that the 350 Rand per month COVID grant will be continued is rather less than we had hoped for this year's Sona. Given the magnitude of the crisis of unemployment and the destitution and hunger of millions of people, this year's speech was the perfect opportunity to unequivocally commit the state to implementing a basic income grant. A comprehensive social security system can and must be implemented with the necessary political will. Inefficient government perks and programs must be closed. The number of government departments should be reduced. At a provincial level, there's an urgent need to reconsider spending that occurs through premiers' offices, and regressive or ineffective tax expenditure must be shut down or fixed. If we did these things, Mr. President, we could prioritize the needs of the neediest by implementing a basic income grant. Mr. President, the greatest barrier to entrepreneurship is not training or red tape, it is access to finance. If the World Bank is correct, we can halve our unemployment rate if we achieve the same level of entrepreneurship as our peer countries. We therefore support your view that growth and the creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by medium and small enterprises, cooperatives, and informal traders or businesses. But we must invest far more substantially in ensuring access to finance. The plan to provide 1.4 billion Rand in financing to over 90,000 entrepreneurs and the commitment to establish a 10 billion Rand SMME growth fund are good plans. But the fact is that if this finance is to be administered by the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, then that rings alarm bells. It was SEFA that implemented the President's Spaza Shop support program during COVID. SEFA implemented a complicated system that eventually paid out a minuscule 7,000 Rand to a small but unknown number of Spaza shops and general dealers. Mr. President, we urge your government to ensure that access to finance means exactly that, and that viable projects don't die in long queues and unprepared SEFA offices. We agree, Mr. President, that we must stay on the path outlined by the National Energy Action Plan, no matter how difficult this is in the short term, to end load shedding and in parallel implement a just transition to renewable energy. But the country deserved a clear timeline and an explanation for the slippage that has already crept into the implementation of that plan. Last July, the President announced that generation capacity to be procured through bid window 6 would be doubled from 2,600 megawatts to 5,200 megawatts. But the list of preferred bidders that were announced on the 8th of December only provide a contracted capacity of 860 megawatts. Also, Mr. President, it is not clear how a tax incentive will enable a large-scale rollout of rooftop solar panels. This sounds like a scheme that would work only for the rich. We propose, Mr. President, that your government pursues the PACE, Property-Assessed Clean Energy Funding Model, which links financing of expensive solar energy systems to property ownership, and where repayment is made through property owners' rates, municipal rates accounts over a 20-year period. This will widely extend the financial ability of property owners to join the rooftop revolution.
Mr. Herra.
Finally, Mr. President, we believe that you are wrong to chase the DA down the proposed rabbit hole of an electricity state of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Moll.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I propose that we give Honorable Zungula a second chance to come and debate Sona. He just came here and debated President Ramaphosa and said less about Sona. We must, from the onset, condemn the anarchic and destructive behavior that was displayed by some of the members of the House during the Sona. This is undermining Parliament, which is a critical component of our democracy. The conduct of some members was clearly not aimed at holding the President to account, but deliberately aimed at subverting our democracy, which we now understand is meant to appease the insatiable lust for power and relevance by some delusional individuals. What makes matters worse is that some, used gender-based violence, which is a serious problem in our country, for narrow political gains, and in the process, humiliated young and old people of South Africa. The people of South Africa have indeed seen them for who they are. Speaker, we call upon the presiding officers of Parliament to be firm against barbarism. We cannot use taxpayers' money to fly to Cape Town and attend Sona, get in the house, and behave like gang leaders of Amapara. Honorable Speaker, Oliver Reginald Tambo, what does that? A country that does not invest in its youth does not deserve its future. In other words, the future of this country is linked to the support and investment provided to and for young people. As a consequence, we welcome the scrapping of experience for entry-level jobs. We are confident that it will help fight the scourge of youth unemployment. The ANC-led government has historically and continuously to demonstrate its commitment to the youth of this country through critical interventions made to cushion the youth from the brunt of unemployment. It is worth noting that the presidential employment stimulus has since its establishment created over 1 million job opportunities for unemployed youth, young people across the country in different sectors. In the education sector alone, 596,109 young people were beneficiaries of the program in about 32,000 schools across the country. This has a real impact for unemployed youth by providing them with the necessary work experience and skills which can be used as they transition to other work opportunities. I don't need it. This has further directly stimulated the economy. In addition to this public employment initiative, we wish to encourage young people to take full advantage of the NYDA grant program that is designed to provide young entrepreneurs with an opportunity to access both financial and non-financial business development support in order to enable them to establish or grow their businesses. There are many young people who have benefited from this and are doing well, such as Sibusiso Mahlangu, a 31-year-old whose company focuses on electrical control, instrumentations, mechanical engineering, and designs, which includes systematic integrations industrial automations and robotics technology. Through the grant funding program of the NYDA, he was able to obtain equipment for his business, which has enabled his business to overcome financial challenges and slow production lines. As a result, his profit has grown steadily, notwithstanding the global and domestic economic challenges. Notwithstanding the interventions made by the ANC-led government, South Africa is still faced with structural challenges which is felt by the youth. One particular manifestation of the crisis facing young people is that nearly 4 million of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years are neither in education, employment, or training. These young people are largely from the black working class and poor families. There is a need to intensify and expand higher education capacity. There is further a need to popularize the second chance program aided learners that did not meet the requirements of the National Senior Certificate. For the sake of our future, we need to develop the skills of young people so that they become responsible citizens who constructively contribute to the development and growth of our country. In the face of high levels of unemployment, there is further a need to expand public employment programs. The presidential employment stimulus has demonstrated the possibilities for significantly scaling up and sustaining public employment to address the challenges of fraying social cohesion and gender inequalities linked to the broader social reproduction crisis facing poor and working class communities. South Africa, according to the World Bank, is the most unequal society in the world. We have the highest level of income inequality. Our wealth inequality is even greater, with youth unemployment sitting at 70%, majority being black and African. The current situation is perpetuated by the systematic structural problems emanating from the stubborn lingers of colonialism of special type, which is characterized by high levels of concentration, hyper-finalization, and barriers to entry for small enterprises, which inhibits the ability of youth to participate in the life of our economy. The rising interest rates also negatively impact the ability of SMMEs to obtain finance from financial institutions. It is important to note that the value of speculative capital of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is around 3 times more than our gross domestic product. We are like a dog with a tail that is triple the size of the rest of the body. The realities of exclusion, poverty, and inequality are not unconnected to these realities. We have a financial sector that extracts value from the economy but does not add value. The lack of reinvestment from finance capital, particularly as it relates to the productive sectors of our economy like agriculture, manufacturing, and supporting SMMEs owned by young people, in a matter that our developmental state must tackle head-on and be decisive in this regard. We cannot have a financial sector that decides usually on discriminatory grounds whom to give finance to for developmental purposes that will respond to the inclusion of young people in the economy. The youth has the responsibility of taking charge of its future. As the ANC-led government, it is critical that we create a conducive environment for the youth to seize the myriad of opportunities presented in the State of the Nation address. This we need to do with clear intention and clarity without any apology. The youth of this country, we must invest in it. Honorable Speaker, we wish to warmly accept and welcome the apology you have made to the people of South Africa during the day of Sona. And we wish to say to you, that is the only apology you are going to make, and we have confidence in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Masango.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Thina siyi-Democratic Alliance siyasithakasela isimemezelo sikaMongameli ohloniphekile sokuthi imali yesibonelelo sikahulumeni yokusiza abantu abahlaselwe indlala izokwelulwa nokuthi ezinye izibonelelo zizokwengezwa. Besingakuthakazela kakhulu uma izinhlelo zokucubungula nokukhokha izibonelelo zisebenza ngendlela engenakukhwabanisa futhi nangendlela ebonelela abantu abasekuhluphekeni okukhulu. Bekungaba ngcono ukuba abafaka izicelo zesibonelelo bebengakwazi ukuxhumana nabasebenza kwaSASSA ezikhungweni zikaSASSA kuzwelonke. Bekungaba ngcono futhi uma abantu abafaka izicelo zabo zesibonelelo zigunyazwe kufanele ukuthi bakhokhelwe ngokusheshsha. Kungadingi ukuthi balinde izinyanga noma iminyaka ukuze bathole isibonelelo esiphuthumayo nebesihloselwe ukuthi siqoshe ikati eziko. Le mali yesibonelelo igcina isemakhukhwini abantu abasebenzayo, abanye abasebenzela yena lo hulumeni esikhuluma ngaye. Kuthi labo abafaka izicelo zabo behlupheke ngempela bagcine betshelwe ukuthi izicelo zabo aziphumelelanga. Well, House Chair, regarding the increase in other grant types, the announcement would provide much needed relief and hope to recipients of old age, disability and child grants if they did not have to wait for days or weeks before they received their promised grants. Somlomo sihlalo hloniphekile kusukela ngoNovember ka-2022 izigidi zezibonelelo azizange zikhokhwe ngesikhathi. Lokho kwenze ukuthi abantu bakhokhe imali yokugibela emba eqolo ukuze bathole izibonelelo zabo futhi bathenge nokudla nako okudulayo bebe bezama ukonga izibonelelo zabo zikahulumeni ukuthi zibaqhube kuze kuphele inyanga. In addition, a system that pays grants to non-eligible applicants while declining the unemployed makes it difficult to believe that the extensions and increases in grant budgets will make the difference it is meant to make. Between November 2022 and February 2023, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of grant beneficiaries waited for long periods due to what we are now told are systems glitches. This, Honorable Chairperson, affects people who are already struggling, who cannot afford to struggle for another day, let alone battle on for weeks for unpaid grants. Even the most resilient that we've heard about today will break under these circumstances. Honorable Speaker, these are not gripes from an opposition party, but they are a lived reality, the day-to-day, month-to-month dire straits experienced by millions of South Africans trapped in poverty and food insecurity caused by a government that stopped looking after its poor about 29 years ago. In a country buckling under 42 unemployment, where no less than 30.4 million people live below the upper poverty line, and where 27% of children are stunted, a phenomenon some are calling a slow violence of malnutrition, the Department of Social Development ought to be at the forefront of the fight against these ills. The department should have the systems, the resources, and partners geared towards ensuring services are rendered without glitches, are robust enough to absorb the shocks, and are communicated proactively and effectively. Sadly, what we see on the ground is the complete opposite. It is also exacerbated by the value of the grants that is further undermined by the exorbitantly high cost of living we are so burdened by. Well, according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group Affordability Index, a basic food basket to feed a household of 5 people currently sits at 4,228 Rand and 82 cents. This is a scandalous increase of 380 Rand and 33 cents from January 2022. That reduces any value that could have been gained by the increase. It is the time, Chairperson, that the ANC considers proposals and recommendations made by the Democratic Alliance in the spirit of working together for South Africa's poor and vulnerable populations. It is for this reason, House Chair, that the DA calls for the child support grant to be increased to at least the lower bound food inflation price of 945 Rand, which is way below the basic food basket cost, but high enough to make a dent in the crisis of food insecurity. We have also responded with firm, well-thought-out proposals to tackle the high levels of poverty and food insecurity caused by the drought, and later the much-abused COVID-19 pandemic, the looting that took place in 2021, and the floods that affected many households, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and the Northwest provinces. These proposals were to no avail. Well, I will repeat them today, Honorable President. Cutting fuel taxes and levies to lower cost of transport. Reviewing the list of zero-rated food items. Reviewing import tariffs on some food items. And lastly, but not leastly, providing a private title to all land reform beneficiaries on the state land and landholders on communal land. Honorable Chair, along with calling for these immediate relief interventions, the Democratic Alliance will continue to call for economic reforms that open up the economy for jobs and growth. Millions of job opportunities will be created in this very South Africa if we make South Africa a place that attracts investment and scarce skills, a place where small businesses can easily start and grow. Sihlalo hloniphekile, i-Democratic Alliance iyakweseka ibuye igqugquzele ukuthi abantu bakithi besekwe ukuthola imisebenzi noma baqale amabhizinisi afufusayo. Sinesiqiniseko sokuthi lokhu kungabasiza ukuthi bamelane nezimo ezimazonzo ezifana nalezo uMzansi Afrika oke wabhekana nazo kule minyaka embalwa endlulile. The Democratic Alliance supports giving people a hand up, not a hand out. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable Davine Abrahams.
Thank you, House Chairperson. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President of our beautiful country, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Starting a business is hard, especially if you are coming from disadvantaged areas like Cape Flats. But organizations such as CEDA and the Department of Small Business Development give us hope, makes being an entrepreneur so much easier. You do not feel the isolation of being alone. You feel like there are organizations helping you. This support has proven that we as entrepreneurs can do so much more when we are being supported, even though it takes long to reach some of us. One thing I want to guarantee when my business grows, I want to inspire people in my community because I can see the poverty and struggle every day. So, what we receive today is more than just a tangible item, it is hope. Honorable members, these are the words of Miss Melanie Abrahams of Mel's Amazing Cakes during the handover of IMEDP for Michelle's Plain and Cape Flats beneficiaries, the first time in their history. House Chair, I stand here to join those that welcome and support the President for delivering the State of the Nation address, giving direction to our beloved country. I'm not just supporting because he's the President of the governing party, but the State of the Nation address is in line with the 55th ANC conference resolutions, the January 8 statement, and our strategy and tactics document. The strategy and tactics document is very clear on the issue raised by President Ramaphosa, and I quote, social cohesion in a national democratic society will depend on the extent to which the rights of those in lower ranks of the socio-economic ladder are protected, close quote. In these difficult economic circumstances that the world and our country are under, SMMEs and cooperatives are potentially the source of economic vitality and employment creation. In his address on Thursday last week, the President reminded us that, and I quote, "We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience," close quote. The substance of that hope lies in our concerted efforts to position SMMEs and cooperatives as avenues for growth, employment creation, and resilience. It is on this basis that President reaffirmed government's commitment to unleash the full potential of small businesses and cooperatives. This is in line with the National Development Plan, which categorically states that most new jobs will come from SMMEs. But to unlock the potential of the SMMEs, we need to address the issues of market concentration and barriers to entry, access to finance, as well as business development support, especially through incubation. Honorable members, the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan identifies a number of strategic areas around which the growth of SMMEs can be enabled. I will talk briefly to this. The first area, it talks to reviewing government support to SMMEs. And here, we recently completed the third iteration SMME strategy for the country, which is called the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategy. The approach of our strategy is to mobilize and coordinate support across the ecosystem of the SMMEs with a focus on practical partnerships that leverage more resources and capacity for support. These include for new economic startups, on a recapitalized financing package for SMMEs and cooperatives, on a refueled incubator program, on a youth entrepreneurship initiative, on enterprise supplier development scale-up, and on a greatly expanded township and rural enterprise program. Contrary to the view perpetuated by certain parties, we have found incredible goodwill among the private sector and other stakeholders to partner with government on these initiatives. We should guard against narratives of mistrust that seek to divide us as South Africans and redirect us from the transformation path. Fellow South Africans, we have had complaints that our application systems are outdated and that we have inadequate offices countrywide. To address this, ease of application will be better enabled through the digitalized systems we are working on. We intend to use advanced analytics supported by modern financial technology solutions to improve our delivery model. We have been engaging with established players in the SMME finance ecosystem, and we are partnering to extend our reach and loan approval time, Honorable Member. We're also increasing our footprint as a portfolio at local level in order to improve access to our services. House Chair, the second strategic focus area identified is to reduce red tape and remove regulatory blockages. We are making strides as government in this direction. While we are working on amending the enabling legislation, namely the Business Amendment Bill, we have simultaneously commenced stakeholder engagements with SALGA to address some regulatory impediments at local level, like bylaws, permit fees, and the zoning costs. We will also be paying attention on measures to curb illegal trade that operate in the shadows of criminality and is a source of violent tensions in many communities. It is important that trading activities happen within the parameters of the rule of law and fair competition. The third area relates to more appropriate financing products. But before I outline this, in our midst we have some of the beneficiaries of the schemes that we offer. In the gallery, we have Sanele Ngwenya of Conformity LPG Gas, who hails from Durban. Of course, he operates in an industry that deals with refillable fire extinguishers for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. He was funded under the Amavulandlela program, an amount of 835,691 rands, and has created a number of jobs. The second one is Mr. Eileen Magumbi of Ulosoy Africa. Again, a 100% black youth-owned business which produces broiler chickens and has a contract of 5-year grower contract for Kroon's chicken. He has sustained 45 jobs that he nearly lost. He was funded to an amount of 14,979,000 under the Youth Challenge program that we are running. The third one is Mr. Enoch Mufukeng of More and More Investment Holding, which again is a youth-owned business and has created 192 jobs. He received support of 5,764,034 rands to purchase agricultural equipment. Ms. Ashley Robin Barlow, who's based in Kimberley, again got support, who is in the transportation of fuel and owns a fuel wholesale license. He delivers monthly on a 6-year contract with Kimberley Truck Shop. She has created a number of jobs and received a funding of 4,578,306 rand against the Youth Challenge Fund. We have Ms. Mabato Elsie Ramala, an informal trader who hails from Limpopo province. She joined our Small Enterprise Foundation. A great story she shares of how she's managed to take her son to university, and today he is a doctor and he's built himself a very beautiful home, including where he comes from. Lastly, we have Mr. Lufefe Nomjana of Green Innovations, trading as Spinach King. Again, a youth-owned business here in Cape Town, Philippi and Woodstock, having been sidelined for too long by the Western Cape government, and his business manufactures gluten-free spinach bread and other green health products. He was funded through the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. When we started with him, we gave him 250,000 rand, and then now as the business increases, we've funded him with 7.5 million under the Youth Challenge Fund, and he has off-takers like Pick and Pay, Spa, ShopRite, and Wellness Warehouse that he supports. Fellow South Africans, the story does not end here. During our roadshow in Saldanha Bay, the SMMEs raised their concern over lack of support to black and colored women-owned businesses by the Western Cape government. As a caring government, we have listened to their pleas. In response, we have engaged a plethora of stakeholders to collaborate with us to realize the localization policy to enhance the small enterprise manufacturing support program, and they will benefit. House Chair, we'll be doing more to provide financial support to small businesses. Crucially, Sona has indicated that through CIFA, 1.4 billion rands will be allocated towards financing entrepreneurs. I've had a concern in terms of the amount that we announced. This amount is significant. However, nowhere near what is required to address the SMME credit gap, which the International Finance Corporation estimates an upward of 350 billion rands if we are to support small businesses fully. Of course, there are a number of interventions we are making to address this as government. The future must not replicate the past in terms of racial patterns of economic ownership. Economic reforms must embed transformative outcomes that are meaningful and measurable. This requires that we are bold and courageous in changing the old structures of our economy. The state must fund the developmental dividend. Micro-enterprises are also the most excluded by the mainstream financial services sector. It is in this regard that we have designed some financial products which we are confident will address this harrowing picture as follows. The first one, the SMME-focused localization program, which is aimed at diversifying and strengthening the country's industrial base through a focused import replacement program. The financial support provided through this program is up to 15 million rands. On the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, which is a blended finance scheme aimed at supporting businesses in townships and rural areas, linking them to market opportunities, and again, the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. The Young Entrepreneurs Support, which aims at increasing businesses that are youth-owned, we have set aside 630 million rands for this financial year, and the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. the cooperative support in order to make sure that we realize what we spoke about of inclusive economy. We are looking forward to supporting, and their scheme goes up to 15 million rands, 70% grant and 30% loan. On the informal and micro enterprise development program, which is 100% grant offered to informal and micro enterprises from a minimum grant of amount of 500 rands up to the maximum of 40,000 to assist them in improving their competitiveness and sustainability. And lastly, the Cooler Credit Guarantee Scheme, which is aimed at de-risking bank finance to SMMEs and unlocking private sector funding. To date, this scheme operates with 25 partner institutions, the banks, corporate suppliers, and donors. Through this guarantee, 9,068 SMMEs are participating under it, and they have been guaranteed up to the value of 3.1 billion. Through the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development, we have an array of financial and other support instruments. The Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program that assists new entrant farmers with infrastructure. The Agri-BE Fund, which aims at supporting farmers and agripreneurs to acquire equity in existing, and the blended finance scheme, which is a combination of a 60% grant and 40% loan, and that scheme currently is with Land Bank and IDC. Through the Department of Minerals and Energy, we have also designed measures to enable new
Honourable Minister,
black
I'm afraid
women.
your time has expired.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honourable Mokause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, let me start off this debate by greeting the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Comrade Julius Sello Malema, the EFF battalion deployed in Parliament, provincial legislatures throughout the country, and municipalities under the leadership of the Deputy President, Commissar Nico Shivambu, members of the Central Command Team who are present here, and all ground forces of the July 26 movement, the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, we are here today to forward the struggle of development and the building of dysfunctional municipalities as enshrined in the EFF manifesto, as we have witnessed a lack of direction in terms of development in these municipalities under the tenure of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa of the African National Congress. Chairperson, the speaker who spoke before me have demonstrated that we are dealing with an individual who does not mean what he says and does not intend to do what he says. And as a result, our municipalities through South Africa have collapsed. When Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa took over office in the year 2018, 128 municipalities were reported to be in financial distress and dysfunctional. House Chair, let's quickly look at what Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa has said since he took office. For he has demonstrated lack of vision for viable local government, misalignment of functions, and allocation of resources in this sphere of government, lack of skills and technical capacity, corruption, age, and you, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He has said a lot of nothing. How one of the many reasons we and giving them subsidies on a condition that they will create sustainable jobs. Chairperson, this will also allow us to depopulate cities while there is enough unutilized land in other provinces. But what is to be done in the immediate? Chair, if we are going to fix local government, we don't need the so-called district developmental model, Mr. President. We know that this is just another poorly thought concept from your office. We need to change the equitable share formula to give municipalities more resources to be able to provide basic services to South Africans throughout the country. Chair, we need to change the equitable share to allocate enough funds to clean up illegal dumping sites in Ward 29 of West Rand and Ward 8 of Metsimahulu in the Free State. We need to allocate enough funds for Ward 23 in Metsimahulu to fix unattended overflow of sewage that include Mangaung Metro. Chairperson, we need Nkosi Langalibalihle local municipality to build internal capacity to deal with flooding challenges during this rainy season, particularly in Ward 2 in Emoyeni. We need to fund clinics in Joe Morolong area in the Northern Cape province. We need funds to build proper water infrastructure in Ward 1 of Karrieberg in the Northern Cape, where people are without water. The people of Dierkram informal settlement in Karrieberg needs water.
As you conclude, Honorable Mokause.
The people of Caddington in Kuruman, Ward 7 of Joe Morolong, are without water and electricity. Chairperson, we are here as the EFF to say, until we ensure that municipalities has a clear town planning program informed by a land audit, formalized informal settlement, there is no hope for local government. And we are going to demonstrate that indeed we can govern when we take over power come 2024.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Nkadimen.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable Premiers, the President of SALGA, Honorable Members, good afternoon. The white paper enshrined and foresee a local government in arms working together and not against each other. It places local government as everybody's business. So, Honorable Mokause, let me teach you what local government is. DDM find its tenets from Intergovernmental Relation Acts of South Africa, which says all spheres of government, interdependent but related, must manage their own affairs and development. This is in pursuit of Section 152 of the Objects of Local Government and Section 154, which mandates national government to support municipalities. The financial model, I'm worried that you are a member of the NCOP. I wonder how many meetings we have missed. Because to this end, COGTA, National Treasury, FFC, DCOG have put up 2 terms of discussions with a document heading over for the adoption of the review of the municipal funding model. But let me remind you, the greatest challenge of municipalities is not necessarily the issue of having lack of finances, but is to assist them to spend the money that they are currently being allocated on. And I will tell you what President Ramaphosa through the department has done. To this end, the 91% of the MIG for the first time in the year 2021-2022 was spent at a 91%,
because of capacity development and adjustment programs which assist municipalities. It's a multi-pronged approach. I'm sure you might have went to university and only wrote multiple choice question answers. DDM need you to contextualize the law, understand it, put it into implementation. Is not A, B, C, or D, or all of the above are correct, or none of the above. Context. So monitoring and oversight the accountability framework under the presidency of Cyril Ramaphosa has enshrined. We have collaborated now with the civil engineers of South Africa, and 292 of our municipal officials are currently studying with the University of Cape Town, here next to you, supporting municipalities to deal with their wastewater, to deal with the guidelines on how to purchase and deal with programs. 19,000 jobs through that program has also been created. Our energy response also look into the conversion of the INEP to ensure that municipalities also use alternative models of power to get off the grid, put battery storages to ensure that the continuous infrastructure like sewer plants can run even during the time of load shedding. Who says knows local government better than we do? When we define the tenets of the local government, which established the 1998 framework of local municipalities, and we know what we must do. Such of these difficulties, Honorable Speaker, draw us back firmly to cementing the steady improvements of our hung municipalities in how we manage coalitions. Of course, our democracy is giving a practical expression to the values of multi-party governance. However, this also means our legislation must change. Interestingly, coalition agreements were crafted with the sole intention of destabilizing the ANC, remove it from power at all costs. We observed, nicely so, after local government elections, political parties converging, led by the Honorable Denise. There was nothing fundamental about the agreements. We just don't want those who don't black, green, and gold next to us will run this thing on their own. Ha! History taught you. Where are we, Honorable President? Thank you very much for keeping calm. Thank you very much for never subscribing to pressure, even when you were told to lose the developmental ethos of the ANC. You stayed and you said, let them govern. Let's tell you now what is happening in your coalition-led municipalities. Others are calling us now. They are saying, come, let's serve with you. Some of you think the resignation of the mayor of Tshwane in the middle of the night yesterday is what cracks the coalition. No, you are wrong. In 2026 to 2021, Tshwane coalition could not even do one basic task: elect what committee members. What committee members? Everything is complex and dynamic after that. The coalition operated for the whole term, violating the basic tenets of local government, which is public participation. He waits for all of us, including his residents, this layer, to go to bed having a mayor. And we wake up in the morning, uhambile lendoda ezinzulwini zebusuku, in the midst of the night. But let me tell you why he left without saying bye-bye. Honorable Speaker, he left because he left a trail of destruction. Predecessors also did the same with him. 12 billion rand Great Africa extravaganza of Solim Simang. 10 billion for him alone, hence he went bye-bye. Eskom debt of 1.4 billion. 1 billion to rent water. Wi-Fi disconnection. Buses are standstill. It was Arieng. In Sutu will say Arifilo Beanu. Bus don't have petrol. The Democratic-led coalition has produced 4 mayors in 6 years, 6 months. This means, Honorable John Stenyezen, by your standard of quality and production, your mayors ran for 19 months in development. The less said about Madame Pepalatse, the better. It is better for us to say 1% threshold needs to be put in our PR system. For those who do not have seats, to be able to find a particular threshold to make a municipality. We are reviewing our enhancement strategy, Honorable President, and we are saying the tax administration, SARS must not pay back refunds to people who are owing municipalities. Schedule 2 and 10 of the Municipal Systems Act, the local government must make sure that beyond councillors, we also ensure that public office bearers, employees, parliamentarians, and everybody else pay municipalities for their generation to be renewed. A district revenue allocation must also be dealt with in SARS. Our procurement legislation only don't protect municipalities. A municipality cannot even generate funds besides selling a tender document. It can't ensure that a person has been paid. But you also need to review and incentivize small businesses, as Honorable Ndabeni has said. But what is this story about? This story is about all the support that we have made to ensure that the journey for local government, imperfect in its transition as it was, we all will not tie. Our stakeholders say deepen the implementation of DDM. They say in the allocation of 14.5 billion of 21%, 91% has been spent for municipalities. And this translated in 53,469 households where basic water was provided. This NCPO member, South Africa. 43,900 households provided with sanitation services. 79,671 households with first-time experiencing street and community lighting. COGTA, through our agency, MISA, completed 118 boreholes in the past financial year, servicing 24,000. Why are you having a hangover? You are Googling Pulukwan. Go to Tshwane. Go to Tshwane. Don't have a handover. I've got a A+. Gone in Pulukwan. I did not miss a 10 billion. I didn't lose. Didn't owe ESCOM. Didn't owe a water board. Had no corruption case. Google other things. They are Google other things. Google other things. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection and disposal have been developed. 11 central collection points, Honorable President, with the partnership of the Department of Environment in assisting us to ensure that we cleanse our municipalities and communities and assist them with water communities. And lastly, Honorable Chair, 1,474 kilometers have been built of municipal roads with integrated locked service.
Thank you.
Order. Order. The next speaker is Honorable Shiriva. Order, honorable members. We have got a speaker at the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, as has become a routine, the former chairman of the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee offered us a series of platitudes about building a capable state at the State of the Nation address. And also, as usual, he entirely avoided the most important cause of the collapse of the South African state, namely the corrupt ANC Cadre Deployment Committee that he led during the height of the Zuma administration. Over the past 4 years, the DA has run a laser-focused campaign against cadre deployment corruption. Keer op keer het ons die president gewaarsku dat ons nie sal rus voordat kaderontplooiing verslaan is nie. By giving the ANC unconstitutional powers to interfere in appointment processes, this system leads directly
to the appointment of incompetent and corrupt individuals in government departments and state-owned enterprises. Behind the collapse of every public service, from load shedding to policing to railways, you will find an ANC cadre who should never have been appointed in the first place. But our warnings fell on deaf ears. The more the DA intensifies our campaign against cadre deployment, the more vigorously President Ramaphosa and others in the ANC defend it. And then he has the temerity to stand on this stage and talk about building a capable state. Don't you get it, Mr. President? Not one person in this country believes that you are serious about fighting corruption when you never miss a chance to defend the cause of corruption, ANC cadre deployment. Nou, terwyl die ANC dit nie wil hoor nie, sit die res van Suid-Afrika regop oor die DA se oorlog teen hierdie bose stelsel. Today, the vast majority of South Africans stand united behind the DA on this issue. To demonstrate this, allow me to read a few short quotes, and then perhaps the President can guess where they come from. Here we go, and I quote, "When the ANC insists that officials should consider its deployment committee's recommendations in making certain appointments in the public service or parastatals, it requires them to take into account something that is not provided for in the law and therefore requires them to act unlawfully." Do you know who said this, Mr. President? The answer is Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. Let's do another one, and I quote, "Deployments may detract from the objectivity of the person so employed who has to work on behalf of the ANC." Where does this one come from, Mr. President? From the DA's court victory over the ANC to expose deployment committee records from your time as cadre chairman. Let's do one more, and I quote, "Recruitment and selection practices based on deployment have gained notoriety, which has spawned cynicism. Some even question their constitutionality related to the principle of equality, and they may have a point. Deployment practices ought to be ditched in favor of a merit-based recruitment and selection system." Can you identify the source for this one, Mr. President? It is, in fact, a recommendation from the group of experts who drafted the framework for the professionalization of the public sector on the instruction of the cabinet that you lead. So if the State Capture Commission, the courts, and experts in your own government, as well as millions of ordinary South Africans, all agree with the DA that cadre deployment must end, why are you still so desperately defending it? There can only be one rational answer to this question. It is because the President fundamentally supports it. It is for this reason that years of hollow talk on fighting corruption, state capture, and incompetence have yielded exactly zero fruits. It also explains why this government is ignoring the State Capture Commission's finding that cadre deployment is unlawful. In fact, the hypocrisy of the President lauding the work of Judge Zondo during Sona, while knowing full well that his government has not implemented and does not intend to implement the findings of the State Capture Report, is shameful. The DA to lead South Africa across the Rubicon on this issue, and that is exactly what we are doing and what we are going to continue doing. With every passing day, we are moving closer to winning the cadre. The State Capture Commission confirmed that our war is both morally and legally just. The Deployment Committee minutes from 2018 to 2021 that we exposed of this country, Mr. President, as
designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, together with the repudiation of the enforcement of Title III of the U.S. Helms-Burton Act. These punitive measures reinforces the U.S. blockade, which have created great economic hardship in Cuba. Mr. President, thank you for endorsing our vote in favor of the annual resolution at UNGA on the necessity of lifting the U.S. blockade against Cuba. That, members, is leadership. The Palestine people has been beleaguered, they have been besieged, and they have been betrayed by the inaction of the international community. Former President of Mozambique, Samora Machel, reminded us members, and I quote, that international solidarity is not an act of charity, but an act of unity between allies fighting on different terrains towards the same objective. The two-state solution, in accordance to the Oslo Peace Accords, must be implemented by the State of Israel. Mr. President, you hosted the President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, President Ghali. South Africa must confirm the 1975 ICJ ruling that Morocco has absolutely no right to occupy the territory of Western Sahara, and we further call on the AU to engage with the 1983 peace plan adopted by the OAU, which provide, amongst others, members, self-determination for the people of Western Sahara. We further, Mr. President, wish to strengthen your message of solidarity for the loss of life in Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic during the earthquake, and we further wish to applaud SAP's search and rescue mobilization and the role that non-state actors such as Gift of the Givers played in engaging in humanitarian diplomacy. Honorable members, for South Africa, the negotiation and entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, as well as the Pelindaba Treaty, is a true reflection of what African states have achieved in pursuance of our common security objectives. Mr. President, you currently hold the presidency of the AU's PSC for the month of February, and we request you, Your Excellency, to continue to mobilize financial resources for ongoing peacemaking, peace building, and the peace support missions of the African Union. Honorable members, we must recognize the sterling leadership provided in Lesotho by President Ramaphosa as the SADC-appointed special envoy to Lesotho. We further have to welcome the commitment made by the Right Honorable Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to prioritize the implementation of a comprehensive national reform process. Members, we wish to underpin the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit position, urging the Kingdom of Eswatini to urgently initiate a process of national dialogue, which we submit should be all-inclusive. We note further, ladies and gentlemen, SADC's condemnation of the killing of Mr. Thulani Maseko, a leading human rights lawyer and political activist, and the encouragement of SADC that the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini should conduct a comprehensive investigation into his killing. Mr. President, under your leadership, South Africa chaired the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, and by doing so, led the process of mobilizing support to Mozambique through the SADC mission on Mozambique, aka smme. We are troop contributing countries, honorable members, and since the deployment of smme, there has been significant progress made as it relates to the humanitarian and security situation, resulting in the return of thousands of internally displaced peoples, IDPs, to the areas of origin. We further have to join the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit, ladies and gentlemen, to express solidarity in honor of smme personnel who lost their lives in the line of duty in Mozambique. Chairperson, South Africa remains deeply concerned about the unstable security situation in the eastern part of the DRC. We particularly wish to take this opportunity to recognize the valiant efforts of South African peacekeepers serving in the UN's MONUSCO mission, and wish to take this opportunity to convey our personal condolence on the passing of Sergeant Vusi Mabena, the flight engineer killed in action. Sergeant Vusi Mabena, your blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of peace in the DRC. We will tell your people that you love them and that they must continue the fight to bring about peace and security in Africa. Honorable members, we congratulate the AU high-level panel, amongst others who have our own former Deputy President, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, as a member. It brought about the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities between the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the TPLF in November 2022 in a peace agreement hosted by South Africa. That, Mr. President, is leadership. South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, execute our humanitarian diplomacy through the African Renaissance Fund to the continent and further afield. We have done so during COVID-19 pandemic, where we partnered with the UN World Food Programme to establish a temporary hub at Ortia. Some of our largest ARF projects members are located in South Sudan and Mozambique. On the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is a flagship program of Agenda 2063, which defined the Africa that we want that should be all-inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, a South African, Wamkili Mani, is the Secretary General and the pen holder of the implementation of this very important prescripts of the Abuja Treaty and the Lagos Plan of Action. The promotion of economic diplomacy, Mr. President, has directly contributed to your investment target of 1.2 trillion rand. South Africa's diplomatic missions across the globe stand ready to mobilize the 2 trillion rand target by 2028, with a particular focus to increase intra-Africa trade, which currently stands at 17% of our total trade. Mr. President, let me, by way of citing an example, demonstrate to members the significant implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because of your leadership, we have exported in 2021 more to Africa than to the EU as a bloc. Our exports to Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, stood at 385 billion rand. Juxtapose and contrast that to the 355 billion that we have exported to the EU as a bloc. We are saying this Pan-African economic instrument is worth taking serious. Members, as the only African country in the G20 and BRICS, we are pivoting the African Agenda 2063 on the agenda of these very esteemed multilateral forums. A critical point for us for 2023 is our chairship of BRICS under the theme BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Mr. President, the Global South is elated with the re-election of President Lula da Silva, and we welcome his support for your leadership in BRICS.
Conclude, Deputy Minister.
As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa remains true to history. We remain part of the ideals of the Nanaland movement, and we are committing, Honorable Chairperson, to uphold the 10 Bandung principles. We wish to quote by stating, each day carries both the burden of its past and the seeds of its future, quote unquote, O.R. Tambo, 1987, at the Olive Palm Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Nkondo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Nkondo. Yeah. Sorry, Honorable Nkondo. Let me take the point of order. What's your point of order?
No. We adopted a program, honorable members. It's time to go eat chocolate now. We'll come back for this. It's break time, Jomo. It's break now. There's a program.
One.
Break.
No.
Order.
Break. Order. Honorable.
There's a program, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ndlozi. One, it's inappropriate to refer to the presiding officer as Jom. That's the first issue.
Honorable Machomani, it's time for
the second issue. The program I have is that we are still going to have the next two speakers, then we'll get to that break. Unfortunately, Honorable Shibam.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the session. It is extremely responsible for the whippery of the ruling party to not consult with other whips when they want to change a program, because the program that is officially circulated, it's time to go for a break now after the Deputy Minister had spoken, and then we'll come back and then the list of speakers will proceed accordingly. So let us please go for a break. We'll see each other when we come back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see each other after the break.
The order members, the unfortunate part is that you are subjecting a presiding officer to deal with the issue of the break. But to assist the process, it won't do much harm to allow that process of that break to deal with that issue as we part, because I'm not going to be doing that. Sorry, Honorable Nkondo, for that serious inconvenience. Honorable Chief Whip, and working with the whippery, you have to assist the process, because as a presiding officer, I don't have that right to subject the House to dealing with this thing. What I'll do now, I'll allow the 10 minutes comfort break, and the Chief Whip will engage the whippery. Let's have the 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes comfort break.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the Sona debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Good afternoon, viewers, and thank you very much for staying with us. You are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. As you may have seen, the House has temporarily been suspended. The proceedings of the House, rather, have been suspended for 10 minutes for a comfort break to allow members to just go out and get some refreshments. After exactly 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes, the proceedings will then be reconvened again to proceed with the business of the day, which really is this debate of the State of the Nation of 2023 as delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa. We are now quickly going to link over to a VT that is dealing with issues relating to load shedding. But do stay tuned, the proceedings will continue shortly.
We gather here at a time of crisis. Our country has, for many months, endured a debilitating electricity shortage that has caused immense damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of our people. And for 2 years before that, our society, as I said, was devastated by COVID-19 that caused great loss of life and much hardship. The pandemic worsened the situation of deep unemployment as we lost more than 2 million jobs. The pandemic negatively affected livelihoods and increased poverty. In July in 2021, we experienced the worst public violence and destruction in the history of our democracy, costing over 300 lives. Last year, parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest were struck by catastrophic flooding that caused extensive loss of life and also destruction of homes and destruction of infrastructure. And now persistent load shedding is impeding our recovery from the effects of all these events. We know that without a reliable supply of electricity, businesses cannot grow, assembly lines cannot run, crops cannot be irrigated, and basic services are interrupted. Load shedding means that households and our supermarkets and shops are unable to keep food fresh, water supply is often disrupted, traffic lights do not work, streets are not lit at night. Without a reliable supply of electricity, our efforts to grow an inclusive economy that creates jobs and reduces poverty will not succeed. Therefore, as we outline our agenda for the year ahead, our most immediate task is to dramatically reduce the severity of load shedding in the coming months and ultimately to end load shedding altogether. Now, under these conditions, we cannot proceed as we usually would. The people of South Africa want action, they want solutions, and they want government to work for them. They simply want to know when a problem like load shedding will be brought to an end. We are therefore focused on those actions that will make a meaningful difference now and will enable real progress within the next year, and that we lay a foundation for a sustained recovery into the future. We are not presenting a new plan, nor are we outlining here the full program of government. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most: load shedding, unemployment, poverty and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. I must say, honorable members, there are no easy solutions to any of these challenges. Yet we have the strength, the means and the wherewithal, yes, to overcome them. If we work together and act boldly and decisively, leaving no one behind, we will be able to resolve our challenges. Last year, I said that we would take decisive action against corruption and make a clear break with the era of state capture. The State Capture Commission, headed by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, completed its work and submitted the final report of its report in June last year. As a country, we owe Chief Justice Zondo, together with the Commission and its staff and all those who provided testimony, a huge debt of gratitude for the extraordinary public service that they have shown. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented according to the plan that I submitted to Parliament in October last year, so that systematic weaknesses that were identified by the Commission are addressed and state capture never takes place ever again in South Africa. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, consisting of people from across society, is in place to advise on suitable mechanisms to stem corruption, including the overhaul of the institutional architecture of combating corruption. We are working to capacitate the Witness Protection Unit and will introduce amendments to the Protected Disclosures Act to strengthen protections for whistleblowers. Work is underway to improve access to the Witness Protection Program for public servants that expose maladministration, corruption, and unethical conduct. We will finalize the draft public procurement bill to address weaknesses identified by the State Capture Commission and improve efficiency, value for money, and transparency in our procurement system. Our reinvigorated law enforcement agencies are taking firm action against companies and individuals alleged to have been involved in state capture. The NPA, in the investigating directorate, which I established in 2019, has taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture corruption cases. Over 7 billion rand has so far been returned to the state from state capture cases. To date, 12.9 billion rand of funds and assets have been frozen. This year, the investigating directorate will be established as a permanent entity within the NPA.
Viewers, welcome back. As we've indicated to you earlier, members just literally went out for 10 minutes for a comfort break in order just to give members an opportunity to get some refreshments. But members are literally on their way back into the hall, into the City Hall right now to proceed with the business of the day. And that is, of course, this joint debate to reflect on the commitments that were made by the President in his last Thursday's State of the Nation address.
Indeed, Sebu, I think that comfort break was much needed after such robust debate that came from the House. And as you are saying, that it's only for 10 minutes, and thereafter members will be going back into the House and we'll resume with the debate. And we still expect to hear more from members that have not been on the platform yet. And we see where they're going to be.
We'll see where things will go. And also, it's also important to just inform our viewers at home that viewers must be reminded that what follows now beyond the debate, tomorrow is day 2 of this joint debate. And then on Thursday, the President will be giving his reply. And then next week, we will be having the Minister of Finance giving us the budget speech, which really is dealing with the allocations to make sure that this program of action as announced by the President is actually budgeted for. But beyond that, if we're thinking about what is supposed to happen at the subnational level, of course, the premiers of provinces will also then weigh in on this program of action as announced by the President. They will also give us their State of the Province addresses, which obviously it is really about ensuring that these priorities that have been outlined by the President, that they are aligned to the development landscape of each province, but obviously dealing with the same specific issues. And of course, if we're looking at those 4 priority areas as announced by the President, it is issues that are currently really affecting most South Africans.
And that also means then, Sibo, that once the minister has delivered the budget speech, it's now also up for parliamentary committees, as the NCOP House Chairperson had indicated this morning, that following this, the Sona and these debates and the budget next week, then the NCOP will then hold a strategic planning workshop where
Absolutely.
all the committees will sit together, including stakeholders such as SALGA, and then plan their program for the year. And that also happens with the committees in the National Assembly. They will now be drafting their programs in line with the commitments that were made in the State of the Nation address, so that we can keep, we can hold the executive to account as this institution that is responsible for oversight over the executive.
Indeed, Thembinkosi, and then the Minister in the Presidency, in a conversation that we had earlier with him this morning, also spoke about the very important role that is being played by the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and that of course, as we know, that is a portfolio that he's actually has the responsibility to lead, and he was just basically committing to the nation that all of these priorities that have been outlined by the President on Thursday last week, he has already put systems in place to ensure that they receive all of the key priorities and unpack how provinces and, of course, the country will be implementing. But members are back now, and we can see that they are ready to proceed. We are crossing over back to the chamber to proceed with the joint
Honourable members,
debate.
we will now continue with the debate on the State of the Nation address. And I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. And I'm sure members are quite happy now that they've taken their break. I'm sure it was nothing personal to me. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable members, distinguished members of our judiciary, our distinguished guests, and fellow South Africans. It is 33 years ago that our struggle icon, Madiba Nelson Mandela, stood in the balcony of this building as a sign of victory of the relentless pursuit of freedom by the majority of South Africans against the brutal system of apartheid.
Honourable member, will you just take your seat, please? May I ask the table staff to reset the clock? You should have done this during the break already. But how does the member know how much time is left? No, but how do we know how much time is left? Honourable member, you may continue. You will be informed when your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. Is it an uncanny coincidence that here we are today under the same roof at the tail end of our term in service to our country. Indeed, Honorable President, a new consensus is needed. I quote, born out of a common understanding of our current challenging situation and the recognition of the need to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, close quote, as you had stated. We stand here today troubled by the crisis of our times, yet encouraged by the spirit to overcome, as indeed all is not well, even with those that lay claim to fame in exploiting the crisis of the moment. We have to ask difficult questions as part of this consensus, Honorable Speaker. Central to the conversation that one has brought in this august house today is to actually consider the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospects of a society we desire. But before one actually takes that particular conversation, allow me, Honorable House Chair, to actually inquire from the Democratic Alliance that if it is standing here and requesting that the ANC must declare its cadre deployment, at what point is the DA gonna respond to the leader of the opposition in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Cameron Dagmo, who on the 5th of July last year has actually asked for the total proof of DA cadre deployment in the Western Cape, and this is what we are still sitting and waiting for. Let me also follow suit to the DA member, my colleague that was here before, to just indicate to you that recently in the Western Cape we had to deal with a Tim Harris, who was the CEO of Westgro, a DA member who actually was deployed as a CO, and at a certain point, the same DA had allowed him to actually decide on his own salary, which led to almost 2 board members leaving the Westgro board. Again, the former DA, MEC Madikizela, I am sure members of the DA would recall that MEC Madikizela, once again, when he was booted out by the same DA for their own internal shenanigans, he was then propelled to be the advisor of the Premier. And something, unfortunately, that could not take place because in this country, there is the rule of law, and the Public Service Administration could not allow that a person without qualification is actually elevated to an SMS position. Let me further indulge you, honorable members of the DA, that you must indeed, as my colleague has said earlier on here, the Premier of KZN, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. Umqolo phandle. The MEC of local government once again was found guilty by the public protector in breach of his own executive ethics when he used a DA letterhead to actually instruct an employment of a functionary in one of the municipalities. So nithetha ngantoni? Allow me, House Chair, to further then counsel members of the progressive organization, the African National Congress, and others that are in this august house, to just remind them the theories of struggles actually teaches all of us that we must always remember that in these sittings and in these houses of parliament that we sit in, we coexist with the representatives of the oppressed and also the representatives of the oppressive class. And therefore, indeed, when they're standing here, they have to play to their master. We have to ask the difficult question, Honorable President, and that question that we need to ask is about the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospect of a society we desire. This is one of the fault lines if you consider the new consensus that you have actually referred to. The first question to consider is the value of the governance frameworks we adopted to allow the functioning of our democracy, particularly the role of provinces to work in harmony with both national and local government to enable a seamless service delivery. Professor Robert van Niekerk has written about this in his article in Revisiting History, the Creation of Provinces and the Politics of Social Policy in a Democratic South Africa. What he alludes to is that the factors that are constraining, Honorable President, the exercise of the constitutional entitlements by those requiring state assistance were the new provincial governance arrangements and fiscal policies. These arrangements have the unintended consequence of refragmenting the country not by race and administration, as was the case during the segregation and apartheid era, but by geographic location, hampering the evolution and implementation of de-racialized social policies in the post-apartheid era. His paper actually brought attention to the experiences of ordinary people in this Western Cape who indeed, as this country's citizens, find themselves in a political football by the DA. He further decried how this system leaves national government to decide on policy and allocate funds to provinces, but such are left to the whims of the provinces that are not accountable directly to any electorate and cannot be pinned to socio-economic outcomes. Actually, provincial cabinets direct provincial expenditure for their political determinations and priorities. He could not be spot on. If one considers how the city and provincial government here in Cape Town are deliberately sabotaging chances of restoring the central line, particularly the relocation of families that have been staying on the central line of Philippi, Langa, and some areas of Kailicha. This is a problem they had known for years and made it a political game to garner votes, as now when the Department of Transport brings solutions, they renege on their commitments. And we must remember that Premier Windy in 2019 in first state of the province said they are gonna take over the railway line. So clearly they are not having any interest to actually restore and participate in the restoration of the central line. It is actually important for the African National Congress to take this into cognizance and go and tell the truth to the ordinary people of the Western Cape and the communities. As the DA now, what we found is that the DA ward councillor in that particular area has actually been involved in a campaign, not in my backyard, mobilizing the receiving community to reject those to be moved in that area. This is how the DA is actually utilizing the state resources to entrench an apartheid spatial legacy. It is the same DA that has actually decided to ignore and rejected the district development model and actually placed its own JDA. And we must, Honorable Deputy Minister of Local Government, actually consider what does Section 41(2) of the Constitution says in the responsibility of the different spheres, because when these governance structures were placed, the intention was to ensure a seamless service delivery so that all citizens can be able to then receive what is due to them in as far as citizenship. Western Cape government has, under the auspices of this hard-earned democracy, called for subsidiarity, a fancy name of the ruling party to bring federalism through the back door, as winning it through a ballot is higher grade for them in Ngumnanza. A people divided for more than 400 years, the Democrats in the DA believe to build a nation is to separate people, as that is the easiest thing to do when the going gets tough. That is what spoiled bread tendencies look like. What then shall be the fate of the SA citizens who geographically are residents to the province vis-a-vis their constitutional rights and social policy benefits of the democratic order? One member was standing here and talking about the national youth policy and what is supposed to be due to young people of this country, because this country has got a national youth policy which is actually enacted through the act of this parliament. In view of the fact that the Western Cape government has rejected to implement and establish any integrated youth development strategy for young people of the Western Cape, what then becomes their recourse? Because these are young people who are not only actually private assets of the Western Cape government, but they remain citizens of the country, and therefore they are duly to benefit in the national youth policy of this country. It is rather shocking that the leader of DA stands here and tells the nation untruths with a straight face. Clearly, this leader has not crossed the Rubicon. Just a kilometer away from here, to see the inhabitable state that his provincial and local leaders have kept black people for almost 7 years now in a debilitating 4-story building, the Helen Bowden. They are living without water nor electricity. mainly being domestic workers and other laborers who would have worked for years in the Atlantic seaboard with no provision for shelter, as after staying with their kids in the houses of their madams, they are sent back to the townships at most informal settlements to find shelter.
Honourable
This is the
Member,
same
your
reality.
time is now expired.
This is the same
Thank you.
reality, honorable members, that even farm workers had to sit and experience in this Western Cape. For that, I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Nyonsho.
Chairperson, Honorable President, it's almost load shedding. And the ubuya umbane wawutshisa umzumntu wachaye yonke into engaphakathi. And the question is, who is going to build that house again? Hopefully the new Minister of Electricity will do. Secondly, Mr. President, are you aware that as the panels zombane, you can only use them to switch the lights on? You can't cook, you can't use your fridge, you cannot use your iron, and only solar panels can only switch your lights on. And still, if in a solar panel, you must still go and buy electricity and buy paraffin to cook. Thirdly, Mr. President, last year I was here telling you about the road between Butterworth and Kandane, eyalinywayo yachinjwa itaya gravel road, and that road is still the same even to date. And the motors yachaisan. We've just lost a local chief there because motors yambatalanye. Thanks to your deployees in Eastern Cape. There is no room or space for a comedy of errors in an occasion where matters of national concern, which are so serious and close to the lives of all the citizens, are addressed. The electricity crisis is not a natural disaster. It is the result of a series of blunders in the running of ESCOM. It is the outcome of poor planning, inadequate management of state resources, confused role between state departments, and truth be told, captured leadership of a party at the very end of its ability to govern. The disaster you have identified is made by warm bodies in your executive authority. By declaring a national state of disaster on the load shedding and blackouts of electricity, your administration is going back to the experience of COVID-19 pandemic. From March 2020 until the return to normal in 2021, in which the ruling party worked without political oversight. They undermined processes of good governance and subverted the internal systems for procurement of protective equipment and medicines for hospitals. The danger of the abuse of this facility is that the so-called Minister of Electricity and others in that league would make reckless decisions daily and overspend unilaterally without technical and financial controls in place. The real danger is corruption, selfishness, and greed of your deployees. It happened right under your watch, Mr. President. What guarantees are in place for corrupt activities not to happen under your watch? The PAC sees the ruling party as a disaster area. The economy is in negative growth and slipping further down the slope of disaster. The real crisis is lack of national security. We do not have a stable socio-economic environment. Land restoration is not on the agenda. We have municipality community insecurity, health insecurity, mineral and energy insecurity, skills development insecurity, food insecurity, with all forms of crime from petty crime to white-collar crime radically out of control. The nation requires a new pact, a rededication of all political leaders to build a conducive environment for a stable and secure solution for the country. The nation requires security of tenure in property relations. The ruling party you lead, Mr. President, is in tatters. It has lost democratic agency to govern. The attempt to plug in a stopgap measure such as the state of disaster is a fiscal risk rather than a solution. You are attempting to butter up the electoral constituencies with the risk of bringing down the fabric of political and economic management of the country. The ruling party is incapable to lead the turnaround from the national insecurity to guaranteed safety, to protection from lawlessness, and to stability to govern. That we desperately need. The country is now moving on autopilot. Azania deserves better.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chair, the Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Deputy President, Ikati Ngogwara, Honorable Members. I'll start where Honorable Nkondlo ended. Honorable Stayzen, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. Marietta Ocampo, the Chief of Staff in the office of the Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Solim Simang, was fraudulently appointed to a position, illegally earning 1.2 million per annum salary, despite not having the required qualifications. By the way, the current mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Hill Lewis, was a staffer in Helen Zille's office. Let me also remind you, Dr. Walim Goke, capable and a highly qualified professional, was removed as a city manager of Cape Town when the DA took the change of the city. And his only sin was that he was perceived to be an ANC, not DA. Many capable professionals we can mention have suffered at the hands of the DA cadre deployment. So don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. House Chairperson, in his State of the Nation address, the Honorable President announced the several social compact initiatives to promote employment creation to ensure that we leave no one behind. There is a broad agreement from all the social partners on the 8 priority interventions, which the President mentioned here. And those areas are very critical for job creation. We anticipate that 5 or more economic sector compacts will also come out of this process over and above the other areas where there is an agreement, as it happened with ESCOM or the ESCOM Social Compact. The expanded mandate of the department to include employment is reflected in the following areas. The consultation with the relevant government departments on the national employment policy will be finalized this year, whereafter it will be submitted to the Cabinet for approval. As Minister of Employment and Labour, we are establishing an Employment Creation Coordination Committee that is to be chaired by the Deputy President and will include economic, infrastructure and employment ministers, organized business and labor, and community organizations. The committee is tasked with the following: ensuring intergovernmental alignment guided by the pro-employment policy, a relevant skills and educational framework, the extension of the social protection to workers and support to work seekers, an ecosystem that promotes sustainable enterprise development, self-employment, and positive regulation for the informal sector, a labor migration policy and a legislative framework that manages migration to and from South Africa to benefit the economic needs of our country. In support of the presidential employment stimulus, the department and its entities continue to contribute to the employment in the following areas: coordinating the pathway management network with the presidency to support the young people. The UIF has partnered with a number of institutions creating and retaining jobs. Our focus is supporting the SMMEs. Productivity South Africa will accelerate in its enterprise development and support programs with a focus on the company turnarounds. The implementation of the Rehabilitation and Return to Work framework in the COIDA Act will promote the reintegration of the injured workers into employment. We also support the employment of people living with disabilities through our 13 factories and subsidies to the designated organizations. As part of eliminating the red tape, the department has tabled the labor law amendment proposal to NETLEC to reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses, which Minister Ndabeni Abrams talked about. In the proposed amendments to the Employment Equity Act, measures will be introduced to enhance the prohibition of the unfair discrimination whilst improving the competitiveness of small businesses employing less than 49 employees. On the enforcement and inspectorate services, at the beginning of the year, I visited farms in different provinces as part of the enforcement and inspection of the adherence to labor and national minimum wage. Horrible things are happening in farms. You know the workers who have died in the scorching sun, those temperatures in the Northern Cape. You know what is happening. DA has been quiet about such abuses. As at the end of Q3, we've conducted 336 inspections and referred 5,100 cases for prosecution. Our inspectorate recovered 150 million owed to the vulnerable and migrant workers who are often employed exactly to exploit their vulnerable status as migrants. Migrant workers are being exploited by a number of employers, especially in the farms, in the retail sector. Combating child labor is part of the daily work of the inspectorate. The Durban Call of Action, adopted by the 2022 ILO Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labor, is a landmark in the movement against the child labor. To deal with the high number of work-related injuries, we are amending the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993 to increase the fines and penalties to deter these unscrupulous employers. The findings by our dedicated inspectors has resulted in the Department of Employment and Labor developing a national labor migration policy which seeks to balance 4 principles. Perception that employment of foreigners is being done at the expense of the citizens. The economic need to source and acquire global scarce skills and critical skills needed by the economy. We all know that the Department of Higher Education has been able to publish those scarce skills. Protection of rights of the migrants in line with the international treaties and our constitution, and locating all these within the regional integration and the cooperative imperatives. On the professionalization of the public service, let me now wear my other hat as Acting Minister for Public Service and Administration. The national framework towards the professionalization of the public service has been introduced to ensure that only ethical, qualified, and competent individuals are appointed into positions of authority. And please, don't misinterpret this. Not just qualification. There are a lot of other requirements which we need in a professional. We have already introduced a vigorous process of pre-screening as we lay the foundation or the orientation for meritocratic public service. A meritocratic public service which is staffed by the capable, ethical, qualified and professional public servants. Ethical recruitment processes include formalized integrity assessments that are mandatory, and tightened occupation-based competency assessment, and pre-service entry exams for the public service. The overall objective is to improve the capacity of government to efficiently deliver in the public goods and services. This is going to be across the spheres of government. Remember that the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud laid bare some of the irregularities and criminal activities that the professionalization framework seeks to address. President Ramaphosa responded to recommendations of the Judicial Commission, outlining a number of steps and actions to ensure their implementation. The strengthening of the role of the Public Service Commission, especially as it relates to the performance management and recruitment. The appointment of the head of public administration to manage the political administrative interference and managing the career incidents of the accounting officers. To further strengthen the administrative stability in the public service institutions, the DPSA will, before the end of the month, announce the mechanisms to be followed in the extension of the tenure of the HODs to 10 years, which will be governed by the performance reviews with clear exit clauses for poor performance. The gazetting of the Public Administration and Management Act regulation provides for enforcement compliance with norms and standards to provide a uniform standard of access to qualify or to quality services and governance of the public service. House Chair, the process to revise the performance management system for all public or for all levels of the public service has commenced. This will include linking the performance of the HOD and the DDGs to that of the institutions they lead. As government, we remain committed to ensuring that there's a balance between the wage bill, the expenditure on services and the investment in the infrastructure. And I want to emphasize, this performance is not going to be about ticking the box. We want to see what is the impact of what is being done. It is important to ensure that the public service wage bill or the wage bill negotiations are aligned with the planning and budgeting cycle of government, both to strengthen the labor relations and to prevent any risk to the integrity of the fiscus.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Sitlolo.
Dear Mr. President, never has a government cared so little about young people as the ANC government which you lead. Mr. President, you may have forgotten about Thando Makubo, the entrepreneur from Soweto, whom you hailed a success for starting an ice cream business using the 350 SRD grant. Well, because of your government's failure, his business is melting away as he struggles to keep it going due to the ongoing load shedding. Ismail Peku, aka Masien, a car wash owner in Ikageng, Kanana, is losing much needed income and has had to let go of 2 people because the number of cars he washes per day has drastically declined due to the ongoing load shedding and water shedding. Tebogo Lekauta, yo rona re mo itseng jaaka Guluva, o ne a na le kgwebo e rekisang diphatlho ko Kanana ko Mandela. Ebile a thapile bašwa ba le bararo mo kgwebong ya gagwe. Go utlwisa botlhoko gore gompieno yana kgwebo ya ga Guluva mmogo le dikgwebo potlana tse dintsi tseo le gore di tsamisiwa ke bašwa e phutlhame. Se e le ka ntlha ya kgaolo ya motlakase e e tsweletseng go bolaya dikgwebo potlana mo nageng segolo thata yang tsa bašwa. Meneer die president, jy het gepraat oor mislukte munisipaliteite. Ek wil u regstel Dis munisipaliteite onder jou party. Meer spesifiek, mislukte plaaslike ekonomiese ontwikkelingsdepartemente wat steeds ons jeug faal. Perhaps you have equally forgotten about the local textile workers at the House of Monarch here in Salt River, Cape Town. The very local company whose designer suit you wore in this house back in 2019. Ke bothando makhubo ba bakae mo nageng ya rona, Mr. President? Hoeveel Ismail Pekus is daar in ons land? How many Tebogo le Kautas are in this country of ours, Mr. President? Mr. President, lo a re bašwa ke bone baeteledipele ba lefatshe le ba kamoso. Mme wena le puso ya gago ya ANC ga le kgone go lemoga ditlamorago tsa go kgaola motlakase le metsi mo dikgwebong tsa bone. There is no business, big or small, that can thrive under the current state of disaster created by your government. Mr. President, labor market participation in South Africa is heavily influenced by education and is skill biased. However, your government lacks the political will to invest in our TVET colleges to meet the demand for skills-based employment in our country. In November 2022, the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation held a stakeholders briefing on the state of readiness for the 2023 academic year. During this briefing, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, stated in no uncertain terms that they are grappling with the accurate projection costs needed to fund students enrolled in TVET colleges. In the same briefing, it was indicated that the projected number of students who qualify for TVET bursaries will increase by 48%, from 227,000 in 2022 to 333,000 in 2023, resulting in a budget shortfall of 1.9 billion in the TVET sector. In 2021, more than 140,000 university and TVET college students had applied and rejected by NSFAS, the majority of those rejected applicants being TVET colleges. This is despite the fact that the white paper for post-school education and training proposes increasing enrollment from 700,000 to 2.5 million by 2030 to ease the pressure on universities. But overcrowding takes its toll on the infrastructure. President, nete ke gore wena le puso ya gago ya ANC ga le na sepe le di-college. Ke ka moo o bonang di-campus di le dintsi di le mo maemong a utlwisang botlhoko jaana. Fa e le gore ga o ntumele, President, ke ne ke kopa gore gongwe nna le wena re tle re etele di-campus di tshwana le Vuselela, e ka tswa e le e ko Pudumong ko Taung kgotsa ko Matlosana kgotsa ko Potchefstroom go tswa mo go wena. Gaan kyk wat is die huidige toestand van die Potchefstroom Landbou College. Die toestand van infrastruktuur is genoeg rede om potensiële studente weg te stuur. Ha re fetsa ra ipotsa gore goreng bašwa ba batla go ya ko di-university e seng ko di-collegeng. A lack of equal opportunities in South Africa's education system has led to a surplus of non-skilled workers, while there is a high demand for workers with specialized skills. To all the young South Africans out there, please do not fear. We do have solutions to bring this beautiful country of ours out of darkness and into the light. As of November 2022, the DA-run Western Cape government had the lowest unemployment figure, which stood at 29.5%, 13.6% lower than the national average, which stood at 43.1%. To prove the point as to why TVET colleges need to be prioritized, here are the industries in the Western Cape which saw the biggest increase in employment. 1, manufacturing. 2, construction. 3, transport. And 4, agriculture. Mr. President, nalo ena re dumelane morwarra gore National Youth Development Agency ke another created disaster mo nageng ya rona. Segolo thata yang ha re lebeletse dipalopalo tsa bašwa ba ga jana ba senang ditiro. That's 7 out of 10 young people without work. In his Youth Day celebration speech on 16 June 2022, DA Interim Federal Youth Leader Nicholas Nyati urged your national government to immediately scrap the NYDA, a 500 million ANC slush fund. Mr. Nyati argued, correctly so, that with R500 million, the NYDA employs ANC cadres in high-paying positions, but creates no real jobs and opportunities for unemployed young South Africans. You said that there are no easy solutions to dealing with the ongoing challenges facing our country. Well, in the DA, we disagree. To foster job creation and create opportunities, the national government must, Establish youth work opportunities and innovation hubs across the country to serve job seekers, small businesses, and young entrepreneurs. And implement a tax incentive for small businesses to encourage employment. Furthermore, restructure the Department of Small Business Development to include functions and employment for the youth. Scrap the race-based job-killing legislation that discourage investors such as NHI and BEE. Cut the red tape. We've done it here in the Western Cape. It works. Cut the red tape to allow the formalization of informal business and to make it easier to do business. Kom ons maak die lewe vir ons klein skale boere en landelike gebiede beter.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Honourable Kapa. Order, honourable members, order.
Mandi zithobe ndibulise kuwe mbhexeshi wendlu kunye nabo usebenzisana nabo. Ngemvume yakho nike ithuba ndisondela kuwe mongameli welizwe loMzantsi Afrika ndisithi siyakubulisa yaye sikubulisela egameni labo sibameleyo kule ndlu. Ngokunjalo sekela mongameli nesigqeba sabaphathiswa kuyabonakala le nto ingabaphathiswa iya ngokungathethwa kakuhle imihla nemihla. Yoloo nto thina kufuneka sibaqaphele sibakhathalele kuba abanye abantu ababathandi. Ibalulekile le nto ithi apha kule nkundla ndizele ukuzongqina nokuphikisa nokuvumelana ngezinto ezithethwe ngumongameli. Umthetho wayo ke kuthiwa yingxoxo-mpikiswano. Ndiyafuna ke ukuba ndibazise abanye abantu abangaqondiyo abacingela into yoba sizawuthi hayi senze kangaka. Sifuna nokutsho ukuba asenzanga kangaka nezizathu zaloo nto. Akukho mnandi ukuthi wawufika ubona indlu ingekho clean ubungayazi uba ibitheni zibe nje. Ndiyabona ke lizwe sihleli kulo uyinikile idiagnosis umongameli wa-analyza ngokwaneleyo wasixelela izigulo yingako sizowazi amayeza ngoku. Into ebangela uba abantu bangaqondi into yoba kuyasetyenzwa yile nto okokuba abanalo ilihlo elilodwa lokubheka okuhle okwenziweyo. Kwibhegi yabo abayiphetheyo ayikho ipeni engekho bomvu. Yonke into elapha ngungqi, yonke into elapha ngungqi, uleke ikum no mistake. Yabona la mkwelekisho omkhulu. Elizwe sihleli kulo ayimelanga imbali ilityalo ngoba imbali le yethu isixelela uba sasikade sihleli ngokonwaba. Kwakungekho mntu wayelwa nomnye. Kwakutyelwe esityeni umntu engenase esakhe sodwa nesithebe sitya ndawonye. Kwamosha mhla kwafika iinqwelo zenkuni zaza nabantu sabamkela sahlala nabo around the fireplace. Sangaqondi uba kanti bona abazanga uhlalisana abahlale nathi bayentla. Sibabone sebesentla sabe thina sisahleli sanga. Kuthe kungekabi kudala befikile aba bantu banento entsha basixelela uba sihambe phi okanye singahambi phi. Nqana uba wakhe wayibona inkamela basikhupha ngaphandle bahlala ngaphakathi batshotsha entla kuzo zonke inkalo kweli lizwe. Mandidlule bendifuna uyazi kakuhle le nto uba iqala phi inkathazo. Iqala phi le nto sikuyo namhlanje? Balirhuqa ngomsonto ilizwe lethu bemkanalo bahamba bamane besinika indawana bathi wena pha ungasondele high flat wena pha ungasondele endaweni ethile babodwa kabadidiyelwa kwinto ekuthiwa ngama-homeland. Le mbali iyathetha ubuzawuthetha nge-agriculture ayizukunceda uba ucinga uba kulinywa endlini. Awuzuthi ucinga into esepha eTVini yinto kwenyani. Into kwenyani pha emhlabeni. Yiyo ke lento tata umongameli nesekelo lakho nabo bonke abakhokheli bezizwe ezibenyule ezababeka apha ukuze babe ngamalungu okuthethela abo bantu. Kungabuhlungu ukuba la malungu angakathi awufika apha abulale yonke into emayonceda abantu ebebethe mabayobamela. Ikhona nenye imini okufuneka ukhubuza uba ndinimele kakuhle na. Niyayithanda nale nto bendiyithetha. One, le nto yokuba kwenziwe i-constitution xa ndikhawuleza yenze ukuba kubekho uhlobo lokulungisa umonakalo. Ezinto zonke zixoxwe zaxoxwa zawumekhodesa kwabuya kuthiwa masibe indlu enye sangena endlini enye ngoku sesivele empini sangena endlini enye sahlala sonke phi kwaphi le nto besivumelene ngayo bayitshintsha pha ngaphakathi. Bakhona abantu abanganyanisekanga abahamba nokungalungi kwendawo zabo bazokwenza nathi singalungi. Baphuma sebengayazi into yoba umhlaba umele uba wabiwe ngokubunini bawo nasebantwini wawuthathe kubo bamapha njengephini mhla kuphekwa inkomo. Sekuvela into kasection 25 kungenxa yoba bangamaphicankani into ebebeyivuma izolo abasayifuni ngosuku olulandelayo. Uyabona ke uba ubusilwa namakhwenkwe ukukhisha ukuxina hambogawula ezinye intonga uvukele khona. Sisaxiniwe ke kule nto yokufaka usection 25 kodwa siyabuya. Hayi umhlaba uzungaphindi yona nto singayo nje asithi ingabuya ingengo-25 ingabuya ngenye indlela kodwa nawe ubusempini intonga uzivile kungcono ubuye uze sithethe sihlamba nindumo. Umhlaba wona uyafuneka. Lo ke uphantsi kwenyawo zethu siyaxoxisana neenkosi zeza kwithi sanziwa abantu abangezonto sabhaciswa kunye nazo. Ungathi uzithembe kakhulu zilapha kuthi ngoba into emandi zifuna le nto siyifunayo. Kuthethwa apha ngokungalungi nongokukwenza kakubi kwe-African National Congress. Chocho ANC ube khona udibanisa izizwe ukwazi into yobana masiyolwani sonke noba ke sithe sawubuya saphuma izithebe zethu zamakhaya. Okusalayo singabacinezelwa. Okusalayo uba aba bakhoyo abangobacinezeli yinzala yabacinezeli. Abantu abahambe bayojoyina kuba kuphunyiwe umcimbi wekhodesa nomcimbi olawulo oludibeneyo bahamba bazenza abalandeli babacinezeli. Abasawuphinde bathenjwe ngabantu belizwe lakokwethu. Mongameli isincedile yamali. Siza kule nto ke kuthiwa yi-service delivery. Ubungaya pha eSaldanha uyofika kugcwele amabhokhwe pha eThemba Lihle. Bheka izigidi zamarandi ezayapha. Beqale ngokuthenga iibhokhwe ngemali yabo ye-COVID kunye nemali yabo kaPesi. Namhlanje kugcwele umhlambi webhokhwe kulaa lokishi iseSaldanha benganikwa ne-common age leyo bamadliswe ngumasipala waseukwaphaya kulaa Western Cape. Kuthiwa hayi thina asiyi kwi-peri-urban, imbalenhle i-peri-urban. Sihamba phaya, sibanike izithole. Aba bahlala kuloo mishweshwana yamabala, sithi mabatyale bafuye inkukhu. Kuhlengenyani, phaya e-Western Cape. Mandibuye ndithi, kule madlana besiyinikiwe, sizama ukulungisa umonakalo we-COVID. Sikwazile, 16,000 hectares, uluhlaza, kulinyiwe. Ndisathetha ngombona, andikathethi ngeziqhamo ezike thina sithi zizityalo. Kuseyigrain yodwa leyo. Uyabo zinkukhu, zihagu, ziphume kupesi. Uyabona ke? Hayi, ungahlupheka nje monashe wasemakhaya. Phaya kwi-G20, sithe sawubeka umcimbi wethu uba senza ntoni nge-rural women. Angakho amakhosikazi kwathiwa kwi-G20. Masike sinikwe i-standing ovation. Ngeke ke nxa ungandinika apha emakhaya, uhlutshwa kuba uyazi uba ndiyayinikwa kwezinye indawo. Kwanjalo, sixoxe kwathiwa makuzofundwa apha eSouth Africa ukujamelana ne-resistance ye-microbials. Le nto inediphu phakathi. Kwathiwa hayi impilo yemfuyo ikwayimpilo yabantu. Iyiyo ke le nto kuthiwe mayizofundwa apha ngoba sithi sodwa siyaziyo nto. Hayi lilizwelo, intlanganiso enkulu kuzwelonke, ngaphaya kwemida. Hayi thetha wena ngoba awunayo indawo yokwenza lo msebenzi, awunarhulumente. Thina sinendawo yokwenza lo msebenzi. Uba sithe into sizawuyenza, sitsho ukuba sinemali, sitsho ukuba sinabantu bayo abayifunayo, sitsho ukuba sinomhlaba wokuyenzela. Lo mcimbi welali sibone kakuhle mongameli. La manani ndiwabizayo okulima ngopesi asezilalini kuphela. Ungatsho eMpumalanga, ungatsho eNorthern Cape, ungatsho siqondene nemihlaba yabantwana begazi. Uyabona ke ngoku kuthethwa kamandi apha kuthiwa kuthetha abantu abangenanto. Bathi bona hayi sizofaka i-Sona panels, sizofaka umbane womoya. Yiya pha kuthi ilanga likuthi. Hlala kwezo zindlu zakho edolophini, ilanga likuthi. Hayi thina siyadakasa amasimi ethu azokwequnywa yisola. Yizanapha nomali siyotrayina abafazi ngoba banamasimi, banamanxiwa, banemizi. Yonke le nto abana abantu bafuna ukuba nephampu yesola ngamasimi abantu. Ngaya noba kuphi, that customary land is available. The hands of our women are available. Ungabikho umuntu ozenza imadam apha bebuza uba awuhlakulanga yinapha, awuhlakulanga yinapha. Kanti yena ebeyile edolophini. Funa ukuthi ke mongameli, hayi usincedisile. Wayiveza inyaniso yoba kwenziwa ntoni. Kofuneka ke mongameli ubiza umhlangano omkhulu. Owamanani kuphela ngoba ndiyayibona uba le debate, it is about numbers and amounts. Kuthiwa hayi abantu balapha bayalamba, abantu balapha bayalamba. Umama we-DA yosuka apha besiseva kunye ekomitini. Uyayazi into yokubana savumelana kumntwana uqalwe esibelekweni ondliwe. Savumelana uba makondliwe xa selephumile, sangoyise babantwana, sangomakhulu babantwana. Savumelana salga faka utata uStofile ngento yokuba azathi ke kwawuphela awufika esikolweni afika ukutya sekubekwe ngaphambili. Le school nutrition. Ubheke phambili ufumanisa uba ubujonga ii-graduates ezikhoyo namhlanje ubuyazibuza zaqala ngekhadi likasasa, zakhula kakuhle, zabhadla engqondweni, zazinkcuba buchopho, zinezidanga namhlanje. xa kuyiwa emtshatweni njengalo sikuwo nathi uthengwe iloko yinyaniso luze kum ubuyathandabuza umntu othandabuzayo yemananini abantwana banamakhadi kasasa abazizinto ezinkulu abafunda kootyhupha thula ngoba unayinto ozoyibeka etafileni.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is expired.
Isibongo mntawemzini lesi status i-right ukufa nithathe abantu bakokwethu yeyenu nidakance sithabo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Dutoy. Order, honorable members, order.
Achtbare voorzitter, staatsrede 2023, oninspirerend, repeterend en deurspek met halwe waarhede en uitvoering met die realiteit van die algemene Suid-Afrikaner. 'n Belediging vir alle hardwerkende mense wat die verlammende effek van beerdkrag, uitsluitende rasgebaseerde ekonomiese beleide so swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en die nagevolge van swak deurdenke COVID-regulasies en werkloosheid moes trotseer. Ten minste moes ons nie hierdie jaar hoor van die president se drome van slim stede terwyl die gemiddelde Suid-Afrikaner onder die broodlyn leef nie. Vermoedelik het die president se sprokieskrywer hierdie jaar besef dat daardie droom nie meer verkoop kan word in 'n land wat 'n krimpende ekonomie en kragloosheid moet deurstaan nie. Vir Suid-Afrika om reggeruk te word, het ons nodig om God in ons beplanning, ons implementering en deurvoering asook die erkenning van sukses te ken. We all have a responsibility to ourselves, our constituents, our political parties, and to God. God entrusted us with the responsibility to govern this country truthfully and faithfully. And is this what our constituents see? Is this what the citizens see? No. The ANC removed God from this parliament. History has proven that when government turns its back on God, God removes them from governance. I'm quoting Daniel 2 verse 21. He changes times and seasons. He disposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. How many times have you forsaken the country in favor of your own party's agenda, Mr. President? It's time that you realize that your responsibility is to the citizens and not to the oppressive ideology and the oppressive political party that you serve. The Lord does not sleep. Die disrespectvolle wyse waarop vanjaar se staatsrede afgeskop het, nadat die speaker 'n tongknoop gehad het, het die totale afwesigheid van respek en erkenning aan God in hierdie huis teweeggebring wat ontaard het in totale chaos van die proses daarna. Chair, I do want to focus on one important point. The fact that the President and its government has the audacity to take any form of credit by insinuating that the hope that the people of this country has is as a result of this government. That is not the truth. Your arrogance is your biggest enemy, Mr. President. Even your own constituents have lost faith in you. Mesmerizing them will not help anymore. You predictably focused on apartheid during your speech as the go-to scapegoat for all the disasters that your government brought about. You insult the intelligence of South Africans who know that your government systematically broke down all state-owned entities, including Eskom. During the Anglo-Boer War, when the English fought the Afrikaners, we were put in concentration camps, the Afrikaners as well as the Africans. And we were deprived of freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of mother tongue education, and even freedom of life. It sounds like the new South Africa where you preach about a better life for all. Non-racialism, non-sexism, race-based legislation and quota systems prove the opposite in practice, Mr. President. Legislation like this is imposed to leave people behind and benefit the politically connected. You even strive to impose the English language as the only medium of instruction in schools. thereby forsaking the majority of South Africans. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het keer op keer op die vorige staatsrede op hierdie podium gestaan en die gemaan om te luister na die hulpkrete van Suid-Afrikaners. Ons het die gemaan om aksie te gee, om in te tree teenoor misdaad, plaasmoorde, dit as prioriteite te hanteer. We het self doof gehou. President 2020, 2021 en 2022, Kidula kwamo, Kikupila wena gehoutla simple, Levula sitsebe. Maar u doof gebly, president, u het nie gereageer nie. Nie u of die regering het die reg om krediet te neem vir Suid-Afrika se sukses nie. Ons Suid-Afrikaners het die hoop. Ons is die voorbeeld van hoop en stel dit daagliks aan die wêreld. Meneer die president, ons sal nie u slagoffers wees nie. Ons sal aanhou glo, werk en floreer, nie as gevolg van die regering nie, maar ten spyte van hierdie regering. In closing, Chair, vir te lank was mense polities korrek met sagte woordjies. Genoeg is genoeg. Ons voldoen beter as onvervulde beloftes wat hierdie regering vir ons bied. Suid-Afrika verdien beter as die ANC regering. Ons verdien 'n regering met waardes wat glo in 'n drie-enige God, wat sy mense eerste stel. Ons neem eienaarskap van ons toekoms. Ons is die toekoms. Ons Suid-Afrika is die hoop. Dankie, voorsitter.
Dankie. The next speaker is the Honourable Hendricks.
Honourable House Chair, it was a signature moment of my political career when the Commander-in-Chief told the media, we voted for Al-Jamaa. That is leadership, nurturing a young kid from Soweto, who is now the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, His Worship, Alderman Imam Abubakar Tapelo Ahmed. Our own President Ramaphosa said in this house, I will cheer for Al-Jamaa, and the Chief Whip has continued to honor his pledge. By the way, President Ramaphosa is also my official photographer when I visit the State House in Swani. The leader of the Patriotic Alliance settled the challenges in electing a mayor for the city of Johannesburg when he told a rival mayoral candidate, Maase kind, let Al-Jamaa lead us. At the state memorial service, the Premier of Gauteng embraced us and surprised me when he said, Al-Jamaa, please lead us. On the eve of the 2021 municipal elections, the late Jesse Duarte, may Allah grant her the Jannat, said ANC members will vote for Al-Jamaa, but the IEC later extended the deadline, so it wasn't necessary. In Bushbuck Ridge, the Minister of Justice wants Al-Jamaa to come and lead there as well because the residents want to return to the Kruger National Park and live amongst the lions. Minister Kapa, which we heard earlier on, came to visit my constituent in Mitchell's Plain, but then she gave a fishing vessel for the residents of Mapami village near Umtata. The Minister of Social Welfare wants to help my constituency in Mitchell's Plain because the women there have lost their jobs in the clothing industry, and she wants to restore that. So Al-Jamaa is not ANC light. The chairman of the ANC told us once, you moan and groan about the Muslim marriages bill that we can't get it right. Why don't you draw up one yourself? And we have done so now. Al-Jamaa expected to hear in the Sona that South Africans must go out in their numbers to commemorate Al-Aqsa. Supporting this commemoration is close to many South Africans who are against the occupation in Palestine and Western Sahara, so well articulated by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Listeners to this Sona debate must come out in their tens of millions to support South African rugby for cancelling the Tel Aviv heat of Mandela's Mazanji Challenge, a big rugby event, and face up to the Israel lobby group in South Africa. Questions are going to be asked this Ramadan, Honourable President, about the events leading to the Concord judgment, and I quote from the judgment: "The President and the Cabinet failed in their constitutional responsibility to put in place legislation to recognize a Sharia marriage, which we call a nikah. Also, the President and the Cabinet failed to give Muslim wives access to the divorce court just because they were married in a mosque. The Imam Harun family were some of the victims of the non-recognition of the nikah, and after being tortured to death with a 10-pound hammer for assisting resistance fighters in South Africa, especially Appala and MK comrades. When Imam Abdullah Harun was detained and tortured to death, which held incommunicado for 123 days, his wife and children were victims of the non-recognition of the nikah during the apartheid era. After the Imam's cruel death at the hands of the security branch, his wife and kids became homeless. They lost their ashes because of the non-recognition of the nikah during apartheid. And this is still the case with many families in South Africa, because like the apartheid government failed Muslim wives, the present government has done the same. But there is hope, because I've been invited to join the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to meet the Minister of Home Affairs, and I hope President Ramaphosa will join me so that we can sort
Honourable
out this
Member,
anomaly.
your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mente.
Enkosi House Chair, mandibulise umongameli, Chief Whip, CCT members, and the ground forces of the emancipation movement for the economic freedom in our lifetime. Chairperson, there is no greater tragedy in this country than the complete disregard for the well-being of safety and advancement of women demonstrated by this administration of Mr. Ramaphosa. House Chair, in 2012-2013 financial year, which was midway through the Zuma administration, there were 60,888 reported sexual offenses in this country. Over the following years, the number was reduced to over 49,000. But by the end of 2016-17 financial year, all those numbers changed. They became worse when Mr. Ramaphosa took over in 2018. By 2021-2022 financial year, there were over 53,000 reported cases of sexual assault in this country. In terms of governance and in terms of prioritization of violent crimes against women, there is something that this current administration is getting so horribly wrong. House Chair, just between April and June 2022, there were 11,855 cases of reported sexual assaults in this country, and there were 9,516 cases of reported rapes. In the same period of 800 women were murdered. 1,200 survived the attempted murder attacks. 1,100 were assaulted with grievously bodily harm. Was there anyone arrested? Zero. Replying to our question last year, Minister Cele indicated that the police investigation into the much publicized brutal murder of Namhlamtwa in Mthatha Eastern Cape had reached a dead end. And there was nothing more the police could do to trace and arrest those who ordered the murder of this young woman. This is despite actual evidence of long periods of violence, of abuse that she endured in the hands of her erstwhile boyfriend, Major Begizu. Nothing happened to him. Namhla's case is not an isolated case. It is one of thousands of cases of brutal murder, rape, assault, and exploitation of women that were swept under the carpet by this current administration. As we have seen now, ilusikisiki Eastern Cape number 1 with rape crimes. But unfortunately, Chief Whip of the ANC, even the strategy you just employed today of deploying 8 of the ANC speakers from the Eastern Cape in your 15, it did not help. They did not provide any tangible solution. This is so because some of the biggest enablers and perpetrators of these crimes sit here with us. Some occupy senior positions in government and use the control they have over the state's resources to escape accountability. We have just seen how Mr. Begitile is standing up here and unashamedly weaponizing GBV to score only cheap politics. Tomorrow is going to be one of us. The violence against women has taken a toll. Now it's in the boardrooms. Women are subjected to sleep with me, you will get a job. Sleep with me, you will be admitted to the university. Nothing happens to such perverts. The continued marginalization of women in almost all sectors of the economy is a manifestation of non-physical form of violence against women. House Chair, various studies over the past 2 decades have indicated that women-headed households are more likely to be poor in relation to male-headed households. This is because, in general, women are paid far less than their counterparts. As recent as 2020, Stats SA inequality trends reported and indicated that women earned on average 30% less than men doing the same job. The Gender Pay Group report of the National Business Initiative released in 2021 also confirmed the same. We all know that this is true, but is there something that's going to happen? Zero. The EFF has consistently advanced the cause of women emancipation since our formation. Mr. Ramaphosa stood here and said absolutely nothing against fighting GBV. What hope when his party has destroyed the future of our children, particularly girl children, who now know they can't walk the streets of South Africa without being in fear? What must happen? We urgently need a Parliament Joint Committee on GBVF to provide parliamentary oversight over the problem of GBVF. Because if the police do not account to a body, nothing is ever going to happen to the women who die. They will never, ever get justice. But that will be very difficult. And the nice thing is that I'm now presided over by the House Chair who's responsible for committees. The problem we have here, we have a bloodthirsty speaker who unleashed special security forces to beat up women. I'm evidence of that today standing here. That is why we call for the removal of the Speaker of this House.
Honourable member, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Member, will you take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising? I can't hear the Honourable Member if you interject.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order that the member on the podium has used an unparliamentary language, that the speaker is bloodthirsty.
Okay. Order, honourable members. Order. Honourable members, I will check the Hansard recording. The table staff will assist me. And if necessary, I will make a ruling in that regard. Please continue, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chair. Children are kidnapped on a daily basis and they never come back home alive. There is no solution from Minister of the Police. We need a competent Minister of Police and a competent National Commissioner to take over. The crime in this country has escalated to the levels that are uncontrollable. We need a specialized and empowered unit in each and every police station to focus on sexual crimes and GBV. We need to get rid of the NDPP, who is not doing anything to prosecute our perpetrators. The bottom line, however, is that Mr. Ramaphosa, if you have failed these women of this country, but it was worse, you failed your own domestic worker, who was assaulted by the men you sent to go and investigate the crime of Palapal. You failed to intervene when the xenophobic MEC of Health in Limpopo humiliated a sick woman whose only sin was because she was a Zimbabwean. But you come here and talk Africa intra-trade. It's going to happen where? When we don't allow our sisters to come and get the services in this South Africa. But mandini cebise apha abafazi abaphansi komasipala waseJohannesburg phansi ko-MEC o-capable Dr. Mgcinichwaku asoze baphinde baquthelwa ama-apile wabo neswitshi zabo abazithengisa ecaleni kwestrato ngenxa yobana akukho nto yenziwayo ngugovernment kuhlukunyezwa sebehlukumezekile. Bafazi nabantwana baseJohannesburg, jongani kwi-EFF, asoze niphinde ningathengisi nibeke isonke etafuleni for abantwana benu. Minister of Small Business, you try to shine, but kubi. Abafazi ndithwe Eastern Cape, apho usuka khona, akhona endawo eyodwa kwezi dolophu zincinci ene-shelter yothengisela okwe-apile. Bakwazi ubeka isonke etafuleni, abakwazi ubeka isaluni, abakwazi ubeka i-barber shop, abakwazi ukwenza i-car wash. Ukhona Minister of Small Business, khawenza icebo noko makubonakala ubukhona. Nge-20 kaMarch, everyone in South Africa, we are shutting down the country, not only for electricity, for all the crimes that have been perpetuated against innocent girls and children. Amandla!
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Malatsi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Many South Africans are really sick and tired of being mesmerized with poetic phrases about hope. They are frustrated about being rallied to be resilient when their lives are a daily struggle for survival. They no longer need stories enticing them to reimagine the future when they live in despair. Because for many South Africans, the hardships that they endure daily are inflicted by the ANC government. According to the quarterly labor force survey for Q3 in 2022, 11.2 million South Africans are unemployed. 10.2 million young people between the ages of 15 and 20 are not in employment, education, or training. They lack the skills or the qualification that will give them a chance of ever finding a job in their lifetime. This is the greatest betrayal of a generation of young people. And it's scary that crime stats show that every day between July and September 2022, 76 people were murdered. All of us, perhaps except those who live in the comfort of VIP protectors, live in fear of criminals who are not even scared of law enforcement authorities. Mr. President, many South Africans work hard to provide for their families and to protect their loved ones from harm. All they need is for the government to do its job and to do it very well. All the people of Giyani, Polokwane, Phalaborwa, and every other community that often goes for days or even months without water need is clean running water when they open their taps. They are not asking for miracles. They are just asking for the government to get the basics right. They look to you for leadership, sir, and they look to you for solutions. They look to you for compassion for their suffering. And while all of us in this house have a responsibility to deliver on the promise of the Constitution, you, sir, carry the largest weight of that responsibility. Yet every time you consistently miss the opportunity to show you care for the country than you do for the state of your dying party. We have become a nation defined by potholes that punctuate our streets due to the neglect of road infrastructure. Navigate those potholes if Nkuankua and between Makado and Toyando is a daily life-threatening mission. And for those of us who bear the misfortune of living in villages and townships under ANC government, access to basic service delivery is really a gruesome gymnastics adventure. This is the reality for millions of South Africans. While to many of you in the executive, this is not your struggle, because you live in the luxury of ministerial houses with free water, free electricity, and lately free generators with free diesel, while the rest of us grapple with load shedding. You have become shameless political tourists in villages and townships, only popping up to feign some opportunistic compassion during campaigning. Mr. President, that is really the greatest betrayal of our rainbow nation. Ke a ipotša gore na a le swabe na ge le bona mmasepala e dira leemaema ba thiba di-pothole ka mabu ge go etela di-ministera mola ba sena le tšona gare ga nako. Do you have no shame whatsoever when municipalities scramble to fill potholes and clear roads ahead of your visits while they neglect them during the year? Your party's failure in local government has unleashed the most ruthless assault on the dignity of poor South Africans. And to the chief whip of the ANC, who claims that no one has been left behind, well, here are the facts. You have left behind millions of young people in the despair of unemployment. The policies of your party has left thousands of entrepreneurs with shattered dreams due to the closure of their businesses due to load shedding. And to the Minister of Police, are you not ashamed about gossiping about the consensual marital affairs of adults when women are being killed daily in South Africa? When women are looking to you for leadership, sir? And if you so much cared about gender-based violence, why have you or your party not said anything about the arrest of one of your members of parliament for murdering his wife? To Minister Ngungubele, who is a senior minister in government, yet cannot tell the difference between municipal and national government functions. The reality is that police functions, sir, are the responsibility of national government. And this is why we are pushing so hard for the devolution of police powers, because you don't know what to do with them. And to the Premier of KZN, you have no credibility whatsoever speaking about local government, because you have a mayor in Durban who cares more about his non-existent Amapiano career than service delivery. And to the Minister of Energy, can you imagine being so useless that they have to appoint someone to do your job, yet they must send you to the stage to defend it? The so-called self-professed tiger has no claws and has been relegated to a glorified ice boy at the Ministry of Energy with the introduction of the Ministry of Electricity. And to Honorable Nkadimeng, the former mayor of Polokwane, Auswabi Naamar, Reoboli mayor of Polokwane, Mitsemi Chukwa Polokwane, Tropong Limahaye, Dibe Dillaka Meti, Legani Bialo, Meti is Alevotata, Mara Honagotamoto Sasanka or Bujaka di Trelo Chidiang Chabi. But the contrast is clear. For those communities who experience the DA government, they know the quality of life is better where the DA governs. Right now, the people of Umgeni can testify that life is getting better under the mayoralty of Chris Papas. They now know that the DA appoints municipal workers who are fit for purpose in a fair and transparent manner, unlike in the past where jobs were reserved for ANC cadres. The people of Umgeni now know how it feels to have a government that truly cares about vulnerable residents. Since coming to power, Mayor Papas and his team have increased the basket of free basic services and the number of households receiving indigent support assistance in the municipality from just over 100 to 3,050 in this day. And right here in Cape Town, Mayor Hill Lewis is leading a revolution in infrastructure investment worth 120 billion that will be the foundation for economic growth in the city for the next 10 years. Over 3 billion has been budgeted for major capacity upgrades at Potsdam, Zandvliet, Athlone, Makassar, and renovating the Belleville wastewater works. In order to secure Cape Town's water security and to protect the city from the risk of future droughts, the city is now investing 5 billion to introduce 300 megalitres per day of new water by 2030. In all these examples, these are DA mayors who are demonstrating daily how good governance and leading with compassion delivers quality services that restores the dignity of communities. From small acts such as cleaning public spaces to big projects such as massive investment in sewage infrastructure, they are showcasing DA government's uplift communities. So, if you are a resident in a village or in a township that to this day does not have water, use your power and vote for a government that cares in 2024. If you are a victim of gender-based violence who is yet to get justice because of government's slow processing of DNA samples, use your power and vote for a government that cares. And if you are an entrepreneur who has retrenched staff and ultimately closed their business because of load shedding, use your power and vote for a government that believes in supporting entrepreneurs. Let's use our power to vote these political scammers
Honourable Member, your
and
time is
restore
now
our country
expired.
on the path for
Thank you.
prosperity. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable House Chairperson, I wasn't aware that the Honourable Member is done. Congratulations. Maybe let me start with wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. President, Deputy President, and John. Can I call you John? Is it fine for the speech? No? Okay. Over the weekend, I spent time with a group of about 100 young leaders from universities, community and TVET colleges at Robben Island for the inaugural Mandela Sobukwe Leadership Retreat. The focus for this retreat was to illustrate the significance of our history, our constitution, leadership, entrepreneurial and innovation skills. For many of these young people, it was their first time on the island. It was a learning experience for all of us as we explored the challenges raised by you, Mr. President, during your State of the Nation address. These young leaders were asked to have a conversation with an ideal duo, Mandela and Sobukwe, about the State of the Nation address and about what their most treasured dreams are. One of the groups responded by declaring, and I quote, "We still staying, I hope, to find peace with ourselves, to use our teachings to better the future, to create jobs and wealth for all, to be able to stand on our own, to live in a world free of hate, to be known past our borders for greater things," close quote. These are not young people who are oblivious to the challenges that we face as a nation. They are alive to the challenges of unemployment, electricity crisis, water and infrastructure deficiencies, corruption, and the scarce and roaming ghosts we inherited from our past. However, they want to see this parliament seize with discussing solutions and these problems as opposed to squandering every opportunity presented for us to exchange counsel. These young people across the gender, racial, and political spectrum left the island on Sunday with the resolve that their vision is to work for a South Africa of their dreams. Your State of the Nation address, President, as it should be, carried both criticism but praise. Without doubt, it inspired hope that the foundation of a future South Africa can only be built by the dreams of Madiba and Sobukwe and the dreams of those whom the torch was handed over to. Listening to the debate this year of the State of the Nation address, one wished that some of the leaders here today would have exchanged counsel with the young people who found themselves in the island, particularly the leader of the opposition and also the leader of the EFF. Every year, for the past 5 years or so, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, convinced a few dignitaries and pals to rabble about the DA's so-called true state of the nation. And as usual, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, did not disappoint. We are ready to govern, he said, only if the people can stop believing in the ANC. Where the DA governs, he said, we govern better. And this is the most fascinating one, as noted by Honorable Gungubele and Honorable Premier of KZN. The DA propaganda machinery has convinced itself and Twitter followers of the account of Helen Zille that wherever they govern better. The big lie, and they keep on keeping this lie, even at the risk of looking ridiculous. On the day of the true State of the Nation address, and this morning, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, bragged about the municipalities that they govern at, starting with their golden goose, which is Cape Town, and he left short, he fell short of mentioning their boogeyman, the city of Tshwane. This is because on that day, pressure was mounting from the DA coalition partners to boot out the 4th mayor of the DA in that city in just 6 years. Solim Singman was the first, with a scandal of 12 billion allegedly awarded to Glad Africa without following due process. The second was Stephen Mkhalapa, who was caught munching the scone of a colleague in the office, Naga Morogo. The third one was Abel Tau, who resigned because the DA was not black like him, and found a home in Herman Mashaba's Action SA. Then there is this last one, Randall Williams. Adverse findings by the Auditor General of South Africa, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Sewers have not been maintained properly in the last few years in Tshwane. Waste has not been collected in some areas for the last few weeks. A looming scandal for a 40 billion unsolicited bid for renewable energy is about to come out. Withdrawal by the fleet management company from the city because they failed to pay that fleet management company. But even worse, you think it gets worse. In November last year, the city itself failed to pay the salaries of the workers in the city of Tshwane. But Tshwane is not the only pinnacle of the DA's failure. In Modimolle Mokgopong, where I come from, the DA has effectively run the municipality down by enabling the looting of public resources and glaring state capture by a group of businesses allegedly linked to the DA mayor. Yes, the city of eThekwini has fixed some of the beaches that were not operational over the festive season, and more beaches will be open in a few weeks in that particular city. But here in Cape Town, the beaches remain the preserve of white patrons through systemic exclusion and racial profiling. Where the DA governs, the Group Areas Act of Governing has effectively been restored, with the DA mostly servicing their constituencies, much to the neglect of black communities. I challenge the mayor of Cape Town to make public how much business goes to black-owned companies compared to white companies in this particular city. This morning, I heard echoes of P.W. Botha in 1985 when John here, Honorable Steenhuisen, spoke of crossing the Rubicon. And yes, the DA should cross the Rubicon because the DA is no home for black and leaders who are women precisely because they're non-compliant. Ask Lindiwe Mazibuko, ask Mbali Ntuli, ask Pumzile van Dam, who joined the DA with the hope that they have crossed the Rubicon, and yet they were the ones who were crossed by the DA. I also noticed, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen, that you didn't mention Ekurhuleni in your praise of the cities where the DA govern. Precisely because under the DA, things have gotten so worse that it would even be ridiculous to blame the ANC. The DA is nothing but a pretender to the throne, even on our worst day. And yes, we've had those kind of days where we're at our worst, but we are correcting those particular days. But even in those worst days, you will never even be considered as our alternative, especially under you, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. You represent the past that has packaged itself into a new repentant. That is why on the day of the State of the Nation, you wanted to even wet yourself, trying to appease both traditional constituency of the DA by behaving civil, prompt and proper, and yet wanted to steal the attention that the EFF was getting through sympathies by wanting to appeal to the Speaker to be considerate. This wobble of yours, this jelly politics, this ideological flexibility, this spineless stances on the same issues, this opportunism is exactly why Tony Leon and Helen Zille are leading the DA through the window. You've called for politicians who are upright, ethical, and morally uncompromised. And maybe you have ticked all these boxes, but that can only take you this far and no further. We need leaders who know that marching to the head office of another political party instead of marching to ESCOM is nothing but provocation. But it is also demonstrate the signs of someone panicking, because in case you didn't know, the DA has an elective conference, and some DA leaders wannabe are raising their little paws and wanting to contest John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. I hope to see you back here, John, Honorable Steenhuisen, after your elective conference, and probably sitting there at the back where you deserve to be, because, you know, the DA also need howlers in this house. On a more serious note, this year the NSFAS has confirmed funding for close to 1.2 million students, and yes, there have been delays, and some parents were anxious, but our Minister, Minister Nzimande, has been working around the clock to ensure that registration goes smoothly in all of these campuses. All students who have received messages from the NSFAS that confirms that they are provisionally funded should go to their institutions to register. Those who are waiting for appeals should wait a little bit longer, and we've appealed to institutions to actually be considerate. This year, Honorable Malema, enrollments at universities have reached close to 1.2 million students. And of course, yes, I agree with you, we need to be expanding the higher education sector. But we've done quite a lot, from a measly 400,000 in 1994, and very few of those were black and women, to now 1.2 million in universities. I think you must agree that the doors of learning and teaching are busting open. The NSFAS is celebrating its 30th anniversary from a little kit of a few millions soon. Students' funding will be reaching close to 50 billion, with 90% of TVET students being funded. And in response, President, to the COVID-19 crisis, you have, of course, set up the economic recovery plan, and through this plan, infrastructure has been built. We've built a new paradigm for energy, implementing an employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, providing renewed support to growth businesses, and fast-tracking reform measures for a competitive and also inclusive economy. We believe that with specific interventions to save jobs and to create more, our economy is actually grinding further. This means more boots on the ground and also food on the table. Earlier this month, we lost Nontokozo Xaba, a student at Sona University of Technology, allegedly at the hands of his ex-boyfriend, Ncebo Chusi. Gender-based violence is a serious scourge in our society, and in our institutions of learning, through policy and institutional reforms, we're tirelessly working to deal with this scourge. We need young men to unlearn some of the practices, traditional, religious, and cultural, which reinforces toxic masculinity and makes them believe that they are entitled to the women vagina. Because that's what the problem is, the entitlement of young men in our campuses, but also in our community. We're doing this in honor of Uina Mkhetjwana of UCT, Nosicelo Mtebeleni of Fort Hare, Zolile Kumal of MUT, Precious Ramabulana of Capricorn TVET College, Takalani Mbulungeni of Univen, Asitandile Zozo of vets who lost their lives on our campuses. Over the course of the weekend, the EFF-CIC was addressing one of the important gatherings here in the Western Cape. And before then, I hear Honorable Tele that apparently there's a plot to kill Honorable Shivambo. I mean, you've listened to him speaking here. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. In this important gathering, the EFF-CIC started attacking the Xhosa culture of male initiation, disguising this attack as an attack on our Secretary General, Honorable Fikile Mbalula. He went further to mention our SG's qualifications, that he doesn't have posterior knowledge. You know, in the EFF, posterior knowledge is very important. As long as you can say, hail to our leader, you have posterior knowledge. Oh, superior knowledge, sorry. One of our universities have granted Mr. Malema a master's degree, which is a thing that we should celebrate. But having a master's degree should heighten our reasoning abilities and not resort to intimidate our opponents. It should teach us that to argue, it should teach us that we should argue with our brains and not our fists. That we should read more and engage and not intimidate or be personal. What Honorable Malema did here today, in response of the State of the Nation address, was to say pala pala and then read out a poster of the EFF about the march that they're having in some time in the future. That's all. Probably that's a good master's degree that he has. But we must say that bullies and stormtroopers of the opposition have only mastered one thing: debate should never be given a chance. A master's degree should teach us that in order to lead, we should listen to those whom we disagree instead of raising frivolous points of order. For the record, Honorable Mbalula was not elected because of when he went to the mountain or in all of those things. And by the way, I was here with you, Julius. Some of the facts, you are twisting them a bit, but let's leave it for another day. But if it's the criteria in the EFF as to when did someone go to the mountain or not, we wonder how did some people make it into the EFF leadership. Mehmet Buran Indian quipped that, and I quote, "A silver-tongued charlatan and a half-wit society are made for each other. When these two come together in an election, a great disaster happens. Charlatan comes to power." It would take beyond a century for a charlatan to come to power, Mr. Malema. More than a century. Mr. President, that throne that you occupy, never a charlatan, never a loudmouth, never a blabber or a gossip, never a turncoat, never a paper tiger should ever consider sitting there, red or blue. Malema or Steenhuisen, the honorables. Since ours is not a half-wit society, they will demonstrate at the polls next year that only the ANC lives, only the ANC leads, and only the ANC will live longer than all of them. And for the rest of the joke, I don't know if you know nursery rhymes. An old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some cows, E-I-E-I-O. One of them was blue and one of them was red, E-I-E-I-O. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order. Order. Please settle down. Honorable members, earlier today, A point of order was raised by Honorable Malima regarding the remarks made by the Minister of Police, Honorable Tele, relating to Honorable Steenhuisen. I now wish to deal with that matter before we adjourn. Members of Parliament enjoy, as members know, the constitutional right of freedom of speech. This freedom may be limited by rules of Parliament. In terms of the Joint Rule 14P, quote, no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language, close quote. Any statement or remark that impairs the dignity of a member to whom it is directed or affronts that member's honor will be regarded as unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. Similarly, any derogatory or insulting remarks of a personal or hateful nature that are clearly intended to give offense would be considered unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. The allegation made by Honorable Tele that the Honorable Steenhuisen abused a young woman is unparliamentary as it implies allegation of an offensive nature and impairs the dignity and honor of Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable members, it must be mentioned that although statements in relation to non-members are not unparliamentary per se, members must avoid as much as possible during the course of the debate mentioning people outside of Parliament who are not in position to immediately reply or defend themselves. Further repeating of offensive remarks that affect the dignity of a non-member does not add value to the decorum of the House or the quality of the debate. At this point, I must indicate that Honorable Tele had already sent a message that he wishes to withdraw and apologize for the remarks he made. This was before I received a letter from the DA on the same matter. I now recognize Honorable Minister Tele. Please proceed.
I withdraw.
Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the sitting for today, and that concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned until tomorrow.
Well, viewers, there you have it. That was day one of the Sona 2023 joint debate, with all political parties represented in Parliament having been given an opportunity to raise their issues, to make comments, to raise concerns, to make counter proposals with regards to what the President can do to ensure that the program of action for 2023 is refined and it is more responsive to the development landscape of our country. Thembi Nkosi, your thoughts on the proceedings of the day?
Sebo, it's been a long day of debate. It's been hectic in that house. We've heard how members have members of various political parties, including the ANC, have responded to the President's State of the Nation address. And of course, as you had mentioned, today was day one of those debates, and we will be resuming tomorrow with day 2, still on the debates, and that is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. But of course, viewers can join us from 12 o'clock, as we'll be broadcasting live from the Cape Town City Hall. And that is all from us today on Parliament TV. Join us again tomorrow, as I have indicated, from 12 o'clock for the second day of the Sona debate.
Indeed, tomorrow will be an opportunity for us as well to further unpack all of the inputs that were made by all the political parties and, of course, the representatives that had the opportunity to speak on today's platform. So tomorrow, as we resume, we will further unpack with more interviews from all those who will be participating, who have participated today, as well as those who will be participating in tomorrow, in day 2's joint debate session.
And to our viewers at home, please do follow us on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. You can also hashtag Sona Debate 2023. But for now, we say our goodbyes. Thank you very much for watching. It is Thembinkosi Ngoma, and I'm with my colleague, Dr. Sibulelo Mvulane.
With that said, viewers at home, thank you very much for staying with us throughout this day, this very interesting day of robust debate. We will be with you again from 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, channel 408 on DSTV.